Chapter 896. He had become an illegal mercenary without an identity and was not allowed to show his face in any country. Once he was exposed, the Chinese military would not be able to easily protect him. This was because they were no longer Chinese soldiers. Their names were not even in the entire military system. Erasing everything and sending them on a mission was enough to prove that once their identities were exposed, they could only rely on themselves to save themselves. Thinking of this, Yi Qian's heart trembled. Then why did you return to the southern province? Xia Jinyuan, you must have a reason to return to the southern province, right? The southern province is Ziji's territory. Did you think that if something happened, he would not stand by and do nothing? Is that why you returned to the southern province? Is that so? Also, Captain Xia, since you dared to contact Ho Zi while you were still on a mission, you must have other motives. Am I right? Compared to Yi Qian's tense expression, Xia Jinyuan's expression was much more relaxed. Smart, you guessed it so quickly. You're right, little fox. I did have a reason to return to the southern province. You were talking about the decapitation operation. The decapitation operation is the biggest operation, and it involves matters between countries. For such a big matter, even if Zigu has power in the southern province, he might not be able to guarantee your safety. Yi Qian pursed his lips and looked at him even more carefully. He said with certainty, Captain Xia, the reason why you had to return to the southern province is definitely not that simple. Xia Jinyuan chuckled softly. His elegant and handsome face looked indifferent, but his voice was cold. My identity is now an illegal mercenary. He emphasized the word illegal and looked sharply at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, tell me, why did I have to return to the southern province? What's the reason why I had to return? The southern province was Ho Zi's territory. Ho Zi would not stand by and do nothing when a snake from abroad attacked him. The reason why he had to return to the southern province was because Ho Zi had a weapon. Yi Qian's brain never stopped working. He kept analyzing the reason why Xia Jinyuan had no choice but to return to the southern province. He also thought about how Xia Jinyuan had suddenly told him about Operation Decapitation. He didn't say anything that wasn't supposed to be said in the confidentiality agreement, but what he said seemed to be on purpose. No one could help them. They could only help themselves now. No, she could help him too. If it was as she guessed, Xia Jinyuan deliberately wanted her to know about their operation, it was also the military's intention. Otherwise, as a soldier, how could he tell him about their operation so easily? He only dared to say it after getting the approval of the military. The military knew that he had returned to the southern province, that he had contacted Ho Zi, and that he had contacted her. The military knew everything, but Xia Jinyuan was still an illegal mercenary. An illegal mercenary didn't hide the fact that the military had contacted Ho Zi, the leader of the underworld. This meant that the military allowed him to contact Ho Zi. It was obviously a clueless matter. The more Yi Qian thought about it, the more confused he became. Gradually, he found a reason why Xia Jinyuan had no choice but to return to the southern province. It was because Ho Zi had something that the military couldn't give to Xia Jinyuan for the time being. What was that thing? Yi Qian's eyes gradually darkened. Like the sea, they were so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. After about a minute, the bottomless sea began to ripple. She should have guessed the reason why Xia Jinyuan had to come to the southern province. Chapter 897. Weapons. Ho Zi was the boss of the underworld, so he must have guns and ammunition on hand. Xia Jinyuan, an illegal mercenary, needed guns and ammunition. How could he not have a weapon to defend himself before the mission was over? You return to Nan province because you trust Ho Zi and are sure that he will help you. You need to get weapons from Ho Zi, she said in a trembling voice. She was trembling so much that even her fingers were trembling. Why would he need weapons when he returned to China? What kind of people did he offend? One thing was for sure, the people he offended back in China also had weapons in their hands. The smile on Xia Jinyuan's face deepened, and so did his eyes. He had guided Yi Qian to understand the dangers of his mission. When he heard her analyze the purpose of his return, he felt a sense of pride. This was his little fox, a brave and strong girl who would never give up easily in the face of difficulties and setbacks. That's right. Also, I'm an illegal mercenary now, so I can't return to the army to get weapons. If I want guns and ammunition, I can only get them from Hozi. Returning to Nan province is my best choice. Our mission after returning to China is to lure the snake out of its hole. I'm responsible for leaving clues along the way to lure these foreign snakes to Nan province and give my comrades a chance to escape safely. So, Yiqin, I came to your side with great danger. Are you afraid? That was what he asked her. It was only 3 words and his voice was soft, but every word was heavy. Every word was like a mountain pressing down on her. Yi Qian wasn't afraid. She wasn't afraid of danger at all. She wasn't worried that he would bring danger with him. When Yi Qian spoke again, she realized that her voice was as tense as a string that was about to snap. Then what are you going to do now? What about your identity? That's right, she wasn't afraid of danger. She was afraid that he wouldn't be able to restore his identity. Her words made Xia Jinyuan tear up. The girl he liked was not afraid of the danger he brought to her, but she was afraid that his identity would not be restored. Major Xia, whose heart was aching, resisted the urge to pull her into his arms. He took a deep breath and calmly said, "Although my current identity is an illegal mercenary, my identity will naturally be restored after this is over." When Yi Qian heard this, it was as if he saw the mountain that had been pressing down on his heart explode with a bang. His entire body relaxed. It turned out that his identity could be restored after the mission was completed. That was good, that was good. However, before she could exhale, Xia Jinyuan's next words made her heart turn cold. Actually, that's not the problem. The problem is the injured K7. He contacted G3 last night, but he didn't even send out the coordinates. Therefore, I suspect that he didn't manage to escape, but was bitten instead. Little Fox, this is the biggest problem right now. G3 is K7's contact person, and I am G3's contact person. For this mission, we contacted each other one by one. When K7 crawled out from the gunfire, his random mercenary uniform was blown into strips. When he saw your uniform and thought about K7's injury, he stopped. He didn't want to personally voice out his suspicions that his comrade was injured and captured. He kept looking at Yi Qian with a heavy gaze. Yi Qian, whose emotions were stirred up by Xia Jinyuan, narrowed his eyes and stared at him. He didn't ask anything else. Instead, he asked for himself, "Captain Xia, if you tell me about your mission and the difficulties you're facing, it means that not only can I ask you some questions about your mission, but I can also directly participate in your mission, right?" Chapter 898. Didn't you already guess correctly? What else do you need to confirm? I can only contact you and tell you what our mission is if the military agrees to your participation. Xia Jinyuan laughed and even raised his hand to rub her head. What else do you want to confirm? Yi Qian waved away the hand that was rubbing his head. I want to confirm whether my current identity is a student or an illegal mercenary. Keep your hands to yourself and don't touch me. I still have a lot of things to know. Of course you're a student. Also, what do you want to know? Xia Jinyuan laughed out loud. His laughter was low and deep, and even his chest was trembling slightly. Can you think about what we should do next? After all, my current identity is not a soldier, but an illegal mercenary. You're a little fox who is so smart that it gives me headaches sometimes. Do you have any ideas on how to restore my identity as soon as possible? He could take her to actual combat, but in actual combat, she had to be able to control the entire situation on her own. She was such a smart girl. She couldn't just be a soldier who followed orders. She had to become a commander who could command soldiers. He hoped that she could become a commander who could command soldiers in battle. Now, she would talk and he would listen. If there was anything wrong, he would point it out to her. He would let her grow up step by step with him. He would watch her grow up and see her become successful. Just thinking about it made him feel proud. You can ask me anything you think of. I can also tell you that after we lure the snakes out of their cave, the mission will be completed in Nan province. We can't do it in the city center. We have to end it in a remote place. He revealed the danger again and let Yi Qian face the danger directly. Yi Qian's gaze gradually darkened. His voice was very soft and filled with a murderous aura. "Since we've lured the snakes here, we can't give them a chance to bite you. We can't let them have a chance to escape. If they could get rid of these people in advance, it would mean that Xia Jinyuan's mission in China was completed. It would also make it impossible for other countries to find out that he was actually a Chinese soldier. This was the only way the military could restore his identity. After the finishing work is done, there won't be anything else," Yi Qian said softly. His dark eyes stared at the elegant face in front of him. He said slowly, word by word, "Your identity can be restored." Her breathing went from rapid to steady, and even her eyes calmed down. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but lift his hand to hold her face gently. He stroked her face gently with his fingers and said, "No, little fox, it's not over. It is good that you are not soft-hearted to your enemies. However, there is still our comrade K7. You still need to consider his current situation. I came to the southern province to divert everyone's attention and ensure the safety of my comrades. But as long as one of my comrades is still alive, my mission will not end, and my identity will not be restored. For this operation, the identities of all the comrades participating in this operation will be changed. As long as one of them is still alive, no one will be able to restore their identities." Xia Jinyuan explained everything to Yi Qian. When he was done, he gently touched Yi Qian's trembling lips with his lips. "Little fox, you still need to learn how to control the entire battle. You need to control it from all aspects." Chapter 899. You're not a good soldier if you don't want to be a commander. You have to remember that your goal isn't just to be a soldier. You have to become a soldier who knows how to fight. You have to know how to fight and how to command soldiers to fight before you know what to do. Yi Qian's body was trembling. She stared at him fixedly as he spoke softly. She said, "I want to drink water. I want to drink water." She was very thirsty. She was so thirsty that she was panicking. She rushed to the side of the coffee table and covered the teacup with a lid. After stabilizing her trembling fingers, she grabbed the teacup tightly and drank the remaining cold water from last night in one gulp. She wanted the coolness of the water to suppress her panic. She didn't think that she would be the one to command soldiers in battle. She only knew that they were in danger. There was also K7. The mission couldn't end before K7 was confirmed to be out of danger. They couldn't give up on their comrade, so the mission had to continue. The cold water seemed to suppress the panic in her heart. Yi Qian took a deep breath and turned around. She looked at Xia Jinyuan coldly. "You said that K7 and G3 were in contact, but they didn't send their coordinates. So, you suspect that K7 contacted you last night to tell you that he was safe so that you wouldn't have to worry. You also suspect that he had the determination to sacrifice himself so that you wouldn't have to look for him. Comradeship could be so deep that they would exchange their lives for each other's. If K7 was really captured, she didn't doubt that he had the determination to sacrifice himself so that his comrade wouldn't come back to save him." K7's thin but handsome face flashed through her mind. He was a young soldier who didn't speak much, but every word he said was precious. Yi Qian clenched her fists. Her voice was bloodthirsty. "You have to go back and look for K7 after you finish the mission in Nan Province. This is something you have to do. I support your decision to go back. What I want to ask is, what about the other comrades? Do they also have to go back? But you guys are illegal now. What about your weapons? What about your weapons? The weapons that Ho Zi provided at most are guns. If it's life-saving grenades, you have to prepare them. You have to consider this. I mentioned G3 earlier. Since G3 is K7's contact, where is he now?" Yi Qian did not ask one question at a time. Instead, he asked one question after another, each one sharper than the last. "If you're in China, you can still look for Ho Zi. But if you're overseas, who will you look for? What if you don't have enough weapons? Through the black market?" Xia Jinyuan's nerves twitched when he was hit by her questions that hit the nail on the head. As expected of a comrade who had been on a mission together, her questions came one after another, and each of them hit the nail on the head. After thinking for a while, he answered seriously, "G3 is already rushing to the southern province. He's the only one who knows K7's situation the best. He's part of the mission to lure the snake out of its hole. G3 also needs weapons. When he arrives at the southern province, we have to take away the best weapons in Ho Zi's hands. Even if Ho Zi has a weapon, will it be enough? Our country forbids private collection of weapons. This is illegal. Even if Ho Zi has a weapon, how much will it be? Yi Qian was practically chasing after her. Fortunately, she was relatively calm and didn't lose her composure. Yi Qian was the type of person who would calm down the more anxious she was. The calmer she was, the more she understood that this was not a small matter. The news that Xia Jinyuan brought back was too shocking. She wasn't involved before, so no matter how calm she was, she still seemed a little anxious. Chapter 900. Xia Jinyuan had been speaking to her calmly so that she could remain calm. Faced with her questioning, he smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about the weapons. Ho Zi has a hobby of collecting guns. He definitely has the best guns. We have the weapons from southern province. As for the weapons after we leave the country, we will find other ways to get them. We will only know if K7 needs to be rescued at 3 in the afternoon. The four of us may seem like a sheet of loose sand, but we are all in contact with each other. For example, G3 hasn't contacted me, which means that K7 hasn't contacted him either. If one person didn't contact them, it meant that none of them could contact them. No one wanted their comrades to be sacrificed, and no one wanted their comrades to be worried about them. Therefore, everyone would try to contact their comrades to reassure them. This method of contact was simple and straightforward. Everyone followed the simple rules of contact. They had all developed the habit of reporting their situation to their comrades at all times so that they wouldn't forget to contact them. What we should do now is to get rid of the snake that you lured to southern province. Then, you guys should hurry back to find K7. Yi Qian summarized everything in one sentence. The last sentence was the most important. They were comrades who had sworn to each other that they would live and die together and never give up. This was their oath, and it was engraved in their hearts forever. With G3 around, the two of them could take care of each other and return to the battlefield together. She felt a little more at ease. Yi Qian glanced at the wardrobe. She thought about how he couldn't wear the military uniform that she had brought back. Her eyes instantly turned red. She turned her head, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. That military uniform. I'll take care of it. When you come back, wear it again. Wear it openly. She was sad. It wasn't the kind of sadness that came from crying. It was the kind of sadness that came from suppressing her trembling heart. She was sad because of his identity. Xia Jinyuan smiled gently and hugged her with his right arm. His warm and broad palm gently stroked her arm to comfort her. "Silly fox, it will be over soon. Everything will be fine. You have to believe in us, believe in our country. We will not give up on ourselves, and our country will not give up on us. A country can't stand without defense, and the people can't be at ease without soldiers. We are defense, but we are also soldiers. No one will abandon us as soldiers." His embrace still made her feel at ease. The faint scent of mint flowed into her body bit by bit. His presence and his scent were comforting her, allowing her to calm down. Yi Qian forced his tears back. He raised his head and looked at him with determination. "I've always believed in you. I'll take care of the uniform for you. I just want to take good care of it for you. Because I was the one who brought it back from the airport. I was the one who cleaned it. Only I can keep it." She was so serious that Xia Jinyuan's heart palpitated. He had wanted to comfort her, but now he wanted to love her dearly. She was telling him that she had been waiting for him to come back, waiting for him to personally take back his military uniform from her. She wanted to see him safe with her own eyes, and not find out about his safety through other channels. He hugged her tightly in his arms and hid her completely in his wings with only the strength of his right arm. He used the strength in his arms to express his throbbing emotions. "Okay, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to my current comrade and future girlfriend." Chapter 901. This was a promise made using the military uniform as a medium. He promised her that he would definitely come back and take back his military uniform and the epaulets that represented his military rank. He also promised Yi Qian that his identity would never change. A country could not be established without defense, And people could not be at ease without soldiers. He was both a defender and a soldier, so how could he give up his identity so easily? Xia Jinyuan let go of her hand and smiled. Since you helped me wash the clothes, I'll help you wash them too. But I'm not sure if the bloodstains on them can be washed off. It's unlikely that they can be washed off. I plan to take them back to school and see if I can get a new set or buy one. He would not make promises easily. Now that he had made a promise, he would definitely be able to do it. She believed that he would definitely be able to do it. Yi Jian smiled. Bloodstains are the hardest to clean. But if you can clean them, that would be the best. I will wash them very seriously. It was his first time washing someone's clothes, and it was his future girlfriend's school uniform, so he had to perform well. Letting Xia Jinyuan wash his clothes for him. Yi Qian thought about it for a while and felt that it was quite interesting. He did not wash the clothes immediately. Instead, he soaked them in water. After washing up, Xia Jinyuan sat beside Yi Qian for breakfast. After straightening out the matter, Yi Jian once again looked at the TV that had not been turned off. The 9 o'clock news had already started. However, it was all domestic news and had not been broadcasted to foreign news yet. After breakfast, Xia Jinyuan accompanied Yi Qian to watch the domestic news for a while before he got up and went to the bathroom. It was not easy to wash his future girlfriend's clothes, so he had to finish what he started. After soaking for 10 minutes, he could start washing them. After scrubbing hard, Xia Jinyuan looked at the light brown stains on the school uniform. He put it in the water and scrubbed it a few more times. He picked it up and looked at it again. There was no way to wash it clean, so he could only change it. Performance failure. There was a knock on the door. Ho Zi's assistant stood outside and respectfully handed the clothes to Xia Jinyuan. This is what you will wear today. When you come back, 10 sets of clothes will be prepared for you in the car. Brother Z is waiting for you in the underground parking lot. Ho Zi had already arrived at the parking lot. Xia Jinyuan could go straight to him after he changed his clothes. Thank you for your hard work. Xia Jinyuan took the clothes. After the man politely closed the door, he said to Yi Qian, the reason why I insisted on going out with you today is that after I change, you need to accompany me to Ho Zi's to pick out some goods. The goods are a little far away. I'm afraid you won't be able to go to the group training today. Then I won't go. Your matters here are more important. Choosing goods was choosing weapons. She would definitely go. When it was time for the 30-minute news broadcast, Yi Qian answered as he stared at the television screen. Yi Qian saw several dignitaries from the Middle East walking into the meeting in splendid attire. This was a religious exchange meeting. Xia Jinyuan, who had changed his clothes, came out and saw the news. His elegant and handsome face flashed with a trace of gloom. From the dark to the light, it seems like they are afraid. He suddenly said. Yi Qian's eyebrows twitched slightly. He looked at the television again. Religious exchange meeting? Did their beheading operation have anything to do with religion? The television screen flickered. Xia Jinyuan turned off the television. There shouldn't be any problems if it's on the domestic news. One of the people involved is a weapons expert. Chapter 902. The television screen flickered and Xia Jinyuan switched it off. He said calmly, there shouldn't be any problems if it's on the national news. One of them is a weapons expert. A weapons expert? A religious exchange meeting? Since it's a religious exchange meeting, the people who appear should be related to religion. Why is there a weapons expert? When religion and weapons are involved, it loses the meaning of religion and becomes a little bloody. Operation Decapitation? They were carrying out Operation Decapitation. A religious exchange meeting, a weapons expert. Yi Qian held his breath. This time, the target of the operation was someone from the religious exchange meeting. What they had taken care of was a person who had been secretly causing trouble for the Chinese side under the pretext of religious exchange. Such a person seemed sanctimonious, like a savior who promoted religion, but in fact, he was the real creator of blood and violence. Xia Jinyuan looked at the expression on her little face and understood. It seemed that his little fox knew who the decapitation leader was. As he buttoned his suit, his thin lips curled up slightly as he brought up a past incident. In the no man's land, there was an active soldier in the mercenary group that we dealt with together. This active soldier followed the person who used the name of Religious Exchange to enter Tibet. He came from China's borders as a believer and stole military intelligence from China's borders. He secretly spread bad ideas and tried to cause chaos at China's borders. Little fox, our country is at war everywhere. It seems peaceful, but there are many countries eyeing our country covetously. They want to take the opportunity to stir up trouble and weaken our country's strength to achieve their unspeakable goals. What we need to do is to eliminate these people who are secretly stirring up trouble. While warning other countries, we also need to maintain the stability of our country's borders. They were soldiers, and the duty of soldiers was to protect the country's security, the country's borders, the stability of the government, and the stability of the society. Once there was an abnormal situation that threatened the peace of the country, they would draw their swords. Yi Qian listened quietly. When he looked up, he saw Xia Jinyuan in a black suit standing in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he had changed from a powerful soldier to a calm and reserved businessman. He pursed his lips and smiled. "Captain Xia, you're a natural. Very suitable. Not bad." Xia Jinyuan adjusted his tie and his thin lips curled up slightly. In an instant, there was a noble and distinguished aura between his eyebrows. "How is it? Do I look more like it now?" It wasn't that. Xia Jinyuan was now a mature and steady business elite who exuded a distinguished aura. No matter how he disguised himself, he was always the noble Xia Jinyuan who stood at the top of the world. Yi Jian nodded with a smile. "You look alike. No one would be able to tell that Captain Xia is actually a soldier. Even if he came to her side with danger, he was still a soldier that she admired. Danger is always present. It depends on how you face. Regardless of whether you are relaxed or worried, the danger will never disappear automatically. And I choose to face it." Chapter 903. The danger is right there. The first thing we should think of is to solve it, not worry. Little fox, as a special forces soldier, even if you are just training, danger still exists. We have to face unexpected situations at all times. Being calm and collected is our attitude when facing them. There is no fear, no retreat, only forward. This is the mission and responsibility of a soldier. Yi Qian, you have to remember that we are always in danger. There is never a way out. The only way is to face it and solve it. Complete it. Do it without hesitation. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian's relationship was not just that of lovers. He would also tell Yi Qian what a soldier should be like. He would clearly tell Yi Qian all the dangers and difficulties that Yi Qian faced. He would not allow Yi Qian to have any thoughts of running away. He would be her closest comrade in the future. Uncle Zhen and Principal Chen could teach Yi Qian all the skills she needed to know, as well as how to be a person, how to make decisions in the military, and how to be strong in handling matters. Then, Xia Jinyuan would be the one who could truly get close to Yi Qian's heart. He would hold Yi Qian's hand tightly at any time and tell her that he was a soldier who had no way out once he put on the military uniform. Yi Qian was shocked when she heard that. He was teaching her, and when he saw that she had a problem, he immediately pointed it out sternly and told her clearly what she should do. That's right, he was right. No matter what attitude you use to face danger, the danger will always be there. It doesn't matter if you are afraid or timid, it won't go away. It's there, and you have to face it and solve it. There is no way out once you put on the military uniform, because you are a soldier. Yi Qian's clear eyes looked at the man who had repeatedly pointed out her mistakes. She saw the coldness in his eyes and also saw the hope he had for her. She nodded and said, "I understand. I will always remember it." Yi Qian was a girl who understood everything easily. Xia Jinyuan had said it so clearly, so naturally, she could see and think clearly. "Good girl, you're the best in my heart. You always will be." She was so smart and hardworking. No matter when, she could accept his criticism and criticism. She trusted him without any conditions. He would not let such a girl walk the path of ordinary. He would definitely hold her hand tightly and face the flames of war together. He needed a comrade like her, a girlfriend like her, and she needed a comrade like him, a boyfriend like him. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian were a circle, a circle that no one could separate. At 9:05 a.m., the students who stayed in the hotel last night woke up one after another. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan walked out of their rooms. Wang Jin, who slept on the same floor as them, yawned and opened the door. "I'm not eating breakfast. I have to go to my grandma's house for lunch. You guys go ahead." As Wang Jin spoke, he saw two figures walking in front of him. He did not immediately recognize them, but said to the boy who was staying with him, "There's a guy and a girl in front. I bet the guy is handsome and the girl is beautiful. Just looking at their backs makes me think they look good." Although Wang Jin lowered his voice, it was not low enough for Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian. "They're seniors from grade 3. Let's hurry up." Yi Qian hurriedly tugged on Xia Jinyuan's sleeve and walked even faster. Luckily, she was wearing a casual dress. If she was wearing a tight-fitting dress, her skirt would have been torn apart by her large strides. Chapter 904. Xia Jinyuan was a little worried. When would he be able to reveal his secret identity? He had no choice. He definitely couldn't reveal it now. It was better to avoid people's eyes and ears. When Xia Jinyuan saw that she was walking faster than a rabbit, a light flashed across his eyes and he revealed a mischievous smile. He reached out and put his arm around Yi Qian's shoulder. Just as she was about to scream in fright, Xia Jinyuan chuckled and said, "You're more likely to be discovered if you walk alone. Now you can lower your head and hide your face in my arms. It'll be safer." Yi Qian was so scared that her body froze. She raised her head and glared at him. "Xia Jinyuan, you. Shoo. Don't talk, little fox. There are 3 boys wearing the uniform of the provincial first high school coming over." Xia Jinyuan pulled Yi Qian deeper into his arms so that her delicate face was pressed against his chest. Only her small and delicate earlobes could be seen. "Then I'll wait for you at the bookstore in the afternoon. You two shouldn't oversleep." The girls walked over and stood on Xia Jinyuan's left side as they talked and laughed. As Yi Qian listened to their laughter, she held her breath and cursed in her heart, "Xia Jinyuan is a bastard." However, she couldn't help but admit that if he didn't hug her like this, he would definitely be discovered by the seniors. However, this combination was very strange. The girl hid her head completely in the man's arms, even when they entered the elevator. It was so strange that the seniors who didn't pay much attention to them stole glances at them. After glancing at them, the 3 students simultaneously retracted their gazes. Then, the 3 of them secretly looked at each other and all of them pursed their lips and smiled embarrassedly. This guy was even more handsome than Yang Heng. However, he was a little cold, so they didn't dare to look at him for too long. In the elevator, Yi Qian's hands were tightly gripping onto Xia Jinyuan's clothes. Wang Jin, who was walking slowly upstairs, suddenly turned back after passing a row of rooms. He stared at the room number that he saw the girl and the guy walk out of. Wasn't this Yi Qian's room? That man and woman had walked out of Yi Qian's room. Holy shit! Was that woman's back view Yi Qian? Who was that man? It couldn't be Yang Heng. Yang Heng was tall, but he wasn't as tall as the man just now. The most important thing was his temperament. Yang Heng didn't have the temperament of the man just now. "Yang Heng, you have a love rival. Your love rival even came to your aunt's hotel to kidnap Yi Qian. The other party is very strong. You're in big trouble. I have to find Yang Heng. Something big has happened." Wang Jin threw his backpack and ran toward the elevator. As a brother, he had to tell Yang Heng about it. Wang Jin, who needed to go home immediately, ran straight to the restaurant and found Yang Heng. He said, "You have a love rival." "Love rival? What nonsense are you talking about?" Yang Heng had already finished his breakfast. Being blocked by Wang Jin, Yang Heng laughed and patted his friend's shoulder. Even though Wang Jin had purposely come to tell him about Yi Jian, Yang Heng's expression was obviously gloating. Yang Heng laughed and said, "Brother, you've really misjudged her. I don't have any feelings for Yi Jian, unlike you guys who were green with envy when she got into the car." Wang Jin didn't believe him. He looked at him with a look that said, "Stop pretending. Who would believe that you don't like Yi Qian? We want to pursue her, but we don't have the ability to do it. We don't dare." "It's not that I don't dare, but I think it's better to be friends with Yi Qian. As for the strong love rival you mentioned, if he really exists, then he is indeed a good match for Yi Qian. Chapter 905. After a while, Wang Jin glared at him and said, "Damn, you really don't have any ideas." "Not at all. You guys are just making a fuss." Yang Heng smiled. His clean and handsome face did not have a trace of abnormality. "All right, hurry up and eat breakfast. I have to go home with my mom." His cousin was coming back to China and would be having lunch at his house, so he had to go home to prepare. As for Yichen, Wang Jin was sure he was not mistaken. He had looked for her this morning and did not see anyone in her room. Wang Jin saw that Yang Heng really did not care and felt that it was meaningless. Sigh, to think that he ran all the way here to snitch. He waved his hand and said weakly, all right, I won't send you off. Damn, I'm hungry from running. Let's eat something before we go." Yi Qian's dress was quite nice. Even her back was beautiful. It's a pity you didn't see it. The waiter in the restaurant was clearing up breakfast. Yang Heng pointed and reminded him kindly, "You can eat a few pieces of cake to fill your stomach. Otherwise, you can go out and eat some buns." Not only did he see Yi Qian in the dress, but he also saw how she looked in it. The ethnic dress on her was stunning and beautiful. Yi Qian was an orphan, a girl who grew up in the army. It was not strange for anyone to be around her. Therefore, there was no need to find it strange. Wang Jin ran into the restaurant and suddenly ran out to chase after Yang Heng. "Let me ask you something. Last night, I told Yi Qian that Yao Jing was her rival. She said something that I didn't understand at all. She said to ask you, you must know." He repeated what Yi Qian said last night. "If it's because of Yang Heng, she is not my rival. If it's not because of Yang Heng, she is indeed a rival." He asked Yang Heng with a face full of curiosity, "Do you understand?" Yang Heng understood and chuckled. "She meant that if she were to pursue me, Yao Jing is not her rival at all. I would choose her directly. If she doesn't pursue me, Yao Jing will be her rival in life. Do you understand?" "Damn. So that's what it meant." Wang Jin rubbed his face and chuckled as he asked him, "So when you said that Yi Qian wanted to pursue you, did you really agree? Didn't you just say that there was a man with a very strong aura who was more powerful than me who left Yi Qian without saying a word? What you are thinking of simply does not exist." Yang Heng patted his classmate's head, who was always slow to react. He carried his backpack and gave Wang Jin a look that said, "Be smart." Then he left handsomely. "Heng, over here." When Mother Yang saw her son coming over, she elegantly raised her hand to signal him to speed up. "Your aunt has already picked up Anchi. We have to go home quickly. Also, have you spoken to Xiao Yi? Invite her over for dinner tonight." Yesterday, she had said that she would invite her home for lunch this afternoon. Now that she had to change the time, she had to go and inform her. Yang Heng opened the car door and smiled. "Mom, I have something to do on Saturday. Let's talk about it next time." "You child, I clearly said that I would invite her for lunch last night. Now that your cousin went back on her words, you still..." Mother Yang said as she bent over to get into the car. Her expression was so serious that Yang Heng felt helpless. "Mom, Yi Qian has her own things to do. She already said that it's fine. Why are you still thinking about it?" Mother Yang heard her son's helplessness. She raised her hand and patted his head. "What do you know? Mom and Dad asked you to invite Yi Qian home for lunch because they have something to do." Chapter 906. Thinking about what happened last night, Mother Yang's face turned a bit cold. "Your Uncle Yao's family left last night with resentment. Also, you heard the words that little girl Jingle shouted afterwards. I still get angry when I think about it. Jing is so stubborn. Little Yi is alone and has no elders to support her. This child's character is so pure that it makes people feel sorry for her. I'm thinking of acknowledging her as my goddaughter and finding you a younger sister." Yang Heng was stunned. "Goddaughter? Find me a younger sister? Mom, why were you so agitated last night? Didn't my dad comfort you last night? Goddaughter? You have to get Yi Qian's approval first." Yang Heng couldn't help but laugh. His mother was really funny sometimes. What era was this? Goddaughter? How did she think of that? Mother Yang laughed and scolded, "You child, your dad also thinks that my idea is good. But are you not happy? Fine, if you're not happy, I won't mention it. It's not that I'm not happy. Having a younger sister like her is quite impressive. Yang Heng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought about it seriously. It was not bad. Being a friend was not as good as being a sister. Why don't I ask on Monday? I still have to get Yi Qian's approval. When Uncle Yao and his family know about it, they will restrain themselves. The mother and son were seriously considering it in the car. A black car drove out of the underground garage and headed towards the suburbs. We don't have a lot of goods. They are all light weapons. I don't think you can take the cannons with you. We have enough pistols and bullets. In the car, Ho Zi didn't avoid the topic just because Yi Qian was there. Family Xia even brought the little girl along. To be honest, he was thinking that he wasn't afraid that someone would find trouble with the little girl. After thinking about it, he felt that he was worrying too much. Young Master Xia wasn't worried and the little girl didn't look scared at all. It was obvious that they weren't afraid of trouble at all. Since they were both bold and fearless, what else did he have to worry about? He could avoid the topic. Xia Jinyuan trusted Ho Zi's arrangements. He said calmly, "Brother Zi, you can make the arrangements. Southern Province is your territory. I don't need to worry about anything. I really can't worry about you. You only said that you killed someone overseas. I don't know what kind of person you killed." Ho Zi had a smile on his face the entire time, and his voice no longer had the coldness that could not be hidden from before, but carried a hint of lightness. "Just now, I told a few brothers in the underworld to pay attention to anything. I've also sent people to the hotel. If anyone sneaks in, we'll know immediately." Not. He came and attacked. It's not like he's a monster with only one head. But the other party is here to take your lives. Aren't you afraid? He didn't believe that a little girl could be so calm that she wasn't afraid of death. Yi Qian wasn't afraid at all. She had been reborn. She already knew what death felt like. What was there to be afraid of? Now, she wasn't afraid that someone would come looking for her. She was afraid that no one would come looking for her. Her eyes gradually darkened and turned cold. A murderous aura appeared in her dark eyes. She maintained her calm smile and said slowly, "What's there to be afraid of? He wants to kill me. I want to kill him too. I'll kill the person who wants to kill me first. There's nothing to be afraid of." Chapter 907. His words were so domineering and confident. Even Ho Zi, who was in the underworld, was stunned by his words. Good boy. He was able to say such responsible and confident words at such a young age. It was true that one should not question a hero's background, and one should not bully the young. After a while, Ho Zi couldn't help but applaud. "Old Six, you're very lucky to be able to say such words. Zi Gu supports your decision. Even if you're young, you have to act in advance. Kill the person who wants to kill me in advance." That was what he thought back then, and that was how he got to where he was today. You're not afraid of anyone, but you're afraid of yourself. You're the one who destroyed your own hope and lost your own life. It was a bit far from the Venus Hotel to the place where the goods were hidden. It took more than 2 hours to drive. The place where the goods were hidden was a scenic area developed by Ho Zi, the Dalong Mountain Scenic Area. This was a scenic area developed by Ho Zi and the government in cooperation. It was filled with the latest foreign resources and had everything you wanted to do. There was also a very large golf course and a shooting range. Just these 2 projects alone were enough to attract countless rich people to come and visit. At the end of October, the maple leaves on Dalong Mountain were all red. There were also many tourists who came to enjoy the scenery. Yi Qian sat in the car and also enjoyed the beautiful scenery along the way. Ho Zi's personal phone calls were very few. There were only 2 calls in 2 hours. One of them happened to be someone who invited him to play golf at Dalong Mountain. The other party even brought his own client. "You 2 go back to the villa and wait for me. This person has some background in the underworld in the north. I'll come over after I say hello." The car entered the scenic area at around 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Ho Zi gave a few instructions to the driver before getting out of the car and leaving. On the way, Xia Jinyuan spoke very little. Yi Qian noticed that his hand was in his trouser pocket. He was holding his phone and waiting for his comrade to call. He was waiting patiently. There was no trace of impatience on his handsome face. His gaze was as calm as a city in the sky. Occasionally, he would even raise his eyes to look at the beautiful scenery and point it out to her. From this, Yi Jianjian could see the distance between him and her. The car drove all the way to the villa's parking lot. Xia Jinyuan did not ask the chauffeur to get out of the car and open the door. Instead, he pulled Yi Qian out of the car and said, "You go in first. I'll come over later." He gently squeezed Yi Qian's palm, indicating for Yi Qian to be more careful. Although Ho Zi was someone he trusted, Yi Qian was a comrade he trusted enough to put his life in her hands. After the early autumn, the weather became cooler day by day. When they reached the mountains, the temperature dropped even lower. Yi Qian got out of the car in a dress. The wind in the mountains blew, and she couldn't help but shrink her shoulders slightly. "Put on your clothes and go in quickly." Xia Jinyuan's suit jacket was draped over Yi Qian's shoulders. Under the faint sunlight, the man who was looking down at her had exquisite facial features. When the sunlight shone on his face, it made her feel at ease. Yi Qian adjusted her clothes and followed the chauffeur into the villa. The signal in the mountains was not very good. Xia Jinyuan walked for about a kilometer before he stopped. Looking at the pitiful 3 bars of signal on his phone, Xia Jinyuan smiled slightly. His slender fingers quickly typed a set of numbers and sent it out without any punctuation. The mountain road was not easy to drive on, and the car they were in was quite old. However, the G3 never doubted that this car, which came from a small county, would be scrapped. Chapter 908. The phone in his trouser pocket vibrated slightly. As it was shaking, G3 turned his body and took out his phone. He took a good look at it. It was a set of numbers. He could not look at it in reverse. The first set of numbers was the geographical coordinates of the city limits. The second set was the district coordinates, the third set was the county coordinates, and the fourth set was the specific coordinates. After reading the message, G3 immediately erased the message and restored the phone to the factory settings. This was the most direct and safest way. It was simple and fast. If they still didn't receive any news from K7 after 3 o'clock, he and Xia Jinyuan would meet up and get rid of the snake that followed them into Nan province. Then, they would return to the battlefield to find their comrades. Whether they were alive or dead, they had to find their comrades. Never leave, never abandon, never give up. G3, who was wearing a straw hat, covered his face with it and closed his eyes to rest. There was still more than an hour before they arrived at Nan province. He could use this time to take a good rest. At this time, Ho Zi led Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian to his weapon collection room. The entire room was filled with wooden display cabinets. It looked like a jewelry store. All the handguns were placed one by one on the counter. They were in a mess, as if no one had maintained them for a long time. Xia Jinyuan looked around and said to Ho Zi, "Brother Zi, this is a small handgun arsenal. If something big happens one day, this is the first place you have to deal with. I've already considered this point. That's why I used wood to make all the cabinets. If something really happens in the future, I'll burn it down." Ho Zi replied with a natural expression. Her red phoenix eyes, which were so beautiful that they looked like they were drawn by a painter bit by bit, revealed a trace of coldness that seeped into her bones. A dangerous person who possesses the most dangerous thing is protection. It is also the most direct evidence of a crime. I have a hobby of collecting guns. I know that it's forbidden in our country. After I get them back through some means, I just put them on display. There was no one around Ho Zi. Even his personal bodyguards were outside the villa, which showed how cautious he was when it came to such matters. Ho Zi picked up a shotgun and smiled at Yi Qian. "It has a 6-round capacity. Doesn't it look like a shotgun?" He didn't want to continue on this topic. Xia Jinyuan didn't talk about it anymore. He turned around and picked out a gun for himself. This gun used to be called a shotgun or a musket. Now, it's sometimes called a shotgun. Brother Zi, it's not about whether it looks like a shotgun or not. This is a 1995 Benelli M1. Yi Jian took the shotgun made by the Benelli company from his hand and gently stroked the barrel with her finger. Under Ho Zi's surprised expression, she said indifferently, "This is developed for the military and the police. It uses the automatic recoil mechanism. This series of guns uses aluminum alloy magazines, which are light, sturdy, and durable. Unfortunately, it wasn't suitable for him and Xia Jinyuan. It had a 6-round capacity. Even if it had great lethality, it wasn't convenient to carry around. Hou Zi's impression of Yi Qian changed drastically. You even know about this? Yi Qian, are you really just a high school student? Are you really not hiding your age? Are you sure you're a student? While Yi Qian was talking, Xia Jinyuan picked up a Colt M200 pistol. Chapter 909. The Colt M2000 pistol fired 9mm labellum bullets. The gun was only 195 mm and weighed only 0.82 kilograms. However, the magazine had a capacity of 15 bullets and an effective range of 50 meters. Yi Qian put the shotgun back in its original position and glanced at the pistol he had picked. His gaze swept over all the guns and locked onto the Colt M2000 pistol. There are 3 in total. You can pick all of them. She walked to the display cabinet and picked up the other 2 Colt M2000 pistols from 2 different places. The shooting accuracy is very good. The power index is also very high. The ergonomics index is also not bad. You can bring all 3. Isn't that right, Brother Z? She asked him if he was right after she finished picking. Hou Zi raised his eyebrows and looked at the 2 pistols she had picked up in just a few seconds. He looked at Yi Qian thoughtfully and smiled. You know more about guns than I do. If you say it's right, then it's definitely right. Then we won't hold back. Also, Brother Z, you separated the guns and bullets. Where do you keep the magazines? Yi Qian waved the 2 Colt M2000 pistols in his hands. There was a faint sharpness on his beautiful face. When he held the pistols, even his aura changed from when he was carrying a backpack. When he saw Yi Qian holding the pistols, Hou Zi, the boss of the underworld, couldn't help but think to himself, what kind of girl did Xia Jinyuan find? Why is she so strange that it makes me feel a little guilty? There were no less than 200 guns in his small weapons room. He liked to collect them. After he collected them, he would play with them for a while and then put them aside. After a long time, he didn't even know where the pistols were kept. He also couldn't remember if he kept one or a few of the same type of guns. But this girl just glanced at them and picked up the 2 Colt M2000 pistols as if she knew where they were and could take them out with just a stretch of her hand. When Yi Wei said that she had a good memory, he was also very surprised. However, it was far from being surprised to the point where he felt guilty. There were only 2 people who had made Hou Zi feel guilty. The first one was the person who had single-handedly raised him to where he was today and was now enjoying his retirement on a small island in the Atlantic Ocean. The second one was Xia Jinyuan's girlfriend. Pull out the magazines from the lower compartment. They're all inside. Look for them yourselves. Hou Zi continued to observe Yi Qian. He wanted to see how good her memory was. He separated the magazine from the gun to prevent anyone from breaking into his collection room. Yi Qian tried pulling at the bottom of the wooden cabinet with both hands. After confirming it, he pulled harder. A drawer-like compartment was pulled out. Rows upon rows of magazines of various sizes were neatly placed in the drawer with a black velvet cushion. Compared to the guns that were casually placed on the wooden cabinet, the magazines were much neater. Go ahead and choose. After you're done, this place will cease to exist. Hou Zi opened the other 3 compartments together. There were magazines and bullets. Guns need bullets. The bullets in the magazines won't be enough. You can choose the bullets that you can use. He said that this place would cease to exist after you're done choosing. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively looked at Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan only smiled at her. Do you see the magazines? Brother Z is right. Guns need bullets. Chapter 910. So this is why he brought me and Little Fox here. Madam Xia Yi Wei, it seems like your plan is working. This man who can do whatever he wants in the underworld is cutting off his own path of retreat. Seeing the smile on his face, Yi Qian felt a lot more at ease. This meant that before Hou Zi brought them in, he had already made up his mind to destroy everything. This made her feel at ease. No wonder Xia Jinyuan said, if something big happens one day, this is the first place you have to get rid of. In fact, he was telling Hou Zi that this place had to be destroyed. Ho Zi really had the guts to destroy this place. However, Yi Qian felt that Ho Zi seemed to be doing something very important. He had started to destroy some evidence that could directly incriminate him, and the gun collection room was the first evidence he wanted to destroy. As for why, Yi Qian, who had never been interested in other people's private affairs, had no way of knowing why Ho Zi wanted to destroy this place. There were 3 Colt M2000 pistols in his hands, so he needed 3 magazines. Yi Qian scanned through the 3 rows of magazines, picked up the magazines one by one in front of Ho Zi, and threw them to Xia Jinyuan. Colt M2000 pistol magazine, capacity 15 rounds, loaded 15 rounds. She was very fast. Ho Zi, who had been paying attention to her, saw that her gaze swept across the rows of magazines, and she did not even look for them. She was even more familiar with the exact location of the magazines than he was. He was convinced, he was really convinced. Xia Jinyuan caught the 3 magazines that were thrown to him in succession and put them down one by one. He did not even need to check carefully, he just took them and loaded them. His expression was full of trust in her. Ho Zi saw this kind of trust in Xia Jinyuan, and his eyes darkened. He could vaguely see the attitude that Xia Jinyuan had towards relationships. He did not hide it, he was not afraid, he was only going to advance and retreat together. Now, the trust between them was like a lock, locking their every word and action, making it impossible for others to interrupt. Brother Z's collection of guns is very tasteful. These 2 are magazines for the M9, and these 2 are magazines for the Desert Eagle. There's a total of 7 pistols, and that's about it. Yi Qian had picked out the best of the best, especially the Desert Eagle, which was the king of pistols. If they really destroyed this place, it was better to take out the good guns and let Xia Jinyuan and the others use them properly. Ho Zi did not care anymore. He was only responsible for bringing the couple in. The couple was more familiar with everything else than he was. The magazines she picked out were all good magazines. Among the rows of magazines, she picked out the good ones in less than 3 minutes. What else did he need to care about? There's no dagger here. I'll get one for self-defense when the time comes. Just pick a few pistols. The rest of the guns are inconvenient to carry and can be easily recognized. Xia Jinyuan did not say much during the whole process. Yi Qian did all the work. After disassembling the guns, she could even reassemble them from a pile of scattered gun parts. Her eyes and hands were so sharp that from the time she picked up the handle to the time she finished assembling the gun, she did not even have to think about whether the parts in her hand were correct or not. This was because she could accurately pick out the correct gun parts from a pile of parts. He felt ashamed of his own inferiority when it came to such memorizing skills. What Ho Zi saw now was only the tip of the iceberg of Yi Qian. Just this side of him was enough to make him gasp in amazement. Chapter 9:11. Ho Zi had only seen the tip of Yi Qian's iceberg. What she didn't know was that after Yi Qian entered the collection room and scanned the entire display table, her brain was like a mobile high-speed computer, storing the models and positions of all the guns. You take these guns. These 2 are enough for me. After picking out the guns for Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian picked up 2 HKP-7M8 pistols for himself. These pistols used 9mm parabellum bullets, had 8 and 13 rounds, magazines, and had an effective range of 50 meters. Yi Qian picked this pistol because it had a low recoil and was so safe that it could be carried safely even if the magazine was loaded. If the magazine was loaded, it was easy to misfire, but this pistol wouldn't. Therefore, it could be quickly fired when necessary and could immediately remove the safety and fire. After picking out the guns and magazines, Yi Qian had finally found all the weapons they needed. There were a total of 9 guns and bullets. Xia Jinyuan had gained a lot. Holding Yi Qian's hand, they left the small gun storage room. Ho Zi was the last to leave. Before turning off the lights, he glanced at the collection room where the first gun was placed 15 years ago. After a flash of coldness in his eyes, he pressed the switch and turned to leave. He walked quickly without a trace of hesitation. An underground gun storage room that would no longer exist after tonight. Since he had already decided to abandon it, he wouldn't hesitate anymore. It had only been 10 minutes since they entered the basement and came out. The staff of the attraction had just delivered today's lunch to the entrance of the villa. Xia Jinyuan pushed the fridge to block the entrance to the basement. His eyes fell on a yellow hose pipe. This pipe had appeared by the gun counter before. It was a natural gas pipe. Ho Zi had laid the natural gas pipe in the basement. If there was an accident, it was indeed very suitable to blow up the entire gun storage room. Moreover, it was under the kitchen. When the time came, it could be said that a natural gas leak caused the explosion. Let's eat. After lunch, let's go back to the city. Ho Zi invited the two of them to sit at the dining table. He personally opened a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for Yi Qian. Yi Qian, I, Ho Zi, admire you. She was even more ruthless and resourceful than the 17-year-old Ho Zi when he was young. He couldn't admire her. She had single-handedly challenged more than 10 hooligans and crippled 7 of them. Tonight, she had talked about guns as she opened her mouth. This 17-year-old girl had shown him that there was always someone better than her. Yi Jian pursed her lips and smiled. She was like a flower that was quietly blooming. There was no lethality in her smile at all. Brother Z, Miao Zhan, I'm indeed a student. I'm a second-year high school student. What I know is just from him. He glanced at Xia Jinyuan, who had started eating gracefully, and continued with a smile, I learned from him. That's all I know. Ho Zi laughed. The girl was quite wary of him. He said to Xia Jinyuan, who acted as if it had nothing to do with him, you're really lucky to have such a good girl. Come, Brother Z, I'll toast you for your unique taste. Also, to your reminder. Thank you. You're welcome. Xia Jinyuan picked up his glass and lightly clinked it with Ho Zi's. I wish Brother Z's wishes come true. Ho Zi was overjoyed. Old Six words were always pleasant to hear. Now, he wished Old Six wishes come true. This matter must succeed. Cooperating with this territory was for no other reason than to prevent the woman he loved from being married to another man. Ho Zi, who was sitting at the dining table, was talking cheerfully and wittily. There was no trace of ruthlessness in his expression. Although he occasionally spoke with the arrogance of a superior, his words were always humorous and witty. Unconsciously, one would be deeply attracted to his conversation. Chapter 9:12. Xia Jinyuan's trust in Ho Zi could also be seen at the dining table. After everything was over, he directly told him that he would bring Yi Qian here to enjoy the scenery of Mount Dalong and would leave a little later. Indeed, you can leave a little later. The maple leaves on the mountain are all red. There are a lot of tourists at this time of year. You can enter from the small path behind the villa. You don't have to squeeze with the tourists. This was a tourist area developed by Ho Zi and the government. When it was being developed, he said that he needed a private mountain path. Thus, when he was designing the entire area, he paid a little more money to leave such a path. There was a private mountain road in the tourist area. Just by hearing about it, one could tell that it was extraordinary. Xia Jinyuan knew about Ho Zi's financial resources, so he did not look surprised at all. After thanking him, he was led by Ho Zi's bodyguard into Mount Dalong from the back of the villa. The bodyguard was only responsible for escorting them to the entrance. After watching them leave, he turned around and reported back. G3 will come to Mount Dalong. We will meet up with him later. After walking for a while, Xia Jinyuan said to Yi Qian in a low voice, when the time comes, cover for him and drive away directly. Yi Qian nodded slightly. He knew that Xia Jinyuan did not want Ho Zi's people to discover G3. Soldiers were soldiers and bandits were bandits. Regardless of his relationship with Ho Zi, the safety of his comrades was the most important thing. When G3 arrived at Mount Dalong, they would begin to deliberately reveal their whereabouts on Nanshan Hill. They would attract all the danger to themselves until the danger was over. After the matter in Southern Province was settled, they would set off directly from here and appear on the soil of another country as illegal mercenaries to search for their missing comrades. There were tens of thousands of maple trees on Mount Dalong. When Southern Province was promoting tourism, they would film the scenery of Mount Dalong all year round. However, Ho Zi had left a private path for them to enjoy the best scenery. There were mountains, rivers, and scenery. Yi Qian, who was going to visit Mount Dalong in the future, smiled and said to Xia Jinyuan, looks like Brother Z invested a lot here. Otherwise, the government would not have allowed him to leave a private mountain path. That's not the case. Sometimes, this road is also used by provincial leaders to receive VIPs and to climb the mountain for sightseeing. Xia Jinyuan walked a few steps ahead, occasionally stopping to wait for Yi Qian to come closer. It was rare for the two of them to have such a pleasant time together, and it made him have the urge to shorten 1 minute into 2 minutes. After about 40 minutes of climbing, Yi Qian, who was wearing a skirt, was so hot that her back was sweating. She picked up a fallen maple leaf from the bottom of a huge, towering rock to fan herself. Let's rest for a while. I'm all sweaty. These were Aunt Yangheng's clothes. She was planning to return them after washing them. She didn't want to get her sweat on them after wearing them once. She wouldn't be able to return them when the time came. Xia Jinyuan raised his head and looked at the rock. After circling around it, he put on his suit jacket and began to climb up the rock. When he reached the top, he lowered his head and looked at Yi Qian, who was still wiping her sweat and resting under the rock. Go up there and rest for a while. You can get some wind. When Yi Qian saw him climb up, she immediately went around and heard him say, "The place to enjoy the scenery of Mount Dalong is on this rock. Hurry up." There weren't many climbing points on the rock. It was high and steep, and one wouldn't dare to climb it if they didn't have the guts and skills. Yi Qian lowered her head and looked at what she was wearing today. She looked very ladylike, but none of the things she did had anything to do with being ladylike. Chapter 9:13. With a smile on her face, she walked towards Xia Jinyuan, who had already climbed up. He was at a high spot. She would climb up and enjoy the scenery with him. She had once said that she would use him and his troops as her goal. No matter when, as long as he reached out his hand, she would definitely walk towards him. The rock that no one had set foot on was not steep. Instead, it was flat enough for two people to sit side by side. There was also a backrest, which made it look like a natural stone chair. They could sit together and watch the clouds rise and the sun rise and set. This place is really good. If I hadn't climbed up, I wouldn't have been able to find it. Yi Qian took his outstretched hand and carefully stepped on the chair of the natural stone chair. Then she slowly bent down and sat down. You have a great view. You can enjoy the maple leaf scenery on this side of Mount Del. Xiajing, shall we come again when the maple leaves turn yellow? Yi Qian, who had taken the initiative to suggest a next date, looked up. Although the scenery was good, she was still worried about him. Is this the time for our next date? Xia Jinyuan laughed heartily. He held her in his arms and let her head rest on his shoulder. He said softly, when the maple leaves turn yellow, I will definitely put on my military uniform and accompany you to see thousands of maple leaves. There were thousands of maple leaves on Mount Del. When they were red, they were like clouds, and when they were yellow, they were like gold. When the weather was good, people from Southern Province City would come to see them and enjoy the beautiful scenery of all 4 seasons. Yi Qian gently closed her eyes and nodded. I have always believed in you, Xia Jinyuan. I have always believed in you. I have never disappointed you either, have I? It was like that in the past, and it will be like that in the future. His suit jacket covered their knees and let her head rest on his shoulder. This was the most peaceful and beautiful time for the two of them to be together. Even the indifferent little fox beside him took the initiative to approach him. Xia Jinyuan thought to himself, if the first time doesn't work, I have to at least try a few more times. Xia Jinyuan glanced at the bottom of the rock and saw a small, square and colorful aluminum foil bag. With his good eyesight, he took a casual glance and saw the English words on the aluminum foil bag clearly. Xia Jinyuan, who had originally planned to bring Yi Qian back to the hotel next time, wanted to get up and leave immediately after seeing an imported brand aluminum foil bag in a place like this. But the little fox seemed to like this place. Xia Jinyuan sighed softly and whispered, let me tell you something. The story of Xia Yiwei and Ho Zi. Why are you suddenly talking about them? Yi Qian immediately raised her head and looked at him with a puzzled expression. She frowned and said, did you discover something? His gun collection? Ho Zi brought us here to look at the goods. I'm guessing that he's starting to pull back. He kept hundreds of guns in his villa. These are direct evidence of his crimes. He started to destroy these things before marrying Xia Yiwei. Since she mentioned the gun collection, He decided to start from there. Xia Yiwei likes maple leaves very much. The second time she met Ho Zi was in Xiangshan. In order to take the most beautiful maple leaf scene, she was only 17 years old at the time and forced herself to a dead end. It was Ho Zi who risked his life to save her. This should be the place where the two of them watched the maple leaves together. Most people wouldn't notice. I think the two of us will have to choose a new place next time. Xia Jinyuan smiled faintly and pointed at the bottom of the rock. And this place is where the two of them do some private things. Why don't we go somewhere else now? Chapter 9:14. Yi Qian wanted to ask how he knew this was the place where Xia Yiwei and the others were meeting, but when he saw Yi Qian pointing at the bottom of the rock, he looked down. After he finished looking, Yi Qian looked up and said seriously, "We should leave immediately. This is their bed. We're sitting on their bed." So bold. They're doing intimate things on the rock. Aren't they afraid of falling? Aren't they afraid of being seen doing intimate things on the rock while admiring the beautiful scenery? Yi Qian didn't even dare to think about it. He grabbed the rock with both hands and stood up. He showed his toughness from training and quickly flipped over the rock without Xia Jinyuan's help. Xia Jinyuan was too embarrassed to say anything when it came to this. He had never used condoms before. Yi Qian didn't even need to say anything. He had never used condoms in his 2 lifetimes and had never even tried to understand them. Let's go to the main mountain path. The coordinates are clear, so G3 will be able to find us easily. Xia Jinyuan saw her awkward expression and laughed in his heart. He restrained his expression and said, "He should be here soon. We'll wait for him at the top of the mountain." If they met in a crowded place, they wouldn't attract attention even if they went down the mountain one after the other. There were metal fences on both sides of the private mountain path to prevent tourists from entering. After about 400 meters of the rock, they saw people guarding the end of the metal fences. When they saw the two of them, they immediately opened the fences. "Hello, Brother Xia. Z said that the car you want is parked in the villa's garage. You can go down and get the car keys from the security guard." The people guarding here were all Ho Zi's own people, so one could imagine how cautious he was. Xia Jinyuan nodded and thanked him. Then he held Yi Qian's hand and walked towards the main mountain path. Ho Zi is invincible in southern province. You can see his personal ability from a small matter. I even asked you to cover for me, but he already guessed that my comrades would come to the scenic area. It's good that we're friends. If we're enemies, he's definitely a terrifying opponent. Ho Zi doesn't seem like a person who can't differentiate between good and evil. He should be a person who will kill anyone who stands in his way. I don't think he would casually make a move if you don't intentionally hinder him. Although he had only met Ho Zi twice, Yi Qian's intuition told him that Ho Zi was a very principled person in the underworld. That was indeed the case. Otherwise, Xia Yiwei would not have been willing to give up the opportunity to return to the capital and choose to stay in the southern province after following him for 17 years. Walking to the main mountain road, because it was Saturday afternoon, there were more tourists coming to the mountain to see the maple leaves. Tourists came and went everywhere. There were also couples holding hands, laughing as they climbed to the top of the mountain. "Let's hold hands too." Seeing the fourth couple pass by, Xia Jinyuan stretched out his hand and smiled at Yi Qian. "Let's climb up together, shall we?" He only stretched out his hand, but he did not directly hold her hand. Yi Qian's fingertips twitched slightly. Then she calmly stretched out her left hand and placed it in his slender and strong hand. She did not even look at Xia Jinyuan's expression and hurriedly looked up the mountain. "It will take more than an hour to climb up. Do you have time?" "Yes, we have a lot of time. An hour is also our time." She stretched out her hand and Xia Jinyuan immediately held it tightly. "We have a lot of time." This was the first time she held hands in public. It was also the first time she stood under the sun with a man. How did it feel? Chapter 9:15. It felt like the warm sun in winter, so warm that it chased away the cold. It felt like the morning breeze in spring, blowing away the dampness of the rainy season. It felt really good. "I'm Yi Qian's boyfriend." "Yi Qian, who are you to Xia Jinyuan?" He held her hand and interlocked his fingers with hers. His deep voice was filled with joy as he smiled and asked her, "Who are you to Xia Jinyuan?" Finally, he was able to hold her hand in public like an ordinary couple. They were able to walk hand in hand intimately, letting others know at a glance that they were a couple. Xia Jinyuan felt like he had walked halfway through a long journey and finally saw the light of dawn waiting for him. In the face of the insatiable man, Yi Jian glanced at him and said calmly, "Who can I be to you? Captain Xia, don't think too much. I just don't want people to keep looking at me from time to time." He lifted his chin slightly and looked up. He chuckled softly and said, "I just don't want the people upstairs to keep looking at me. Am I thinking too much? It doesn't matter. We've already held hands. Are you afraid that I won't be able to win your heart?" Xia Jinyuan smiled until his dark eyes sparkled. He looked up calmly and swept his gaze across the faces of the single men in front of him. The moment his gaze landed on them, his indifferent eyes turned cold and ruthless. He immediately retreated with his gaze and looked at the men of Yi Qian repeatedly. Little Fox was dressed beautifully today. Even without her school uniform, she looked much more mature. Although she looked young and inexperienced, she had a calm temperament and did not look like a high school student. She looked more like a college student. She looked like a college student. Little girl, that's why she dared to hold hands with me. Yi Qian watched as he used his gaze to scare away the men who kept looking at her. He lowered his head and pursed his lips into a smile. She could always see a different Xia Jinyuan, a real Xia Jinyuan. It still felt good. His palms were dry and his slender fingers could still wrap around her hands. This was a pair of hands meant to protect the country. At this moment, he was holding her tightly, as if he was afraid that she would pull away in the next second. Yi Qian looked sideways at Xia Jinyuan, whose face was as perfect as a jade carving, and said softly, "Let's be together after I finish my college entrance exams. How about that?" Happiness came suddenly, but Xia Jinyuan's reaction was even faster. He even stopped walking and stared deeply at Yi Qian. "It's a promise. Can I go back on my word now?" Looking at his happy face, Yi Qian suddenly felt that she seemed to have agreed too quickly. So be it, he would always think of her. If love was the first thing that came to his mind, then she believed in him. She believed in love. She believed in a love that was so illusory that she had never thought of or embraced it. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. "You dare? Why wouldn't I dare? I'm not a gentleman." Under the urging of the passers-by behind, Yi Qian's eyes were filled with sweetness. He laughed and said, "I'm going back on my word now. What can you do to me?" What else could he do to her? That might not necessarily be the case. There were many ways to do so. Being able to stand side by side sweetly in action, this kind of love was too difficult to come by. He had thought of what he wanted to do to her 1,000,000 times in his heart. 1,000,000 times in his heart. Just thinking about it made his heart beat faster. Xia Jinyuan, whose smile was much more restrained, looked meaningfully at the smirking little fox. Later, he would find a deserted place and kiss her properly. Chapter 9:16. Previously in the hotel, she only touched him lightly. How was that enough? She couldn't do anything else, but kissing was still fine. A 17-year-old kiss was pure and innocent. Having her at the age of 17 was the luckiest thing for the 23-year-old Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan kept holding Yi Qian's hand as he pondered. When they passed by a stone tablet with a simple mountaineering map, he glanced at it and saw a green path labeled Lover's Path. Lover's Path. It's time to walk it. They were still climbing the main path with stone stairs. One step after another was enough to make one's knees weak. Some elderly people who were tired would rest in the stone pavilions. Ho Zi had put in a lot of effort to develop this scenic area. No wonder so many elderly people came to climb on Saturdays. There were many elderly and middle-aged people. There are a lot of people up ahead. Let's go this way. After walking for about 100 meters, Xia Jinyuan held Yi Qian's hand and entered a small path. He was so fast that Yi Qian, who was focused on climbing, didn't see a wooden sign with the words, "Lover's Path," on it. Lover's Path was a path for young people. It wasn't paved with stone slabs. It was a mountain path made by stepping on foot. If the trees on both sides were trimmed slightly, it would be a winding path suitable for lovers to climb. "It's too steep here. Let's go out, okay?" "Aya, It's too hard. My feet hurt. A woman's coquettish voice came from up ahead. A man coaxed softly, it's not steep. It'll be fine after we get past here. How about I carry you? After the sweet conversation, a woman's soft voice came from behind. Yi Qian stopped in his tracks and whispered to Xia Jinyuan, let's go later. Don't disturb them. This is a lover's path. It's a path for lovers. We can do what lovers do and not disturb each other. Xia Jinyuan was a man who was good at seizing opportunities. When she stopped, he pulled her into his arms and said, let's do a lover's thing. He didn't give Yi Qian a chance to escape. His voice was low and seductive. How was that enough for you at the hotel? You want to leave just because you've piqued my interest? Little fox, things aren't that simple. This road is fast. Don't think that it's very steep. It's straight and steep. It's not like the mountain road that goes up in circles. The last time we passed by, it was really fast. Someone was walking towards them, and it wasn't just one person. From the sound of the footsteps, there were at least 4 people. Yi Qian's body stiffened. He pushed against Yi Qian's chest and said, Xia Jinun, let go of me. Someone's coming. Let go of me. Not only did he not let go, but he also hugged Yi Jian even tighter in his arms. However, he also knew that she was shy in this kind of thing, so he hugged her and hid behind a maple tree. He let her lean against the maple tree, and her back was also facing the 4 young people who were walking over. What are you afraid of? They're all young people. They're all holding hands. This is a lover's path. Kissing and hugging are the most normal things to do. His voice was very low, as if he was enduring something. Listen, someone's kissing right in front of us. Yi Qian wanted to slap herself. She must have been muddle-headed to agree to hold hands. Then, she made a mistake and promised to be together after the college entrance exam. One wrong step after another, and she ended up in Xia Jinyuan's hands. Chapter 9:17. Other people are other people. What does it have to do with us? Don't push your luck, Hugh. Xia Jinyuan blocked all her words. Looking at her gently moving red lips, his heart itched like a cat was scratching it. She even said to wait until after he kissed her. Be it a beast or a minor, a 17-year-old Yi Qian was an apple in the Garden of Eden. He wanted to eat her. No, he wanted to kiss her. He couldn't eat her now. If he really did, he would be a beast. After being teased by her a few times in the hotel, he couldn't hold back anymore. He held the back of her head with one hand and kissed her fiercely. Yi Qian was stunned by his fierceness. She made muffled sounds of resistance and felt a sense of danger. Yi Qian wouldn't let herself stay put. Her body began to struggle subconsciously, but the result of her struggling was that his arm around her slender waist tightened and the kiss deepened. Xia Jinyuan. His throat made a short, muffled sound. Yi Jian only felt that the tip of her tongue had been kissed by him until it was congested and numb. He was so strong and domineering, which made her panic all of a sudden. They kissed again. Xia Jinyuan, who was quick-witted and eager to learn, began to have a certain level of skill. He gently sucked on the tip of her tongue and slowly teased her lips with an irresistible gentleness. Yi Qian couldn't resist such a skillful kiss. She accidentally let out a mm. After the sound came out, she felt all the blood rush to her face. Her face was so red that it was burning. Xia Jinyuan chuckled. It seemed that he had improved again. Practice makes perfect. If he was given more opportunities, he would definitely improve his professional skills. Look, who would notice us, silly? No one would come to watch us. Just like how when we find people kissing, we would be kind and try not to disturb them. Let's walk over quickly. His voice became more mellow and hoarse. The ambiguity in his tone became more obvious. How is it? Did I improve? Yi Qian closed her eyes. That voice just now made her shy to speak. That voice was very unfamiliar to her. It didn't sound like her voice at all. It was delicate and soft as if water could drip from it. Yet it was his own voice. She kept her eyes closed. She was so shy that even her eyelashes were trembling slightly. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but lower his head and place a gentle kiss on the lips. How can you be so shy? We are lovers, we will have intimate contact. What we do is a normal process for a man and a woman. Little fox, are you shy? Or are you resisting? Why don't we give it another try? He lowered his head as he spoke, and his hot breath blew on her face. Yiqian was so shocked that she quickly opened her eyes. However, she didn't look at him first. Instead, she looked around guiltily. Then, she gritted her teeth and said, "Xia Jinyuan, do you want to see how old the girls kissing are? I'm still young. How dare you kiss in public? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Also, your identity. Oh, so she wasn't resisting. She just couldn't kiss in public." Xia Jinyuan had an epiphany. He smiled and said, "Well, let's find a place where there is no one around next time. A place where no one will see or discover us. For example, in a room. What do you think?" Chapter 9:18. You're not even qualified to be a Special Forces soldier. How on earth did you pass the test of lust? Yiqian, who had gone from blushing to gritting his teeth, glared at him with a harmless gaze. It's obvious that you can't pass the test of lust. They had all undergone special training in this area. The male Special Forces soldiers had undergone a series of brutal physical and psychological training to ensure that lust had no effect on them when they were held captive. With the crisis averted, Yiqian regained his sharpness. Look at you, you're always thinking about such nonsense. Your special training was all for nothing. When the time comes and a prettier woman stands in front of you, won't you just surrender? This was an interesting topic, and it was also a question that had puzzled him for a long time. They had indeed undergone special training in lust. They were so strong-willed that they had no interest in such things. In the words of the G3, the Snowfield Brigade soldiers were all vegetarians. But Yi Qian's willpower was as weak as a piece of paper, easily broken with a poke. For this operation, they had appeared in the black market as illegal mercenaries. The naked women in the black market had walked past him one by one. The wine he wanted had been pushed to a black mercenary. He had no interest in it at all. There was nothing wrong with his willpower. Women's charms had no effect on him, except for Yi Jian and the shy little fox in his arms who looked like a peach blossom. He was certain that as long as the person in his arms was her, his breathing, heartbeat, brain reaction, and thoughts would all be affected. Especially when they were alone, he would want to do something naughty. After he was done, he felt so good that it was as if he had slept for 3 days and 3 nights. He was so energetic that he could crawl 2 kilometers with 20 kilograms of weight on his back. I definitely won't surrender. I've already encountered what you're talking about 10 days ago. I didn't act on impulse at all, so don't worry, I'm fine. I won't embarrass my little fox when I walk out of here. He used the tip of his handsome nose to touch Yi Qian's slightly wrinkled nose. He smiled faintly and looked at her with eyes as gentle as water. The faint fragrance of her body lingered at the tip of his nose, allowing him to peacefully enjoy this brief moment of peace. He had already met her 10 days ago. Had he met a great beauty? Yiqian turned his head away and harumphed, "You think you're reassuring? I really don't feel at ease. Do you still want to go to the mountaintop? If G3 doesn't see you when they come over later, they'll write, 'delayed military intelligence,' in their report, and you'll be in for it. Don't worry. I don't have any feelings for other women, except for you. However, we really need to leave quickly. He's probably already in the scenic area." Xia Jinyuan seemed to know that she would be angry because of what he said. After finishing the first half of the sentence, Xia Jinyuan immediately talked about the serious matter in the second half of the sentence. He successfully stopped Yi Jian from punching him again. However, the corners of his mouth curled up subconsciously. There was a hint of complacency and pride. She believed him when he said he wasn't interested in other women. They kissed and opened their hearts to each other. One promised to wear the military uniform when he came back, and the other promised to be together after the college entrance examination. Although it was only a few hours of interaction, they had gained a lot. Chapter 9:19. Along the way, their hands never left each other. Both of them had good stamina and did not stop along the way. Other people would take more than 2 hours to climb to the top of the mountain, but the two of them only took 1.5 hours. When they reached the top of the mountain, Xia Jinyuan said softly, G3 is here. 8 o'clock straight ahead. Let's go over. G3 was wearing a brand new set of sportswear and was holding a pair of binoculars rented from a scenic spot. Through the binoculars, he saw Q King and Yi Qian walking over side by side. K7's message was cut off. He sent a fake message in the early hours of the morning. As the two of them walked over, G3's hoarse voice could be heard. With Yi Qian on guard, he quickly conversed with Xia Jinyuan. T6 contacted me through K7. He and V8 are already on their way. The two of them had only exchanged a few words when Yi Qian suddenly grabbed Xia Jinyuan's arm and pointed to the cable car. Xia Jinyuan, let's take the cable car. I'm a little cold and want to go down the mountain. His finger gently drew on Xia Jinyuan's arm and wrote the word Z. Ho Z had left someone at the top of the mountain. It didn't seem like they were there to keep watch, but more like to observe. That's right, they were there to see who Xia Jinyuan would meet. Ho Z wanted to see who Xia Jinyuan would meet. Perhaps he could guess what position the proud Xia Jinyuan, who was ranked 6th on the list of family Xia, held in the military every time Xia Yiwei mentioned him. He just wanted to take a look and didn't have any ill intentions. Who would have known that Xia Jinyuan was a Special Forces soldier, and the person he was meeting was also a Special Forces soldier? Furthermore, Yi Qian was on guard during their meeting. How could anyone have seen them? He had noticed something strange and left early on. You didn't see him? Ho Zi, who was playing golf with his friends, received a call from the top of the mountain. Hearing this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he instructed, Forget it, you guys don't have to look for her. He didn't even see anyone. The people he sent out were no match for Family Xia's 6th brother. Not to mention Family Xia's 6th brother, even the little girl beside him was very powerful. He had asked his men to walk around the mountain on a whim. Since they didn't find anything, there was no need to look for it. It did not take long for the cable car to travel from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. G3 was the first to get off and blended into the crowd of tourists. In the blink of an eye, he walked out of Yi Qian's sight. She could not help but ask Xia Jinyuan, Did he leave? No, wait for us in front. You go and drive. Xia Jinyuan squeezed her hand. Like an ordinary couple, he openly held his girlfriend's hand and walked down the mountain. Before we get rid of this snake following us, G3 will always be with us. He's in the dark while we're in the light. Yi Qian nodded gently. In the sparse crowd, she tried her best to get closer to Xia Jinyuan so that her words would not be overheard by others. The three of us should work together to solve the problem in Nan province as soon as possible so that you guys can leave as soon as possible. Okay, no later than tomorrow night. So, little fox, from now until tomorrow morning, you'll have to stay by my side for about 48 hours. Let me see if you've regressed within 48 hours. You haven't trained for more than 10 days since you came back from Ba. It was easy for her to become rusty if she did not train for more than 10 days after her hand was grazed by a bullet. She did not train with the soldiers, but she had been training under Principal Chen's arrangement all this time. She raised her eyebrows and her beautiful chin slightly. It's just that I didn't increase the amount of training. My daily basic training is 365 days, and it won't be interrupted no matter what. Chapter 920. Not even on special days? Looking at her smiling face that was like a flower and her eyebrows that were filled with sunshine, Major Xia inadvertently started to become energetic again. This energy was like the tip of a bamboo shoot that emerged from the spring soil. It could not be broken even if one pinched it, and it grew day by day. Yi Qian unceremoniously elbowed him in the chest, causing Major Xia to clutch his chest and twist slightly. I was wrong. Despite the pain, he quickly grabbed her hand and did not let go. He softly begged for mercy. I was really wrong, I deserved to be hit. But I didn't mean anything else, I was just concerned. Don't all girls have special days? You're still growing, you can be harsh on yourself, but on special days, you really don't have to. Xia Jinyuan, I want to tape your mouth shut. Yi Qian forcefully shook off his hand, her pink face flushed red, as if she was angry. But in her anger, her frown and smile made passers-by think that she was an angry girlfriend acting coquettishly with her boyfriend. Xia Jinyuan's voice became softer and warmer. It's not too late for you to seal it when we're back in the room. Now is not the time. G3 is in front. He'll laugh at me if he sees it. Laugh at you for what? Yiqian snorted and glared at him coquettishly. Does he dare to laugh at you? It was a good sign that she was already protecting him before they were even together. Xia Jinyuan's smile deepened. He did not realize that in his deep eyes, there was an almost unconditional affection for her. Yes, he doesn't dare to laugh. If he dares to laugh, your fists won't let him off. That's not what I meant. I meant that he doesn't dare to laugh at you because of your status. Yiqian was angered by his twisted logic. Just you wait, there will be a good day for him. Don't talk about things that make me embarrassed. If you do, I'll remember it. Sooner or later, I'll settle the score with you. This threat was big enough. Xia Jinyuan, who understood the situation, immediately shut up and naturally changed the topic. Silly, no matter what our status is, he won't laugh. He'll only give us his blessings. Although her chest was still aching, it could not beat the sweetness in her heart. It was so sweet that her heart felt as if it had brewed honey from 100 flowers, fragrant and sweet. Holding her hand tightly, he strode forward and said in a low and deep voice, as if he was making an oath, "We'll make them give us their blessings and never let go of each other's hands. You are my lover and my comrade." Yes, you are my lover and my comrade. I have to thank you for holding my hand throughout the journey, teaching me step by step. Xia Jinyuan, I'm really grateful to you. Holding his slender and broad hand, Yi Jian walked out with her head held high. She was as cold as the young major beside her. She hoped that they would continue to walk together like this, through all the hardships, and never leave each other. At this moment, she was indeed hoping for that. Unknowingly, they caught up with G3 again. The three of them walked at a moderate pace and even communicated secretly when no one was paying attention. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Yiqian said to Xia Jinyuan, "I'll get the car. Wait for me." G3 also knew that she could drive. After Yiqian left, G3, who was standing under a tree, said to Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in front of him with his hands in his pockets, "Yiqian seems to know something. Did you tell her?" Chapter 9:21. She doesn't know who we killed, but she knows everything. Xia Jinyuan looked at the end of the decapitation operation and quickly separated from his comrades. He raised his fist and smiled. "Congratulations." G3 extended his fist. After the two men's fists lightly bumped, G3 understood. The fact that the military agreed to let Yi Jian join must have something to do with you. Otherwise, they wouldn't let her join such a dangerous mission. That's right, but I really didn't tell her before. Xia Jinyuan tapped his head, and the smile in his eyes was brighter than the blue sky. She's very smart. I only told her that I was changing my clothes along the way, but she suddenly reacted so quickly that I almost told her everything. G3 was speechless. Why did he sound like he was showing off? After a moment of silence, he said, J5 is recuperating. This time, the team suffered a heavy loss. After this is over, think of a way to get someone to write the 10,000-word report. Let K7 do it. Although he's a forensic doctor, he's very logical. Let him write it. He hadn't found anyone yet, but he had already agreed to let him write the report. Of course, he also hoped that his comrade could return safely. There were some words that couldn't be said while crying like a girl. Saying it in a different way would make him feel much better. We're all waiting for him to come back and write it. The car is here. There's good stuff in it. Get in the car and check it out. Yiqian picked them up for us. She finished picking them out in 5 minutes. The sound of a car engine came from afar. A white imported Mercedes-Benz was driven over by Yiqian. An old man crossed the road. Xia Jinyuan saw that she stopped steadily and gave way to the old man out of courtesy. G3's gaze landed on Yiqian, who was sitting in the car. A faint smile appeared on his face. She's very strong and used to our life. Q King, it was the right choice to take action against a girl like her. Other girls can't accept our life, but Yiqian can. Moreover, She will work hard to integrate herself into our lives. If I meet such a girl, even if she has a boyfriend, I will snatch her away." Xia Jinyuan chuckled softly and said, "After the matter in southern province is settled, we have to prepare some masks for our trip to the desert. Last time, I inhaled a little too much dust and sand. I can still cough out sand after 2 days back." After settling the domestic affairs, Xia Jinyuan needed to go to a country near the desert where there was little rain. The city's plumbing was well designed, but it was a little too short, which made them feel a little uncomfortable. "If you don't find it tiring to carry me, that's totally fine." After G3 finished speaking, he saw the car drive over again. After seeing the brand of the car clearly, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "What kind of friend did you make? How generous. If nothing goes wrong, we'll start racing tonight. We need a good car." Xia Jinyuan didn't even let Yi Qian get out of the driver's seat. He opened the back door and bent over to get in. G3 followed behind him. Ho Zi's people only appeared at the top of the mountain. When Yi Qian took the car keys, Ho Zi's most valued assistant said, "Brother Z said that he didn't mean any harm. He just wanted to take a look. If he did, how could he have so generously borrowed such a luxurious car? Please tell Brother Z that Lao Lu and I believe in him." Yi Qian's reply was so straightforward that Ho Zi, who was playing shooting with his friends, burst out laughing when he heard his assistant's message. Chapter 9:22. Interesting, this young lady is indeed interesting. Her heart is extraordinarily big, and she has the boldness to achieve great things without bothering about trifles. This young lady does not have a family background, but in terms of character, she is definitely worthy of Xia Jinyuan. After getting into the car, Yi Qian relayed the message from Ho Zi to Xia Jinyuan. "It seems like Brother Z is starting to make preparations. I wonder if there are any movements in the city? Do you want to contact him?" "No, he will confirm if there are any movements. He will contact me after he confirms." After getting into the car, Xia Jinyuan was no longer Xia Jinyuan's boyfriend, but a soldier who fought for the country. His gaze was piercingly cold and carried a murderous intent. "There are some goods in the travel bag in the back. G3, take a look." The travel bag containing the guns was placed in the back seat. G3 unzipped it and his eyes lit up. Good heavens, there are a total of 9 pistols. 2 Desert Eagles, 2 M9s, 3 Colt M2000 pistols, and 2 HKP-7 M8s. They were all top-notch pistols. They are all good stuff. Q King, your friend has good taste, but there is also a big problem. Illegal possession of firearms and ammunition is a violation of firearms regulations. A prison term of 3 to 7 years is inevitable. G3's voice sounded like gravel grinding on gravel from the back seat, and there was a hint of coldness in his voice. Xia Jinyuan turned around and looked at G3, who obviously had "very satisfied" written on his face and was secretly warning him. He smiled and said, "It is indeed a big problem for him to risk his life to get the guns for the 3 of us. Even the military knows about it." "I don't care if the military knows about it or not. I only care about you." G3 fiddled with each gun before putting them back into the travel bag. He stared coldly at Xia Jinyuan. "I only care about you. I don't care about anyone else. I only care about you because you are my comrade. Knowing but not reporting is also a crime." Yi Qian tightened her grip on the steering wheel. What was G3 worried about? She had been worried about it before. Knowing and not reporting it was also a crime. Xia Jinyuan knew that Ho Zi had a gun, but he concealed it. This was a crime. The few tails that I left in Hongkou City yesterday should have already entered the southern province. Check their tracks first. You can have a good rest now. I will take care of things that have nothing to do with our mission. Xia Jinyuan knew what his comrade was worried about. He did not need to deal with these things. Ho Zi would naturally take care of it. Yi Jian's straightened back gradually relaxed. She knew that Ho Zi would deal with it, but she was afraid that G3 would mention in the report that they were carrying out a mission in the southern province and the source of the guns and ammunition. Xia Jinyuan would definitely be brought in for questioning. Now that even the military knew about it, there was no such thing as Xia Jinyuan. G3, who was no longer worried about the source of the guns, got into the car and closed his eyes. The tracks are easy to check. Check the provincial records. I will take a nap. Looking at King Q's refreshed appearance, it was obvious that he had slept soundly last night. But he didn't. Last night, he had walked for half the night before sitting in the county minibus that was still making clanking sounds. He had to take a nap to recover his energy. Yi Qian glanced at him. G3's skin was a healthy wheat color. The dark circles under his eyes were not as obvious as Xia Jinyuan's, but the tiredness on his face was obvious after he got into the car. Just like Xia Jinyuan, he did not have a good rest. Go to sleep. Yi Qian and I will watch over you. K7 was missing and J5 was recovering. Although the mission was successful, they had paid a high price. Chapter 923. The Snowfield Brigade members who were scattered all over the country reported their situation after their condition stabilized. The military also received their reports and knew that there was a problem with K7's whereabouts. But the military did not take any action because they could not take any action. The foreign snake had entered the country, and there were also people monitoring the movements of the military. The spies operating underground could also appear at any time. For the sake of caution, the military decided to wait and see. With the Shuiyu regiment, a sharp sword that could both attack and defend, the Central Army believed in their abilities. This special unit was responsible for all the special forces. They were the country's shield and spear. If there was an accident, they had enough ability to deal with it. Yi Qian drove towards the city center. Bureau Chief Yang, who had been looking for her, had sent a few groups of people to look for her. The school had sent people to every place Yi Qian usually went to, such as the library, etc. They even sent people to the single-player arcade on the streets to look for her. Yang Heng, see where else she goes? Go and look for her personally. Bureau Chief Yang had already called home to look for Yi Qian. He needed her to go to the Transportation Bureau again. Yang Heng, who was helping Mother Yang prepare dinner at home, frowned. He thought for a while and said, Dad, Yi Jian and I see each other most often in school. Our relationship is not as deep as you think. I really can't tell you. His son did not know. Bureau Chief Yang immediately hung up the phone and called Principal Chow. He could only ask the principal if he could find Yi Qian. Yang Heng hung up the phone and looked up. He saw his aunt frowning and looking at him with a serious expression. Aunt, what happened to you? What happened? Isn't she still not awake? Angie, President Song's daughter, had been suffering from jet lag since she got off the plane. She couldn't take it anymore and fell asleep after lunch. Why is your dad looking for Yi Qian? Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Yi Qian is my savior now. I have to protect her. President Song was still afraid that his brother-in-law would call to make trouble. As he spoke, he picked up the phone and was about to call back. Yang Heng quickly hung up the phone and said with a smile, No, the Bureau is facing a problem and they need Yi Qian to help them. She has a good memory and my dad knows that. Even if they ask her for help, there won't be any trouble. The Yang family and the Song family all found out that Yi Qian had saved President Song's life. Yang Heng's grandmother patted her chest, her heart racing. She took her daughter's hand and said, He's your lucky star. He saved you from disaster. Ting Lan, you have to thank him properly. You have to thank him properly, okay? Old people tended to be a little superstitious. Yi Qian had snatched the steering wheel and saved CO Song. The old man thought that he was his daughter's lucky star and their family's lucky star. You're not lying to me, are you? Why would your father need Yi Qian's help? What could she do to help? This won't do. I have to call your father. President Song was a man of his word. He was used to being a man of his word. If he was worried, he could not just listen to others. He had to find out for himself. Yang Heng knew his aunt's temper. He took his hand away from the phone and said, Go ahead. But the line might be busy. Chapter 924. He was looking for Yi Qian everywhere. Was his father planning to treat Yi Qian as a non-staff member? He should at least pay Yi Qian a salary. He couldn't let Yi Qian work for him for free. Auntie, can you tell my father that he always asks Yi Qian to do things for him and ask him to pay her a salary? Director Song, who was on the other end of the call, immediately smiled. You really know how to help your classmate. Okay, I'll pass the message to you. He dialed back. Just as Yang Heng said, the line was busy. Director Song could only call back later. Director Yang was on the phone with Principal Chow. After explaining his intentions, Principal Chow laughed heartily. You can only look for me if you want to find Yi Qian. Otherwise, you might not be able to find her even if you turn the entire southern province upside down. He had sent a few groups of people to look for her, but all the hotel receptionists said they didn't see her. Yi Qian hadn't checked out of her room either. There were still people guarding her room to see if she would return to the hotel. Finding Yi Qian was harder than finding the governor, mayor, or principal. There was no other way. She didn't have a communication device with her and was always elusive. It was indeed difficult. Principal Chow couldn't find Yi Qian directly either. He just knew how to find Yi Qian. It wasn't until 4 p.m. that Yi Qian found out from Regiment Commander Liu that Principal Chen was looking for her. She had promised Regiment Commander Liu that she would go for training this afternoon, but she didn't go. She should at least give him a call. From Principal Chow to Uncle Chen to Regiment Commander Liu, Yi Qian finally called Director Yang. Xiao Yi, can you come to the Transportation Bureau right now? There's an emergency and I need your help. A car accident isn't a simple one. I'm afraid the driver saw someone he shouldn't have seen. Director Yang was still worried that Yi Qian would have to think twice before coming over. He simply told Yi Qian the results of the investigation so that she could be prepared. Yi Qian looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was taking off his suit jacket and putting it on the coat rack. She raised her eyebrows and whispered, "How's old Guan? Did you get any confirmation from him?" He stopped breathing when he was rescued. His wife also fainted. She hasn't woken up yet. None of old Guan's friends dared to call old Guan's parents back in Hunan. They only called old Guan's 2 brothers and his eldest daughter who is still in high school. Speaking of old Guan, Director Yang's tone became heavier. We'll deal with it when his family comes. The most important thing now is to find out if it's a man-made disaster. We didn't find the silver gray car, so we wanted you to come over and confirm it. Yi Qian would definitely not let it go if it was just a simple car accident. Now that it had become a man-made accident, Yi Qian only muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "All right, I'll come over now." "What's so urgent that you need to go out now?" Xia Jinyuan, who had taken off his coat, was about to put it back on. He had talked for more than half an hour with G3, who had just woken up after resting for 2 hours. His voice was still deep. The curtains were not drawn, and the light in the room was dim. His elegant eyebrows were tinged with coldness. "I'll go with you." It was best if they didn't separate. The snakes, lured from Hongkou City, were confirmed to have entered Nan Province yesterday morning. These snakes were not ordinary people. They were all well-trained mercenaries. They were good at reconnaissance, killing, and assassination. How could Xia Jinyuan let Yi Qian go out alone? Chapter 925. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qian didn't answer immediately. Instead, she thought for a while and said, "I suddenly feel that the car accident I encountered in the wee hours of the morning is not as simple as it seems. Those guys came to Nan Province from Hongkou City in the wee hours of the morning, and the accident happened at the entrances of 2 highways. One is the airport highway, and the other is the highway to Hongkou City." Xia Jinyuan, who had put on his black suit jacket again, had a slight movement in his dark eyes. His handsome face, which did not reveal any emotions, was not only cold in the dimly lit room, but also looked more unpredictable. "Do you suspect that the car accident last night had something to do with them?" "I didn't connect the two before, but Director Yang just said that the driver, old Guan, probably saw someone he shouldn't have, and that's why the accident happened." The wee hours of the morning, car accident, Hongkou City, mercenaries, death. If we look at the incidents separately, they are not connected, but if we string them together. Before Yi Qian finished speaking, Xia Jinyuan suddenly grabbed her hand. "Let's go and take a look. I trust your intuition. Bring a gun just in case." Of course he trusted her intuition. A woman's sixth sense had always been much sharper than a man's, and Yi Qian had been trained as a special forces soldier, so her intuition was more accurate. When he saw her bloodied school uniform in the morning, he naturally wondered if a foreign snake had bitten Yi Qian. The incidents that seemed like they wouldn't be connected, but if they were really separated and thought about it carefully, they would be connected. Looks like we don't have to wait. I'm afraid they've already found us. Yi Qian quickly opened a paper bag and took out a set of pure cotton sportswear. 1 minute, I'll change. On the way to the hotel, Yi Qian bought a set of sportswear from a clothing store on the street so that it would be easier for him to fight. After changing out of the skirt, Yi Qian put on the sportswear that could be used as a boxer, and when he walked out of the bathroom, he didn't look as stunning as he did in a skirt. Instead, he looked clean and valiant. Compared to wearing a skirt, Yi Qian preferred the sportswear that was convenient for him to move around. G3 was also staying at the Caesar Hotel. He, who was in the dark, did not need to go over for the time being. Instead, he rested in the hotel first and took a hot bath. Now that Ho Zi would not come up to the 23rd floor of the Caesar Hotel, Xia Jinyuan had the final say. G3 said to the two of them, "Be careful." Without saying anything else, he turned around to take care of his personal hygiene. From the hotel to the traffic bureau, it only took about 40 minutes. In 1997, the southern province's provincial capital was not as busy as it would be 10 years later. There were very few private cars, and the roads were mostly filled with motorcycles and bicycles. There was no need to worry about traffic jams, and they soon arrived at the traffic bureau. Chief Yang was already waiting at the guard booth. When he saw a white car stop in front of the police station, he saw Yi Qian get out of the car. Chief Yang immediately went over to greet him personally. "Someone from the Public Security Bureau is here too. You've seen him before. It was all from last time. Isn't this Secretary Xia's brother? Xiao Yitu? How did you meet each other?" Xia Jinyuan, who got out of the car one step later, smiled at the chief of the traffic bureau who recognized him and said, "Hello, Chief Yang. I'm Secretary Xia's cousin." I know you. Last time, you and Xiao Yi." Chief Yang looked back and forth between the two of them. He slapped his forehead and laughed. That's right. Last time, Secretary Xia looked for you first, and then you brought Xiao Yi over. Look at me, I got confused. You two know each other." Chapter 926. The three of them chatted as they entered the police station. They headed in the direction of the surveillance room that Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan had gone to last time. Yi Qian said that he saw a silver-gray car, but there was no silver-gray car on the highway or at any of the intersections where the accident happened. There were no surveillance cameras installed at the scene of the accident, so the only person who could find the car that was acting strangely last night was Yi Qian. The workers at the repair shop were very sure that every wheel of the car was carefully checked. There was not a single nail in it, and the nails used in the wheels were the most common ones on the market. Even repair shops used them, so there was no way to trace where the nails came from. Old Guan's friend said that Old Guan is usually kind and never quarrels with others, so he doesn't have any enemies. Yi Qian carefully watched the video on the surveillance camera. The officers at the police station reported their findings to Xia Jinyuan, and Yi Qian could also hear them. The video switched very quickly, starting from the moment Old Guan's car appeared in Hongkou City. This video was sent by the Hongkou City Transportation Bureau. Director Yang was not present when Yi Qian watched the video last time. Now that she saw it, her eyes were filled with surprise. This kid is watching the video at a fast-forward speed? Can he see anything? Yi Qian stared at the video and asked Xia Jinyuan, "Is there a paint that can quickly repaint the color of the car? If there are no silver-gray cars passing by on the highway or at the intersection where the accident happened, is there a possibility of repaint?" "Why do you say that?" Xia Jinyuan looked up at Yi Qian, who had been staring at the screen. The video played very quickly, and all he could see was the light flashing on her face. The cold light on the screen made her expression look hostile. Yi Qian paused the video 5 minutes after Old Guan's truck passed by the highway. A milky white car appeared on the screen. Director Yang, who had been watching Yi Qian the whole time, took a deep breath. Not only was she watching, but she was also really paying attention to it. She even remembered the time when each image appeared very clearly. That was why she could freeze the image and enter the time accurately to the second. This wasn't called having a strong memory. It was more like having a super strong memory and reaction time. Yi Qian didn't notice Bureau Chief Yang's reaction. He started to talk about what he had discovered. This car followed Old Guan's car after he had lunch. Old Guan's car got on the highway at 3:12 p.m. yesterday, And this car also got on the highway at 3:22 p.m. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Old Guan drove the car to the service area to rest for 2 hours. This car also entered the service area to rest for 2 hours. At 12 o'clock, Old Guan continued driving. At 3 o'clock in the morning, he got off the highway and entered the auto repair shop. At 3:45 o'clock, he started driving again. At 4:21 o'clock, he got into an accident. Yi Jian pointed at the 4 images and said, "This white car can be seen at all the exits and exits of the highway." However, this white car disappeared after a while. I've looked at the electronic cameras at all the intersections and this white car has disappeared. The staff at the Public Security Bureau quickly recorded what Yi Jian said and gave detailed instructions. See if there was any white car that entered the nearby auto repair shop to be painted. Then ask. No, there's no need to ask. The car didn't enter the auto repair shop to be painted. They painted it themselves. Yi Jian said with certainty, "When I got out of the car to check the scene, I smelled gasoline and paint. Then a gray car appeared." Chapter 9:27. Spray paint the white car into a gray one, change the license plate, change the exterior, and leave without anyone noticing. Now there are 3 questions. First, who did Old Guan run into at lunch? Second, why did this car follow Old Guan's car all the way and suddenly spray paint it? Third, where is the car? Where are the people in the car? The investigation had to be handed over to the Public Security Department. The Traffic Department mainly cooperated. Fortunately, I asked you to come over. Otherwise, everyone would still be looking for clues. If you say so, the Public Security Department will be much more efficient. After walking out of the surveillance room, Director Yang sighed deeply. If it was really done by someone, this is murder. It was not as simple as murder. It was murder. Yi Jian nodded slightly and agreed, "That's true. Let's ask Old Guan's friends first and see if they know who Old Guan met at lunch." "Yi Jian, come here for a moment." Xia Jinyuan, who was talking to the police, was standing at the entrance of the traffic department. Yang Yin asked her to come over. "I have something to do here." Director Yang, who originally wanted to ask Yi Jian if she had time to go to his house for dinner, immediately said, "I'm afraid the Public Security Department wants you to help them again. After all, you're the first witness at the scene. Go now. You can contact me anytime if you need anything." Then he added, "Don't feel burdened. Just take it as a walk in the traffic bureau." Director Yang admired Yi Jian more and more. Acknowledging her as his goddaughter was a good idea. He would be happy to have such an outstanding daughter. Looking at Yi Jian's back as she strode towards the police, Director Yang sighed softly. It was a pity that Yi Jian's parents were no longer around. With such an excellent daughter, if they were still around, they would be very proud. When the time came and they really recognized Yi Jian as their daughter, their family would have to go to her parents' graves to pay their respects. If the underworld knew, they could be at ease. In the future, Yi Jian would be taken care of by the Yang family, and she would have a home. The white Mercedes-Benz started up. Yi Jian got in the car and immediately contacted G3. "G3, go to the provincial hospital on Zhongshan Road now." It's very likely that they came in 2 batches. The first batch entered Nan Province at around 4:20 a.m. G3, who had taken a hot bath in the hotel and shaved his beard, immediately jumped up from the bed with 2 pistols in his hands. "I'll be right there." "Okay, Q King and I will rush over as well. The patient's room is room 07 on the 5th floor of the inpatient building." Who exactly did Old Guan meet at noon yesterday? He had to ask Old Guan's wife and friends, and they were all in the hospital now. On the way from the traffic bureau to the hospital, Yi Jian told G3 about the car accident she had encountered in the early morning, as well as the results of her analysis. If Old Guan saw someone he shouldn't have seen, and it was really them, being silenced is something the mercenaries would do. The foreign mercenaries were originally here to kill people. In order to hide their whereabouts and their ill intentions, they did not feel any guilt in killing civilians. It was almost 6 o'clock when they left the transportation station. The sky was still a little light. When the car was halfway to the hospital, the street lamps lit up. It was already night. Chapter 9:28. The mercenaries who were lured into the mountains must still be searching the mountains. They won't dare to attack the hospital so brazenly. I'll get out of the car, and you and G3 will keep watch. In the car, Yi Qian's brain was working at full speed. But we can't rule out the possibility that they left someone in the hospital waiting for us to arrive. Since they dared to do such a thing, if it were me, I wouldn't leave immediately after making sure it was safe. I'll send someone to keep watch and see if I can lure you in. While waiting for the traffic light to turn green, Xia Jinyuan turned his head and looked over. His gaze was dark and cold as an arrow. You want to say that we can't rule out the possibility that they deliberately caused a car accident to lure us out? That's right. He lowered his eyebrows. The sharpness in his handsome face was just like the Xia Jinyuan that Yi Qian first saw in the depths of the mountains. He was calm, cold, and exuded the aura of a Mei sect. He couldn't hide his coldness. He couldn't hide his sharpness. When he looked up, there was an overwhelming murderous intent. That's right, it's possible. They're mercenaries, real mercenaries, mercenaries who work for the government. We can't rule out such an arrangement. He really didn't think of this possibility, but after her reminder, the possibility of it being true was very high. The police car arrived at the hospital a few minutes before Yi Qian and his men. After Yi Qian entered the hospital with them, Xia Jinyuan got out of the car. G3 waited in the hospital for 5 minutes. Did anything happen? Stepping into the hospital, Xia Jinyuan stood in the corridor and contacted G3. He hid in the darkness and adjusted his breathing and voice to be inaudible. Yi Qian is here. G3 was downstairs in the inpatient department. Yi Qian's figure came into sight with 2 police officers. Yes, I saw him. I didn't find anything on my side. Look at Yi. Before he could finish speaking, he saw G3's eyes turn cold. There's a situation. Someone is following Yi Qian. Someone is following Yi Qian. They're quite smart. Keep an eye out for a few. I'll go into the inpatient department and block them. There was nothing unusual at the entrance of the hospital. The inpatient department only had a front door and a back door. The front door faced the main entrance of the hospital, and the back door faced the street. It was very likely that they escaped through the back door. Xia Jinyuan observed the situation outside. His long, slender legs, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, walked elegantly into the hospital. At night, the hospital seemed to be almost the same as during the day. It was noisy, but it was much better after they came out of the outpatient department. When they arrived at the inpatient department, it was quiet and they could still hear the crickets chirping. She was wearing a hospital nurse's tail. However, she had only taken a few steps when a cold light flashed in Yi Jian's dark eyes. She had already sensed that someone was following her. After the interrogation, there's nothing else to do. There's no need to go to the bureau. Are you hungry? Do you want me to pack some fast food for you? There were 2 police officers accompanying Yi Qian. The police officer on her right was about 34 or 35 years old. He was thin, but had a pair of sharp eyes. He spoke at a fast pace and had a strong sense of rhythm. He was the team leader of this operation. He was the first person they met at the traffic station. Having worked together before, they felt less unfamiliar. The team leader who spoke to Yi Qian was very polite. When he spoke, it was as if he was negotiating with her. He didn't mean what he said. This was the charm of Yi Qian's personality. In her previous life, Yi Qian suddenly woke up from her muddle-headed days. She endured the hardships life gave her and gritted her teeth to survive. She was like a tenacious cattail. No matter how tough the environment was, she would live on with determination. Chapter 929. After a long time, even if her face was beautiful, it wasn't dazzling and resplendent. Instead, it was like a flower blooming in the morning dew, swaying with the wind, causing people to feel relaxed and happy. The charm left behind in her previous life settled in the charm of this life. In this life, she lived a colorful life, with a dazzling splendor to compete with the world. The 2 different kinds of charm poured out at different times, and the result was completely different. Just like now, her calm and leisurely aura made the police officers around her feel her calmness. They would be infected by her calmness and involuntarily put her in an equal position. They would discuss, discuss, and treat her as one of their own. Captain Feng, you're too polite. I'll go to the restaurant after I'm done with the questioning. Yi Qian quietly walked closer to the captain who was talking to her and said, Don't look back. Someone is behind you. Think of a way to contact the higher-ups to protect old Guan's wife and friends. Captain Feng's gaze suddenly stopped. He said to his colleague beside him, I'll go over and pay for their hospitalization fees. You go up with her first. Why is it still our side paying? We paid 5,000 during the rescue, and now we're paying again. The other police officer did not notice and said helplessly, Okay. Go. It's a matter of life and death. Don't talk about money. The family members should be here soon. We still need to arrange for the manpower. Yi Qian listened to the two police officers talk and did not say anything. She did not need to say anything. She just quietly followed them. The inpatient building was not high. It was only 10 floors. There were 2 elevators and they moved slowly. She said to the police officer, It's too slow. Uncle, let's take the stairs. Taking the stairs was more convenient to deal with Tail, who was wearing the hospital's uniform. These foreign mercenaries were really patient. They waited for her in the hospital. Not only were they patient, but they were also very cautious. They would not let go of anyone or anything that was disadvantageous to them. Yi Qian was not surprised that a Tail had appeared in the hospital. The reason why he paid attention to her was probably because he was the first one who rushed to the driver when the accident happened. They were afraid that the driver would say something wrong, so they were so cautious that they would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one person go. The younger policeman was very patient with Yi Qian. When he heard that, he even smiled and said, Sometimes, it's indeed faster to climb the stairs than to take the elevator. But the stairs in the hospital are dark, and some of the lights are not on yet. You have to be careful when you walk. Don't bump into anything. The little girl had really helped them. She had made the whole case progress very quickly. Later, as long as they could ask Old Guan's friends about who Old Guan had met at noon and whether he had noticed the white car, the whole case could be considered to have made real progress. The Tail, behind them, obviously understood Chinese. As Yi Qian and the others walked towards the stairs, the Tail quietly followed them with a lunchbox in her hand. There were not many people in the inpatient building, and there were even fewer people climbing the stairs at night. When they entered the stairwell, their visions suddenly turned dark. Yi Qian, who had deliberately walked behind them, immediately closed the fire door. She said to the police officer who sensed something strange about Yi Qian, Someone is following me. Be careful of guns. Go upstairs and guard. Don't come down. These words really made one's scalp tense. They were not afraid of knives, but they were afraid of guns. The closed door opened less than 3 seconds after Yi Qian finished speaking. A black shadow followed closely behind. The shadow quickly reached out to the wall, trying to turn on the lights in the corridor. Chapter 930. Yi Qian, who had been hiding in the dark and concealing her presence, immediately made her move when the man raised his hand to close the door. The moment the door was closed, the light reflected off the door reflected a trace of coldness in her eyes. Her target was the gun in the man's right hand. His right hand, which had been holding the lunchbox, was now holding the gun. A gun was not a good thing. It was a dangerous and bad thing in the hands of the enemy. She had to either snatch it or kick it away. Yi Qian did not intend to snatch the gun. She intended to kick it away. Kicking a gun away was a boxing skill. She would fight with whatever she could win until her opponent was dead. Yi Qian could be so ruthless when facing her enemies. These mercenaries who had chased Xia Jinyuan back to China would not be able to get anything out of them. And Xia Jinyuan did not expect to get anything out of them either. She was not joking when she said she would kill without mercy. She had to do it. The silver wire in her hand was like an agile snake. It wrapped around the man's right wrist at lightning speed. The man had been very vigilant, but no matter how vigilant he was, he did not expect someone to suddenly attack him from behind the fire door. You're asking for death. The South Asian man spoke in stiff Chinese. He gave up on turning on the lights and raised his right hand, which was bound by the silver wire, in an attempt to break the thing around his wrist. As soon as he exerted force, the South Asian man felt a sharp pain in his right wrist. He realized that the thing around his wrist could not be broken, and he did not need to exert force. If he exerted force, the thing would cut into his flesh even faster, as if it could break his wrist. The pain made him involuntarily release the strength in his right arm. However, Yi Qian's reaction was faster. She straightened the entire silver wire and kicked the man's right elbow. She did not kick him from the front, but from the back. She straightened the man's right arm and kicked his right elbow hard. Yi Qian held the silver wire tightly in her hand. She was not afraid that the man would be strong enough to drag her over with the silver wire. The best thing about the silver wire was that the harder it was wrapped around the person, the tighter it would become. "Who are you people?" she asked in stiff Chinese. "You are all Chinese soldiers, right?" Chinese soldiers. Seeing that they were suspecting that it was Chinese soldiers who had assassinated the religious leader, Yi Qian smiled coldly and replied in perfect English, "It's useless for you to know who I am. However, I can admit that I am a Chinese soldier." "That's right, you can think that she's a Chinese soldier. As for whether she is or not, and whether you believe it or not, that's your own business." Yi Qian answered the question honestly and did not lie. But this direct admission made the South Asian men suspicious. They suspected that the assassin was a Chinese soldier, and they also suspected that there were other countries involved. For example, the powerful countries in Europe and America. After all, China's military power was inferior to Europe and America's in every aspect, and the soldiers they trained were also inferior to Europe and America's. Their suspicions were more inclined towards Europe and America. "You are not Chinese soldiers." "No, Chinese soldiers are weak. You're strong." After the East Asian man finished speaking, his fist flew towards Yi Qian's body. The previous attack made the East Asian man realize that he had been careless, thinking that the girl he had targeted was just an ordinary student. Now that he knew that this seemingly ordinary girl had such powerful skills, it made him even more suspicious that she was not a Chinese soldier. It was impossible for China to train a student to be so powerful. Chapter 931. The Chinese soldiers are weak? The Chinese soldiers are weak? How dare a mercenary say that the Chinese soldiers are weak? Yi Qian was instantly filled with anger. G3 knocked on the fire door. 3 quick, 3 light, 2 quick, 2 quick, 2 light, using rhythm to scout the way. Yi Qian had been standing at the fire door the whole time. When he heard the knock, he quickly tapped the door with the tip of his foot and replied, "I'm fine here. I don't need backup." This was the first time that Yi Qian was going up against a real mercenary. Instead of being afraid, she was excited. She wanted to fight a real mercenary who didn't care about their lives and only cared about money. She wanted to step on the edge of death and fight for her country. After G3 heard the response, he said to Xia Jinyuan, who had been on the phone the whole time, "First floor of the inpatient department, West Corridor, 1-on-1. There's nothing going on here. It seems like they only sent one person to guard the door. They're just waiting for Yi Qian to come over." Xia Jinyuan, who was standing at the back door of the inpatient department, had a cold expression on his face. He said in a deep voice, "Take care of them. The real mercenaries are at least 5 times more aggressive than the mercenaries we faced in the no man's land." Afraid that Yi Qian would be at a disadvantage, Xia Jinyuan didn't want G3 to help her too early. He chose the safe and stable way to deal with it. He asked G3 to guard the door first, just in case. The voices inside stopped for a moment. Then, a man shouted fiercely. He was probably going to attack Yi Qian again. "There's a problem with the door here. Wait for the maintenance staff to come over. Take the elevator." Someone wanted to go up the stairs, but G3 stopped him and politely asked him to leave. He also guarded the entrance to prevent anyone from entering recklessly and getting into trouble. The South Asian man's expression changed drastically after being attacked by Yi Qian. The pain from his wrist didn't make him let go of the gun in his hand. Instead, he used his right leg to attack fiercely. His desperate close-range attacks made Yi Qian's eyes freeze slightly. She quickly leaned her body outward and bent a little. A gust of wind like a razor blade brushed past her ear, and then she kicked the fire door with a bang. This time, the close combat was much more dangerous than before. The fire door was kicked up by him. Yi Qian's eyes darkened even more when he kicked it. Yi Qian, who had dodged twice in a row, clasped the opponent's ankle with both hands and twisted it fiercely as if she was twisting a fried dough twist. The South Asian man groaned in pain in the dark. A strong gust of wind came from the darkness. The South Asian man endured the immense pain and lifted his left leg to kick Yi Jian in the chest. He seemed to have pressed one hand against the wall. The mercenaries sent from overseas to infiltrate the Chinese side were all quite skilled. They had rich combat experience and were very capable. They were also paid to do things, so they fought with a fight-or-die mentality. The South Asian man's right leg was twisted so hard by Yi Qian that it felt like it was going to break. He quickly made a move to win. Yi Qian sensed that he was going to kick him with his left leg, so he quickly let go of his opponent's right leg and dodged to the side to avoid the attack that was aimed at his chest. Even though Yi Qian's reaction was fast, the South Asian man's left leg missed his chest, but it still kicked his shoulder. His entire right shoulder was kicked to the side. Yi Qian, who felt a sharp pain in his bones, clenched his teeth and didn't let himself make a sound of pain. This was the first strong opponent that Yi Qian had encountered. The immense pain in his shoulder constantly reminded him that his opponent was a mercenary whose hands were stained with the blood of countless people. They only did things for money. It didn't matter if the people who died in their hands were civilians. As long as they were a target, as long as they thought they were disadvantageous to them, even if they were civilians, they would still kill them. Chapter 932. Yi Qian's muffled voice could be heard clearly in the narrow stairwell. This kick did not make the other party relax. When his left leg was clasped by Yi Qian's hands again, the South Asian man's expression was like that of a ferocious beast that wanted to eat people. His expression was cruel and cold. Upstairs, the young police officer wanted to rush down to get his colleagues, but when he heard the sound of fighting, he quickly rushed back. The fire door on the second floor opened, and two people came in while talking. Ching-Du hasn't done a skin test yet. Remember it clearly when you're changing shifts. The temperature of the patient in bed 6 has been abnormal since this afternoon. You have to report it to the night shift. These two nurses were preparing to change shifts. The young police officer who rushed down the stairs had no choice but to turn back. "I'm a police officer. Take the elevator." As he spoke, he stopped the two nurses with his left hand and opened the fire door with his right hand. He pushed the two nurses, who were confused, back to the safe zone. There couldn't be anyone here. They had to guard. Yi Qian had just said, "Guard upstairs." Guard upstairs for no other reason than to be afraid that someone would enter or leave. They were afraid of being accidentally injured. The other party was a dangerous person with a gun. The young police officer heard the sound of fighting and wanted to rush down several times, but because the fire door was not bolted, he had no choice but to stay and wait. He did not have a pager with him, so he could not ask his colleagues for help. He could only wait anxiously. "Interesting. You're not from the Chinese side. You've been following us, but you can understand Chinese." Stiff Chinese came out of the other party's mouth. It was ruthless, cold, and playful. Yi Qian smiled thinly and said in fluent Chinese, "I said I'm Chinese. Of course, Chinese citizens can understand what you're saying." "Haha, Chinese citizen?" The South Asian man wiped away the blood on his face that had been cut by something. He stared at the figure that blended into the darkness with a playful smile. The other party's fists and legs did not stop attacking even when he was talking. He could not shoot. Yi Qian did not give him a chance to shoot. In a battle of life and death, whoever had the upper hand would survive. Using words to distract her was really a useless method. The iron railing of the stairs clanged. Yi Qian used the silver wire to cut the man's wrist again. He then grabbed the man's left leg and slammed it against the railing. Then Yi Qian heard the sound of the gun's safety being released. The other party was planning to shoot. There was a soft sound. Yi Jian did not have the chance to think at all. She grabbed the man's left leg tightly with both hands and twisted it in the opposite direction. She raised her leg and attacked the South Asian man's crotch. She could not give him a chance to shoot. For any man, the crotch was the most sensitive part of his nerve endings. Even if the man was as strong as King Kong, he was still kicked by Yi Jian. His facial features were all twisted, and the safety of his pistol was off. It was so painful that his fingertips reacted half a beat slower. Bang! The sound of a balloon exploding in a sealed box came from the dark corridor. After the first sound, there was a second sound. He aimed at the man's right hand. Based on the sound of the man pulling the safety bolt, he knew where he was going to shoot. Chapter 933. With the second shot, based on the man's groaning in pain, the second shot accurately hit the man's head. The smell of blood gradually filled the air. Yi Qian didn't leave immediately. Instead, he pressed his body against the wall of the staircase. His breathing went from ragged to stiff as he pressed down. "I told you, I'm Chinese. Unfortunately, you didn't believe me. You're in my country, so why would I lie to you?" Amidst the ragged breathing, Yi Qian smiled faintly and told the mercenary in all seriousness, "Our country won't allow you to enter like this. Since you're here, naturally, you won't be allowed to leave. What's the harm in telling you that I'm Chinese? Do I need to lie? Do I need to be afraid of you? Do I need to change my identity? I don't need to lie. I'm a Chinese citizen. I don't need to be afraid of you. The country you're standing on is Chinese territory. I don't need to change my identity. You won't leave my country alive." The mercenary on the ground had his eyes wide open. He had been shot in the head, but his central nervous system hadn't been completely cut off. His heart was still beating slightly. As for whether he could hear Yi Qian's words, it was unknown. The police officers upstairs were about to come down when they heard the gunshot. The unbolted fire door on the second floor was suddenly pushed open. Another nurse rushed in with hurried steps. The police officers, who had already taken 2 steps down, had no choice but to go back for the second time. Without another word, they pushed the nurse out. "The police are working on a case. Go back." As he warned in a low voice, a second gunshot rang out. The nurse was somewhat displeased. "What are you doing? Why are you working on a case in the dark? Are you playing with balloons?" Yi Qian's KP-7M8 was equipped with a silencer. The sound it made was indeed similar to the sound of a balloon exploding. The young police officer's expression changed when he heard the nurse's dissatisfied mutterings. He glared at her and warned, "Don't come this way again. Take the elevator down." Because the elevator was too slow, the nurse who took the stairs wanted to say a few words. However, when she saw that the policeman in uniform had a very cold expression, she couldn't help but panic. She muttered, "Why are you so fierce?" Then, she turned around and went into the hall on the second floor. After the fire escape door closed, the second floor returned to normal. Yi Qian closed his eyes slightly and took a long breath before he said to the police upstairs, "Turn on the lights upstairs. It's been resolved." The smell of blood permeated the corridor. The body of the fallen mercenary was still twitching at first, but now it was completely motionless. The dim lights came on. Yi Qian glanced at the wall and turned on the corridor lights on the first floor. In the dim light, the South Asian man who was leaning on the stairs was hit in the forehead by a 9mm parabellum bullet. The bullet pierced through his brain, causing blood to continuously flow out from the back of his head. There was the sound of hurried footsteps coming down from above. When the young police officer saw this, he gasped softly. He then jerked his head up to look at Yi Qian. His eyes were filled with shock. This scene was completely unexpected to the police officer. When he heard the gunshot, his expression changed drastically. However, because of the nurse's appearance, he had no choice but to turn back. When he heard the second gunshot, his heart sank. He thought Yi Qian had been shot. Yi Qian looked up and saw the young police officer who was standing there in shock. He smiled and said, "The local police won't be involved here. Someone will come and take care of it. You go back first. Don't worry about this." Chapter 934. He raised his hand and knocked on the fire door to inform them that the cleanup was complete. A second later, G3 pushed the door open and entered. He lowered his head and came in. When he saw the scene in front of him, he raised his hand and gave Yi Qian a thumbs up. "Well done. You flatter me. Think of a way to clean it up first." Yi Qian gently twisted his right shoulder that was in pain from the kick. Fortunately, other than the dull pain, there wasn't any severe pain. He could move his joints flexibly, so there was no problem with a fracture. G3 didn't even look at the young policeman standing above. He nodded and said, "Just throw him into the crematorium. It's not a big deal." Just throw him into the crematorium? It's not a big deal? How can it not be a big deal? Murder. This is murder. Murder, and it's not a big deal. How big of a deal is that? Ching Ching, how's the situation? Someone on the third floor asked in a low voice. Captain Feng, who was in charge of the car accident case, had brought his men over. They didn't realize how dangerous it was to follow Yi Qian, so they came down with their guns close to the wall. Ching Ching, the young policeman who had been at the scene, heard this and immediately said in a low voice, "Someone died. Captain, come down quickly." When Captain Feng and his colleagues heard Ching Ching's words, they quickly ran down the stairs. When do you plan to show your face? Wait until Yi Qian leaves before you show your face? G3 said calmly into the phone, then turned to Yi Qian and said, "Some people always like to show up last. You have to teach him a lesson when we get back." He looked like he was very pleased with himself. He really deserved a beating. If he didn't do it, he would leave it to Yi Qian to do it. Getting beaten up by his girlfriend. Didn't they say that beating was a sign of affection, and scolding was a sign of love? Let Yi Qian properly kiss, and love. Yi Qian had always thought that this way of getting along with comrades was very good. The more they frustrated and hurt each other, the deeper their relationship would be. Hearing this, he chuckled and said, "Yes, I'll definitely teach him a lesson when we get back." Major Xia, who needed to be taught a lesson, pushed the door open and entered. He closed the door with a smile on his handsome face. His gaze first swept past Yi Qian. After confirming that he was unharmed on the surface, he raised his head and said to Captain Feng, "Captain Feng, we will handle this matter here. The bureau chief will contact Captain Feng about the specific reason. Can I trouble Captain Feng to bring Yi Qian to the ward first? I'll come over later." Captain Feng knew Xia Jinyuan's identity. He looked at the man with a bullet hole in the middle of his forehead and right palm and frowned. "This man is... The people we kill without mercy will not have anything to do with the local public security, nor can they have anything to do with it." Xia Jinyuan interrupted him calmly and added in a firm tone, "Only we can handle this. Please forgive us, Captain Feng." The staircase that was filled with the smell of blood was very quiet. Both sides looked at each other with a hint of not backing down. Yi Qian walked out and said, "Captain Feng, can we go up now?" In the end, Captain Feng gave in. He had no choice but to give in. How could he interfere when he couldn't? However, seeing that there was a murder case in front of him, he couldn't just leave because of his professionalism. Captain Feng glanced at the young soldier who was talking to him and asked worriedly, "Is he a citizen of our country?" He didn't look like he was, so it was better to ask for more assurance. "He's a foreigner who will cause trouble in any country he goes to." Xia Jinyuan's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness and murderous intent as he said, "He has been waiting in the hospital for someone." Chapter 935. When his gaze landed on Yi Qian, Captain Feng's expression changed. "You mean, the car accident?" "Yes, we still need to ask more questions. So, Captain Feng, please take Yi Qian upstairs as soon as possible. We will take care of this." Xia Jinyuan's cold expression told Captain Feng that this matter was not over yet. "These bastards!" Captain Feng gritted his teeth and cursed. He did not question Xia Jinyuan's words and whispered to Yi Qian, "Xiao Yi, this way. We won't take up too much of your time." No wonder Xiao Yi appeared with Secretary Xia's cousin from time to time. It turned out that she often helped Secretary Xia's cousin. Secretary Xia's cousin was a border police officer. If he said that the person who was shot was a foreigner, it was highly credible. These bastards who dared to offend our country should be killed without mercy. After taking a few steps, Captain Feng said to his colleagues, "You two stay here and clean up the bloodstains. Don't scare people." They could help clean up the scene, but they could not do anything else. After watching Yi Qian leave, Xia Jinyuan opened the fire door and pulled an ambulance cart into the corridor. He said with a faint smile, "Someone always likes to appear at the end? Why does it sound like you're a tattletale?" "You must have heard wrong. I said someone likes to appear at the end." In order to prove his credibility, G3 nodded responsibly and said seriously, "Yi Qian will praise you very much." Xia Jinyuan patted his comrade's shoulder and said meaningfully, "I can understand. You're jealous. Don't worry, brother, I've said it before. Once my marriage is settled, none of you will be a problem. He walked up the stairs and grabbed the mercenary's jacket with both hands. He and G3 carried him to the ambulance cart and covered him with a blue cloth. They could be dragged out to solve the problem. The scene was left to 2 policemen. After they got water and a mop, Xia Jinyuan shook hands with them and thanked them. He then left with G3. Old Guan's wife's ward was on the 5th floor. The call from the director of the Public Security Bureau came quickly. Just as they reached the ward on the 5th floor, Captain Feng received a notice that the local police were not allowed to interfere with border matters in Nan Province. With this notification, Captain Feng was finally relieved. There were 2 policemen standing guard outside the ward. Yi Qian pushed the door open and saw Mr. Guan's wife lying by the bed in tears. Mr. Guan's 2 friends, who were his drivers, were sitting beside the bed. Seeing Yi Qian come in, old Guan's friend was first stunned, then he stood up and said excitedly, Sister-in-law, this is your daughter who saved you. Quick, sister-in-law, look, your daughter is here to see you. Old Guan's wife, whose eyes were filled with tears, looked up. When she saw Yi Qian, she struggled to get up. She recognized him. The doctor said that if the young lady had not risked her life to climb into the car to give Old Guan an 4-drip, she would not have heard Old Guan's last words. Old Guan said that he wanted to thank the young lady who saved them first, and that he would let her live a good life and raise their children. He also said that he could not take care of the family anymore and that she would have to work hard for the rest of her life. He also said that if there was an afterlife, he would be reincarnated to repay her. From when she woke up to when she got into the ambulance. She spoke intermittently until she gradually stopped breathing. A living person was gone just like that. Auntie, don't move. Yi Qian quickly held Old Guan's wife's shoulder and stopped her from getting up. Don't move. Rest well. Chapter 936. Old Guan's wife held her hands tightly and kept saying, Thank you. Yi Jian's eyes reddened as she thanked him through sobs. The pain of losing a loved one was the most unbearable pain. After crying for about 5 minutes, Old Guan's wife gradually calmed down. She wiped the tears on her face with her hands that were calloused from hard work and had fine wrinkles on her fingertips. My dear daughter, Old Guan said we must thank you properly. I don't have much ability, so I can only kowtow to you. My daughter, our Guan family will never forget your kindness. Old Guan's wife, whose eyes were red from crying, insisted on kowtowing to Yi Qian. Yi Qian was so scared that he hugged this down-to-earth middle-aged woman and said, Auntie, you can't kowtow to me. I'm not the only one here. There are many good people here. Please don't kowtow to me. I was just passing by and saw it. If I can help, I will. Old Guan's 2 friends said, That's what we should do, that's what we should do. We can't think of any other way to thank you, so we'll kowtow to you. We'll kowtow to you on behalf of the Guan family. Yi Qian could stop one of them, but there were 3 of them at the same time. He gave Captain Feng a look and stopped Old Guan's chauffeur friends. Auntie, uncle, I'm here because I have something to ask of you. There's no need to thank you, but I need to know something from the 3 of you. Yi Qian could calm Old Guan's wife and 2 friends down. What happened yesterday afternoon? It's nothing. The 3 of us were together. We had our meals together. We didn't dare to go far after loading the goods in the car. Old Guan's friend, chauffeur Tian, recalled what happened yesterday afternoon. We had fast food during lunch break and delivered some food to the chauffeur. That's all. Did Uncle Guan leave during the lunch break? Or did he go out alone? Like fetching water? Or going to the bathroom? Yi Qian's questioning was no worse than the police. He asked in detail, or did someone talk to him and ask for directions? And after lunch, is there anything wrong with Uncle Guan? Driver Tian and another driver with the same surname, Guan, shook their heads in unison. I don't see anything wrong. It seems to be the same. Old Guan is a man of few words. We can't tell what's on his mind. Mr. Guan's wife thought about it. She was too overwhelmed by grief to remember, but she was Mr. Guan's wife, the person closest to him, so she was able to recount it more fully. Something's not right. Something's not right with Mr. Guan. Yi Qian's spirits were lifted. He didn't rush her. He just looked at her quietly, waiting for her to break away from her sadness and recall the warmth of yesterday. Something is not right. Old Guan came out of the bathroom and pulled me into the car. Old Guan's wife tried to recall what had happened the day before and how she had spent time with her husband. Then, he recalled that something was wrong with Old Guan. He came out of the bathroom and dragged me into the car. I didn't even finish my mantou or take a jar of pickled vegetables before he dragged me into the car. The first time he said, dragged me into the car. The second and third time he said, dragged me into the car. The latter was more urgent, fast, and hurried than the former. It could even be said that he was panicking. Chapter 937. If that was the case, Old Guan had met someone in the washroom, someone who made him feel threatened, and something that could have cost him his life. Last night's car accident happened because of the person and the incident. Auntie, did you see anything else? What did I see? He got in the car and left. I was complaining that I didn't take the pickles and that I had to get out of the car. Old Guan didn't allow it and said that he had to leave quickly. When Old Guan's wife mentioned this, Chauffeur Tian and Chauffeur Guan both thought of the same thing. Old Guan bumped into the mercenaries in the washroom and saw something he shouldn't have seen. He didn't understand what the mercenaries were talking about. Only when he saw something did he get into trouble. After leaving the hospital, Yi Qian got into the car and said coldly to Xia Jinyuan, "What do men do when they go to the washroom?" Xia Jinyuan, who was listening attentively, almost stepped on the accelerator when he heard her question. What do men do when they go to the washroom? She asked very seriously, so he had to answer seriously too. When men go to the washroom, they have to stand up. Everything else is the same as you guys. They have to stand up and take off their pants. Yi Qian analyzed seriously. What else did they have to do after taking off their pants? And what would Old Guan see? What would he see? Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and scratched his eyebrows slightly. He added, sometimes, they have to lift their clothes up a little, like a shirt tucked into their pants. We have to pull them out and unbuckle their belts before we start. Discussing with his little girlfriend how men go to the washroom and what they do when they go to the washroom. No matter how serious Xia Jinyuan was, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. The gun fell off. Yi Qian didn't notice Major Xia's strange expression. When she heard him say that they had to pull up their clothes and unbuckle their belts, her eyes immediately lit up. Her eyes lit up so much that Xia Jinyuan, who was driving and looking at her from the corner of his eye, held his breath and exhaled gently. Then he calmed down and said, "It's very likely." At noon, Old Guan and the others were resting at a place soon after they got on the highway. They needed to reorganize their weapons in the washroom when there were fewer people around. Old Guan suddenly barged in. This is also possible. However, the possibility of the gun falling out is high. This kind of thing had happened before, so the possibility was higher. Regardless of which possibility it was, Old Guan did run into the mercenaries who were chasing after him. Unfortunately, he was killed. The topic was always heavy. When Xia Jinyuan drove the car out of the city and rushed to the winding mountain road, he stepped on the accelerator to the maximum. The car even left a long shadow, leaving a flashing red tail-light shadow. Let's go to the mountains. The informants left by the hospital are missing. They will definitely take action tonight. There was an abandoned house in the mountains. Xia Jinyuan stayed there for a few hours and left some things behind. He left some food that would bring him back, such as instant noodles, candles, a lighter, and a piece of moisture-proof cloth. The items left behind were enough for the foreign mercenaries who liked to wait for their prey. Little Fox, it's just the two of us tonight. Are you scared? The car drove out of the city and into the suburbs. Xia Jinyuan, who was driving silently, reached out and held her hand. He whispered, I don't plan to ask G3 for help. Stay in the hospital. G3 had to stay in the hospital just in case. They would not allow foreign mercenaries to hurt their citizens again. They would not let another tragedy happen. G3 had to stay in the hospital. Chapter 938. Yi Qian had always agreed with Xia Jinyuan's arrangements. Even G3 had agreed, so what else could she say? His arrangements were indeed very good. Protecting Old Guan's wife was also what she wanted. After the intimacy during the day, Yi Qian slowly let go of the shackles in her heart. She held his slender and strong hand and smiled lightly. Don't be afraid. We have guns and people. This is still our country. I'm not afraid. With you by my side, I really don't have to be afraid. From what I know, there are about 6 of them. After eliminating one in the hospital, there are still about 5 left. Our chances of winning against 5 are very high. Xia Jinyuan talked about the situation on his side and G3's side. The 5 of them don't have any heavy weapons. Like us, they mainly use pistols. We're used to fighting at night, and so are they. Little Fox, the real battle is about to begin. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows. After the battle, his hot-blooded personality had already been stimulated. His raised eyebrows carried the coldness of a soldier. Even the words that came out of his mouth were tainted with gunpowder. I'm looking forward to it. I want to get rid of them even more. They harmed our country's citizens. If the lives that they lost couldn't be redeemed, then their blood would be used as a sacrifice for the lives that they lost. The mountains at night were exceptionally quiet. Even the flapping of the night bird's wings was a sign of peace. The car didn't drive into the mountains. Instead, it stopped at a spot that Xia Jinyuan had already chosen to hide the car. As the car turned off, Xia Jinyuan's phone vibrated loudly. He glanced at the caller ID and immediately picked it up. Brother Z. We've dealt with them. We cremated them and scattered their ashes in the river to feed the fish. Ho Zi was in the villa on Mount Daliang. She was playing with a lighter in her hand. Lao Lu, Brother Z is really going to leave with you this time. You have to come back on your own. Xia Jinyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He said calmly, Xia Yiwei is waiting for you, Brother Z. You should be able to go and snatch her back now. The location is at the usual place by the river. But Brother Z, if you're still in Mount Daliang, I wonder if you can make it in time? There was only a beeping sound from the phone. When Xia Jinyuan followed Yi Jian into the night, there was a huge explosion in the kitchen of Ho Zi's villa in Dalong Mountain. Not only was the kitchen destroyed, but there was also a huge pit under the kitchen. Half of the villa was destroyed. The huge shock caused the ground to tremble. The birds in Mount Dalong were so shocked that they flew away. The entire Mount Dalong seemed to have woken up in the middle of the night. The birds that were returning to their nests would flap their wings and fly away at the slightest movement. The pheasants in the bushes would also be disturbed by the slightest movement and would immediately make a goo-goo sound and flee. Yi Qian, who did not follow the mountain path, crouched down and followed Xia Jinyuan to the abandoned houses in the mountains. After 2 hours of climbing, they were only 2 kilometers away from their destination. The sky was dim and the crows were cawing. Yi Jian stopped in the dark. She smelled the scent of a third person in the night. It had rained a few days ago, and it was autumn. The dense forest was filled with the smell of decaying vegetation. Yi Qian had been smelling this scent all along the way, so she was very sensitive to the sudden intrusion of a foreign scent. She gently tugged at Xia Jinyuan's clothes and gestured to him, who immediately turned around and pointed in their direction. She told him that there was someone in their direction. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the 2 of them exchanged hand signals and silently passed through the bushes. They stepped on the leaves as if they were stepping on a sponge. There was no sound at all. Not even the leaves and twigs made a sound. Their figures were like shadows that swept in 4 directions. Chapter 939. Yi Qian was in charge of security, and Xia Jinyuan was in charge of eliminating the targets. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan was no longer as gentle as he was during the day. He was like a beast patrolling the mountains, and he began his assassination. Seeing Xia Jinyuan's actions again, Yi Qian couldn't help but applaud his skills. His tall and slender figure arched his back, and he attacked with the grace and ferocity of a cat. He didn't have a gun in his hand, and he didn't even have a dagger as he went around to the back of the target. His movements seemed to be very light, but the speed at which he solved the problem was very fast. Like a gust of wind, Yi Jian heard the rustling sound of leaves touching each other. Only a few seconds later, everything returned to normal. Xia Jinyuan liked the simplest solution. He clasped the target's head with both hands and twisted it hard. After a click, the target's neck was bent at a strange angle, and not a single drop of blood was left on the scene. The elimination was complete. They all liked to eliminate their targets in this way during the assassination at night. Yi Qian was the same. She also preferred the method of twisting the neck so that no blood would be left on the scene and the smell of blood would not be detected. Continue, Xia Jinyuan said softly as he returned to her side. His voice was gentle and calm. Yi Qian looked at the location where the targets were eliminated, and her eyes narrowed slightly. There may be more than 5. Don't worry, they won't leave here alive. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and kissed Yi Qian's cheek. He encouraged her in an intimate way. If you and I work together, we won't be afraid of how many there are. They're not outside the borders, they're in our territory. They should be the ones worried, not us. Yi Qian took a deep breath. She was indeed worried. There were only Xia Jinyuan and her now, and there were no other reinforcements. There were more than 5 of them, and they were all mercenaries sent by the government. They were as fierce as professional soldiers, so it was normal for her to be worried that they wouldn't be eliminated in one go. With his kiss and his calm voice, the worry in her heart gradually dissipated. She looked at him and said firmly, "We can definitely do it, we definitely can. Captain Xia, if you say it's possible, then it's definitely possible." She was such a good girl. She believed him so much. "That's right, we can definitely do it. Little fox, if you say we can, then we definitely won't have a problem." His deep eyes were darker than the night as he gazed at her gently. "I'll protect you and you'll protect me. We won't have any problems. How could there be a problem? We are stepping on our own land, and the foreign mercenaries are like rats hiding in the dark. As soon as they appear, they will only be beaten and killed." Candlelight flickered in the dilapidated house, and the mountain breeze carried with it the fragrance of instant noodles. Yi Qian's eyes flashed with hostility as he held his gun tightly and sneaked into the house with Xia Jinyuan. She was in charge of sneaking in while Xia Jinyuan was in charge of eliminating the 2 whistles outside. The house was built with mud bricks from the 60s or 70s. It had been abandoned for a long time, and with a candle lit in the dense trees, it looked like a haunted house described in a novel. It was eerie and eerie. The wind in the mountains was strong, and it blew into the house that didn't even have a window frame. The candlelight flickered and was extinguished within a second. Yi Qian fired 2 shots into the darkness. Chapter 940. The room was in chaos. 3 sets of footsteps were heard. 5 people had been killed by Yi Qian, and only 3 were left. Someone cursed in the dark, and Whistle shouted from outside, "Get the fuck out here! Quick!" He was also speaking a South Asian language, so Yi Qian didn't understand him. However, he knew that Whistle had been deliberately alerted by Xia Jinyuan to lure the people in the house out. Yi Qian had finished shooting from the first position. He had already hidden behind a collapsed couch, and he stared coldly at the dilapidated house. As soon as someone came out, he would immediately start shooting. The ambush caused a moment of confusion among the mercenaries who had chased them to China's territory. When the whistle outside deliberately alerted them that there was only 1 person, the remaining 3 mercenaries came out of the house firing randomly. In the dark, Yi Qian once again aimed at a black figure that ran out of the house. Without hesitation, he fired his 3rd bullet of the night. Every bullet had to hit a target. Uncle Chen had said that a sniper's bullet had to be fired to protect his comrades. When shooting for his comrades, there was no room for error. Bang! The muffled sound of gunfire broke the silence of the night once again. As the black figure fell to the ground, the 2 figures that came out of the house nimbly rolled into the bushes and quickly hid. Bang, bang, bang! Continuous gunshots were fired in the direction where Yi Qian was hiding. The remaining mercenaries had an idea of how many people had ambushed them. Xia Jinyuan didn't give the alerted Whistle a chance to speak. Yi Qian suppressed the remaining 2 mercenaries with gunfire, while he quickly finished off the target. The dagger in his hand was not a military dagger. It was a multi-purpose knife bought from a hardware store on the street. Although the blade was a little blunt compared to a military dagger, as long as it was used well, it could still become a sharp weapon. The leaves rustled. Xia Jinyuan swung his fist, which was sharp enough to scratch skin. The close combat of the special forces was never about hiding needles in cotton floss. Instead, it was about attacking quickly and ruthlessly, then hitting the opponent accurately. There are many parts of the human body that cause severe pain, but there is only one part that slows down the mind: the brain. Xia Jinyuan continued to attack, landing several punches on the mercenary's head. The handsome and ruthless Xia Jinyuan was like an awakened lion, so awe-inspiring that the mercenary retreated step by step and let out a blood-curdling scream. He called for reinforcements, but Yi Qian's bullets seemed to have eyes. When the vegetation moved, or when there was an unfamiliar scent in the air, the bullets would hit somewhere with a bang, preventing anyone from going to help. Damn it, what the hell? The mercenary who was hit by the bullets and had to hide again rolled under a tree. His eyes were dark as he searched for his target. The mercenary who had been hit in the head several times by Xia Jinyuan staggered. As he swayed, the leaves and shrubs around him moved. The sound of rustling could be heard at this moment, making one's heart beat faster. Yi Qian smiled slightly. Captain Xia was not only an excellent Special Forces soldier, but also an excellent commander. In terms of tactics, he had a gift that even the veterans admired. The bigger the commotion, the more nervous the other two mercenaries would be. This would increase their psychological pressure, and her and Xia Jinyuan's chances of winning would increase. A deep, hair-raising sound came from the darkness. The smell of blood in the wind was even stronger than before. It was so thick that it drifted into everyone's nostrils. Chapter 941. Xia Jinyuan had already killed the mercenary who was slow to react. His throat had been slit twice by Xia Jinyuan. It was not a military-grade dagger after all, so he still needed to kill the target twice. The wind was still blowing, but there was no more sound. However, the smell of blood was even stronger. Xia Jinyuan did not have time to waste in the southern province. After killing the target, he and G3 returned to the battlefield overnight. He did not have time to deal with the two mercenaries who had not shown themselves and were waiting for an opportunity to strike. Next, lure the enemy. This was the battle plan that he had discussed with Yi Qian long ago. After killing 2 or 3 targets, they would not give the mercenaries a chance to catch their breath and immediately lure the enemy. Fighting in the forest, the flowers and trees were all natural cover. They would not be easily ambushed, and neither would they allow others to be ambushed easily. The next step was to lure the enemy. Yi Qian was to lure the enemy. She was a girl, and girls represented weakness in everyone's hearts. Following Yi Qian's low voice, the two mercenaries who had been hiding in the darkness and had not moved for a long time looked in the direction of the voice. A woman in front of them. Both sides surrounded and attacked. With daggers in their hands, they quickly approached Yi Qian's direction. Xia Jinyuan finished off the whistle in his hands and went to support Yi Qian as quickly as possible. He believed that Yi Qian could take on one of the mercenaries by herself. She would not have a problem taking on one of the mercenaries, but she did not have a high chance of winning against 2. The mercenaries who came this time were comparable to soldiers in the army. They were very professional, and Yi Qian lacked actual combat experience. If she really had to take on 2 of them, she would not be able to escape unscathed. The encirclement of the 2 men did not make Yi Qian panic. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous gunshots were heard, and the 2 mercenaries heard the sound of bullets breaking. There were no bullets in their pistols. Her gun had no bullets. Now was the time. While her gun was out of bullets, and she needed to change her gun or change the magazine, now was the time to attack. Xia Jinyuan ran through the forest and approached the shadow as fast as he could. One of the mercenaries turned around and fired in the direction where Xia Jinyuan was running, trying to stop him. Countless birds in the forest flapped their wings and flew into the dim night sky. On the other side, the dagger in his hand glinted coldly as he thrust it towards Yi Qian. What he didn't see was that Yi Qian was smiling coldly in the dark. The black figure leaped over, and Yi Qian rolled in the bushes to avoid the attack. Yi Qian had already loaded his other pistol. In the blink of an eye, he fired 2 shots at the black figure. His speed was so fast that the other mercenary holding down Xia Jinyuan was shocked. There were 2 sounds of fighting in the forest. Unable to shoot at close range, Yi Qian was once again confronted by a mercenary tonight. Punches and kicks required strength. Not only did they have to hit the opponent's weak points, but they also had to ensure that they wouldn't be injured or killed by the opponent. Fighting was the most exhausting thing. As a girl, Principal Chen and Uncle Jen had always planned for Yi Qian's physical fitness training. Her strength was not as good as the male soldiers, but her endurance was definitely better than the male soldiers. She leaped up and grabbed onto the branches. Relying on the lightness of her body, she lifted her feet and kicked the mercenary's head repeatedly. With a low growl, Yi Jian stepped on the mercenary and threw him into the bushes. Her aura was not inferior to that of the male soldiers. The mercenary who fell into the bushes had a ferocious expression on his face. He flashed his dagger, shouted, and jumped up again to stab Yi Qian. Chapter 942. The tip of the dagger flashed past his eyes several times. With his arm cut, Yi Qian silently grasped the silver wire in his hand. As he dodged, he looked for an opportunity to strangle the mercenary to death. At the final moment of the battle, Yi Qian grabbed the mercenary's outstretched wrist. When he took a step back, he stepped on a tree with one foot and jumped behind the mercenary. At the same time, he wrapped the silver wire in his right hand around the mercenary's neck. Fuck! The mercenary cursed in broken Chinese as he felt something wrapped around his neck. He threw a punch at Yi Qian's head. If Yi Qian was hit by his fist, he would definitely die at the hands of the mercenary. After 3 years of training, Yi Qian's sensitivity to danger was higher than in his previous life. His reaction was also faster. He jumped, grabbed a tree branch with both hands, and dodged the heavy punch. The silver wire wrapped around a tree branch, and as he dodged, it wrapped around another tree. That was enough. It was enough to eliminate the target in an instant. The silver wire was extremely thin. Once it was wrapped around the flesh, it would not be easy to pull it out. The neck was the most dangerous part of the body. Being wrapped around by anything would make a person feel fear. They would want to pull the scary thing away to free their neck. The more they thought about it, the faster they attacked, and the tighter the silver wire wrapped around them. The leaves rustled and fell like rain. One end of the silver wire wrapped around the mercenary's neck, the other end wrapped around the leaves, and then around the tree trunk. With one last punch from Yi Qian, the mercenary, who was half a head taller than Yi Qian, roared in pain. His fist swung even more fiercely. Yi Qian, who was covered in sweat, did not give his enemy a chance to retaliate. He kicked back. This was a real fight, filled with blood and death. This was a real battlefield, a bloody battlefield where it was either you die or I die. Sweat flowed into his eyes, but he did not have time to wipe it away. The dust on the leaves flew into his eyes. Even if his eyes hurt, he had to keep them open. Relying on his body's flexibility and agility, Yi Qian held the tree branch tightly with both hands. He attacked the mercenary's shoulder several times. The silver wire finally wrapped around the mercenary's neck. It was so deep that he could hear him gasping for air. The severe lack of oxygen in his brain made his movements slower and slower, and his reactions slower and slower. Gritting his teeth, Yi Qian hit the mercenary's chest one last time, causing his whole body to fall back. This was the moment. This was the moment to kill him. Yi Jian let go of the branch with both hands and quickly jumped down from the high place. The moment she jumped down, she also took out the pistol hidden in her clothes and aimed at the black shadow that turned over and shot. The sixth mercenary had been eliminated. Yi Jian leaned against a tree and slowly sat down with her back against the tree trunk. She panted heavily as if she would suffocate if she didn't breathe properly. The smell of blood in the air was stronger than before. It was so thick that it could not be dissolved. His entire chest was filled with the rusty smell of blood. Xia Jinyuan used the cold blade to stab the mercenary's arm that was strangling his neck. He slashed down fiercely and directly cut the mercenary's arm tendons. In the darkness, his deep eyes were cold. Facing the enemy, his gaze was so cold that it could make one shiver in fear. The mercenary's arm tendons were cut, and the strength in his arms suddenly disappeared. Xia Jinyuan immediately grabbed the mercenary's head. He lifted his leg and hooked the mercenary's neck. With a sharp look in his eyes, he threw the mercenary to the ground. Chapter 943. The dagger in his hand was still stained with blood. The sharp blade instantly pierced the mercenary's heart. He twisted the handle so that the tip of the dagger could still move. Ah! A sharp scream became the last note of the battle. Xia Jinyuan had been using his iron arms to pin the mercenary's head in place. He then wrapped his legs around the mercenary's chest and locked his arms. Even when he heard the mercenary's screams, his heart did not soften. These people deserve to die. Xia Jinyuan maintained his killing posture. He wrapped his arms around his target. From the initial fierce struggle to the point of no resistance, Xia Jinyuan calmly let go of his arms and legs only when the sound from the mercenary's throat disappeared. He stood up. With him as the center, the bushes around him seemed to have been swept by a hurricane. Some of the bushes were even uprooted. Yiqian. He raised his voice. His voice was calm and steady. He walked over step by step until he reached the center of the battle. In the dim light, Xia Jinyuan heard the sound of rapid breathing and found Yiqian. She was sitting against a tree. Her slender body was one with the tree and the night. If not for the sound of her breathing, he wouldn't have noticed her. He walked closer and closer. Then he slowly bent down and squatted to look at her at eye level. "How are you? Do you have the strength to stand up again?" Both of them emitted a strong smell of rust. Yiqian blinked and looked at the man in the dark. His eyes were as bright as stars. He smiled and said, "I'm fine. I just feel a little weak." "Not bad." Her voice was steady. There was no trembling, no fear, and no panic. She was even better than the last time in Pakistan. Xia Jinyuan, who was originally facing her, adjusted his position and sat down shoulder to shoulder with Yiqian. He reached out to put his arm around her shoulder and let her head rest on his shoulder. Then he hugged her tightly. "Rest for a while." "Good efficiency. From the first target to the last one, we used 1.5 hours. You're counting the time." Yiqian took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. "You can still count the time. I've been thinking about how to get rid of him." Xia Jinyuan smiled and said gently, "If you have time in your heart, you don't need to calculate to know." Turning his head, he rubbed the tip of his handsome nose against her hairline and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" "My arm has been through a lot this year. I had just recovered from my injury, but I cut myself again and hurt my right arm." Yiqian looked up and saw his lips pressed against her forehead. "How about you? Are you okay?" At this moment, even the mountain wind calmed down. The crickets started chirping again, and the startled birds returned to their nests. Except for the smell of blood in the air, everything was so peaceful and leisurely. Xia Jinyuan gently kissed her on the forehead. At that moment, he could feel Yiqian taking the initiative to get closer to him and offer her heart to him. She was looking for support from him, and he was also looking for support from her. He said, "Passing through the smoke of war between life and death, isn't this kind of interaction more unforgettable than those romantic interactions?" It wasn't if, but if it was true. This kind of love could be soul-stirring in the smoke of war, but it could also be indifferent in leisure. It wouldn't become dull with time, and it would only make them more and more compatible. They would become more and more dependent on each other and become each other's support. Chapter 944. They would never be separated. As long as they could still fight, they would always be together. They would go through life and death together and grow old together. This kind of love was stronger than a romantic relationship. Love was stronger than gold and unbreakable. The two of them leaned against each other. They had survived a life and death battle and leaned against each other again. The wind didn't want to disturb them and let them sit quietly and talk softly. "I'm fine. I'm used to it." Xia Jinyuan moved his lips away from her forehead and held her shoulders tightly. He said softly, "The gauze is in the car. Treat your wounds after you get in the car." His voice was steady in the wind, so steady that she felt at ease. Yiqian's breathing gradually calmed down and she no longer rested her head on his shoulders. She said calmly, "The target in Southern Province has been dealt with. You and G3 can return to the battlefield to look for K7. She had her phone with her to maintain contact with the military. After the small envelope was sent, a series of text messages were sent back to the military. "Clean up the scene before you leave." Xia Jinyuan stood up and let Yiqian hold his outstretched hand. They stood up together and the coldness in his eyes had not dissipated. His gaze swept across the scene like a knife and he said calmly, "Bury them." After 2 hours of burying, Yi Qian's shoulders were so sore that she couldn't lift them up. Her shoulders had already been kicked in the hospital. After fighting and burying them, she suddenly lost all strength in her shoulders and the soreness rushed up like needles. "Sit for a while. I'll clean up the scene again." Xia Jinyuan helped her sit down on a brick. She didn't say anything, but he could tell. "You don't have to force yourself in front of me, little fox. You don't have to force yourself in front of your comrades. Especially after a battle, when you need to rest and replenish your energy, you must replenish it in time. We didn't just fight once. We fought countless times." Yi Qian gritted her teeth and didn't force herself. She sat down and tried to relax her shoulders. "My shoulders are sore, but I still have the strength to walk. Give me 10 minutes to rest." "Okay, I also need 10 minutes to clean up." Xia Jinyuan patted her on the shoulder lightly. There was a touch of gentleness in his cold and hard eyes. "You're great, Yi Jian. You're really great." Yi Qian raised his head and smiled at him. His smile was light, as clear and bright as the wind in the mountains. "I still need to work harder. I can't become a burden to my comrades." "How could this be? Are you now thinking that you've become a burden to me?" Xia Jinyuan frowned slightly and said solemnly, "Our bodies are not made of iron. There will always be times when we are tired. Being tired does not mean that we will become a burden to our comrades. Sometimes, you are tired because you are tired to protect your comrades. This kind of tiredness will never become a burden to your comrades. It's precisely because you exhausted yourself to protect your comrades and win victory for your comrades. This isn't tiredness, but glory." He did not want her to put too much pressure on herself. If there was pressure, she had to remember to face it properly. She didn't understand burden in this way. The correct understanding of burden was that she didn't do anything during normal times, delayed opportunities on the battlefield, and caused failure to control the battlefield. This kind of person was a burden. Think about it carefully, but remember, don't let your imagination run wild. Xia Jinyuan rubbed the top of her head heavily and reminded her in a gentle and serious voice, "Think about what a burden is." After he finished speaking, Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh as she watched his tall figure turn and leave. Chapter 945. Captain Xia really cared about her in all aspects, even her psychological development. She had never met such a man before, but she knew that she had met a very good and outstanding man. The night passed quietly when they returned to the car from the mountain. It was 5 o'clock in the morning in autumn. Xia Jinyuan took out the first aid kit from the car. Yi Qian had already taken off his jacket and was sitting in the grass wearing only a short-sleeved shirt. The knife wound was a little deep, but it was not so deep that the flesh was torn apart. However, because it was not bandaged, the area around the wound was red and swollen. Xia Jinyuan was no stranger to disinfecting and debridement. He disinfected, stopped the bleeding, sprinkled anti-inflammatory powder, wrapped the arm with gauze, and added another injury to Yi Qian's arm. "This wound is not too deep. No wonder you can endure it." Xia Jinyuan did not ask if it hurt. There was no need to ask. It definitely hurt, but compared to staying alive, this kind of pain was nothing. He had seen too many terrible injuries. Facing Yi Qian's injury, even if it was his little fox who was injured, he did not feel the need to hug and comfort her. As a soldier, you have to be patient with pain and injuries. Crying out in pain is a coward in the team. Yi Qian picked up the bloody sports jacket and said with a pained expression, "It's brand new. You can't wear it again." "I don't know how to wear camouflage. It's stained with blood, soak it in detergent for a night, then scrub it a few times the next day to make it clean." Xia Jinyuan looked down at the clumps of stains on his body and raised his eyebrows. "I can't wear this either." Their faces and bodies were covered in blood. Xia Jinyuan took the car keys hidden in the tree and laughed at Yi Qian, who was still holding the jacket. "Let's go find a place with water to wash our faces and hands. Aren't we going to find G3 immediately?" Yi Qian did not throw the jacket away. He hugged it in his arms and got into the car. "G3 is still in the hospital alone. Should we contact him first?" He started the car and turned on the headlights. The car drove into the foggy mountain road. His faint laughter came from the car. No need. He will take the initiative to go back to the hotel. The whole night's action made her bones sore. Standing in the small stream in the mountain, Yi Jian grabbed a handful of unknown water plants and washed the blood on her hands and between her fingers. A pair of slender hands that were also stained with blood reached over and held her hands. Using the grass that he had crushed earlier, he gently rubbed it between her fingers. The blood can be washed clean now, but there will be more and more in the future. Sometimes, you can even smell the blood on your hands. I've always thought that if I had a pair of hands that could smell blood, I would never be able to hold another girl's hand for the rest of my life. Sometimes, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but tremble when he saw it. Now, as he held a pair of blood-stained hands, he felt his heart soften. The girl beside him had a pair of blood-stained hands like his. She was not afraid and did not shrink back. Instead, she faced it bravely like him and even supported him when he was in danger. Just like G3 said, it was a blessing of 3 lifetimes to find a girl who could accept them. And he really found a girl who could accept his profession. It was a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Yi Qian frowned slightly. He didn't quite understand what he meant. He joked, "What? Did you want to hold another girl's hand before?" Chapter 946. Although he was joking, Xia Jinyuan did not dare to take it seriously. He answered seriously, "I never thought that you were the only girl I wanted to hold hands with. You were also the only girl who dared to take the initiative to hold my hands when my hands were stained with blood." His reaction made Yi Qian chuckle. "Not even when you were young and frivolous?" Xia Jinyuan pretended to think about it. When she looked at him coldly, he said slowly, "When I was young and frivolous, I did all sorts of bad things. All I thought about was how to go against my father. How could I have other thoughts? After I was young and frivolous, other people were busy with their first awakening of love, while I was busy studying for the military school entrance exam." Xia Jinyuan spoke slowly. His low voice was like dancing music, gentle and cheerful. "After graduating from the military school, I was assigned to Fujian town. The army was full of male soldiers. Before I met you, the only hands I could hold were those of male soldiers. One day, I suddenly held a girl's hand. At that time, there was only one thought in my mind. Why is it so soft? So soft that..." Yi Qian, who had been listening attentively, realized that he was talking about her again. She immediately raised her voice. Okay, I believe you. You don't have to explain." If he continued to explain, it would make her blush and feel uncomfortable. "No, this concerns my innocence. I have to explain it clearly," Major Xia said seriously. Major Xia said seriously. Yi Jian looked at him with a faint smile and an ambiguous expression. She maintained her composure on the surface, but her heart was boiling like boiling water. "This concerns my innocence. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it." She wanted to cover her ears, but he was still holding her hand. She wanted to run away. How could she outrun him? Most importantly, he liked to make her feel embarrassed. The more she acted this way, the more excited he would be. "The first time I held a girl's hand, I was really shocked. It was so soft that I felt like I could break it if I used too much strength. Little fox, why is your hand so soft? It's as if it has no bones. It's so soft that it even reaches my heart. Later, when I hugged you, I thought, no wonder they say that women are made of water. I hugged you like this and really didn't want to let go. But you were still young at that time. I put you down and you pounced on me. You even straddled me. How tall were you then? Not even 1.6 meters, like a little bean." Yi Qian wanted to drown himself in the water. He said that he and a few other soldiers had received close-range combat training within 30 meters, and their opponent was a real sniper in the army. He didn't know why Xia Jinyuan appeared out of nowhere and accidentally encountered him. Yi Qian blushed a little when he thought about how he had been pinned down by Yi Zihao. His voice sounded like it was overflowing with water as he reprimanded in a low voice, "You pervert!" At that time, he was only 14. His thoughts were all over the place. "You're right. At that time, I also felt like a hooligan." Xia Jinyuan, who had always done things in an upright manner, readily admitted that he was indeed A hooligan at that time. You were too bold. You straddled a male soldier all of a sudden. When I was scaring you, I even thought about whether I should kiss you. Fortunately, you angrily called me an old man. A basin of cold water was poured over me and woke me up. Otherwise. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Yiqian's cheek and quickly kissed her with his thin lips. The noble and handsome major smiled so brightly that Yiqian couldn't help but raise his leg to kick him. Major Xia, who had dodged to the side, finished his unfinished sentence along with the morning breeze. Otherwise, I really would have kissed you back then. Now that it's like this, I can't help but want to kiss you. Chapter 947. When it came to how to get along with Yiqian, Major Xia had always been aggressive. If he didn't take the initiative, this girl with a hard shell would never take a step forward. Only when he took the initiative would she be able to get closer to him. It was normal for her to be shy. He was shy too. Xia Jinyuan, why are you hiding? You said so many crazy things about being a hooligan, yet you won't let me kick you. Yiqian was only shy about his behavior, not angry. Her eyes were like water, and even when she glanced at him, they were still bright and beautiful. I'm only 14 years old, and you're already having such thoughts. Your thoughts are too improper. He had long realized that his thoughts were improper, but realizing it and wanting to correct them were two completely different things. However, he was really glad that his thoughts were improper at the time, and that he didn't miss out on such a good girl. If you only act like a hooligan and don't take responsibility, then that's called improper. Mine doesn't count. My thoughts are proper, my attitude is serious, and I can withstand the test. Looking at Yiqian, who was so shy that her face was as red as rouge, Xia Jinyuan's eyes were so gentle that there were whirlpools in them. His laughter gradually subsided. He held her hand tightly, stared at the girl he liked, and said slowly and seriously, Yiqian, you're the only girl I want to hold hands with. You're the only girl who doesn't mind holding my blood-stained hands, and who is brave enough to hold them. As for other girls, if I were to hold out my blood-stained and reeking hands to them, I'm afraid they would faint before I could even open my mouth. His serious words made Yiqian feel helpless and bitter. Who would dare to hold a pair of blood-stained hands? She lowered her head and looked at her own hands. They were also stained with blood, and even the gaps between her fingers were stained with blood. It took a lot of courage to hold a pair of hands that reeked of blood. After a few hours, the blood that had dried between the fingers was difficult to remove. It needed to be washed carefully. Yiqian looked at the man who had been looking at her with a gentle expression. The invisible layer of coldness in her eyes slowly softened, and there was a hint of affection in her eyes. Let me tell you a real story. One day, after training, J5 mentioned something in the chat. He said that one of our retired soldiers had just returned to the company after completing a mission. Just as he was changing out of his blood-stained clothes, one of his comrades told him that a girl was looking for him. The old soldier was so happy that he ran out excitedly and saw his girlfriend standing at the entrance of the camp like a flower. The soldier held his girlfriend's hand, but before he said anything, he heard his girlfriend frowning and asked why he reeked of blood on his body. And then he saw the blood between his fingers, so he immediately retracted his hand. Later, the soldier said that he would never be able to forget the expression on her face at that time. She was disgusted, very disgusted. She was disgusted by the smell of blood on his body, the bloodstains on his hands, and even more disgusted by how dirty he was. The bloodstains between his fingers were gradually cleaned, and then she rinsed them with water. Xia Jinyuan held the hand that reeked of blood as well as his own. He slowly looked up and fixed his gaze on her. His sorrowful voice was as clear as a flowing stream, trickling over. Later, the soldier broke up with her and took the initiative to end their 2-year relationship. Later on, the soldier retired from the army. It was said that he found a nurse who also had to deal with blood. This was the story I heard on the 4th day I joined the army. It was a sad story. I've been thinking about what I would have done if it were me. Chapter 948. Yiqian also looked at him and asked with his eyes, if it were you, what would you do? I thought about it for a week. At that time, all I could think about was you. I thought that I needed to find a girl like Yiqian. I needed to find a girl who could understand me, and I could understand her. Otherwise, if I appeared in front of her one day covered in blood, how scary would that be? Yi Jian smiled. She thought of herself. If one day she appeared in front of the other him covered in blood, the other him who lived in peace would be scared half to death. Who would be willing to find a girlfriend whose hands were covered in blood and who was nowhere to be seen at the end of the year? Even if he could accept it at the time, after a long time, he would be annoyed and tired. He would not want to continue, and break up would be a foregone conclusion. A boyfriend who did not understand her, and she could not tell him about the hardships and dangers she faced. That kind of love was not strong and could hit the rocks at any time. Only by finding a boyfriend who understood her, who had experienced the smoke and fire of war, who had been tempered so many times that they were inseparable. Only this kind of love was true love. Suddenly Yi Qian understood why Xia Jinyuan wrote in his love letter. They all said that the love of a special forces soldier was the most bitter love. It was a darkness that could not be seen under the sun. It could only struggle painfully in the dark and cold corners. Even if it was lovesickness, it would hurt to the bone. Because no one could understand them, no one could truly understand them, and no one knew how dangerous their profession was. All kinds of things such as this were because the Special Forces soldiers could not tell their loved ones that they were Special Forces soldiers. Therefore, their love struggled painfully in the corner, and their lovesickness hurt to the bone. Love that could not be seen under the sun was like a small bean sprout that sprouted in the dark. It was so delicate that it could be broken with a light touch. It was too tiring to protect such a love. It would be very, very tiring. The veteran soldier was tired. Secondly, he didn't want to implicate a girl and waste her youth. Furthermore, in their line of work, there was no guarantee that they would return. Since the other party couldn't understand him, he might as well let her go and have peace of mind. I won't be scared. Look at you, you're covered in blood. Your face, the tip of your nose, your eyebrows, and your forehead are all covered in blood. Yi Qian removed her hand from his and caressed his face with her clean hand. She stopped at the corner of his eyes and smiled. Also, I can see that my face, nose, eyebrows, and forehead are all covered in blood. The way you are is the way I am. We are all the same. We don't need to be afraid of anyone, and we don't need to carefully protect anyone. You brought me up, and I'll follow in your footsteps. This is our love. This is the love between the two of us. Xia Jinyuan felt his blood boil because of her words. In the past 23 years, he had finally tasted what it felt like to be touched by words of love. He felt as if there was a fire burning in his chest. Because of her words, he was willing to burn to ashes in a sea of fire. It was not over yet. Yi Qian's words of love were not over yet. She smiled and looked at him deeply. Her gentle voice blended with the wind and fog, and she whispered softly in his ear, "We won't struggle in the dark, and we won't cry in cold corners. The love that I want, the love that you want, is the kind of love that we have now." Chapter 949. I won't be afraid of you, and you won't be afraid of me. If you appear in front of me covered in blood, I will say, "Well done, my major." If I appear in front of you covered in blood, you will say, "Well done, my comrade." Look, neither of us will be afraid of the other. We understand each other, and we understand each other. You're right. Compared to romantic love, our love is much stronger. Xia Jinyuan, I believe that our love will always be this strong. Our love will always be this strong. Xia Jinyuan smiled. Little Fox really knew how to talk. Her words touched the bottom of his heart and sweetened his heart. That's right. This is our love. It can be exposed to the sun and wind. Our love is the kind of love that we have now. This is our love. It's a one-of-a-kind love. She wet her hands in the water and gently washed the blood off his handsome face. She saw the gentleness in his eyes and the bright smile on his face. Xia Jinyuan was really good-looking. He was as elegant as bamboo and as proud as a pine tree. His features were like an ink painting on a master's paper. There was a hint of his handsomeness, and there was also a hint of coldness when the ink was splashed. There was no part of him that was not exquisite and elegant. The young major who made her feel a sense of majesty when they first met lived in her heart just like that. No matter how unwilling she was, she could not resist his gentleness. She was washing the blood off his face, and at the same time, he was washing the blood off her face. Both of their eyes were so focused that they could only see each other's faces in their deep eyes until they were clean. Xia Jinyuan's hands pulled the water grass growing in the stream and rubbed it until it was pulp. Then he washed the blood off his fingers bit by bit. Yi Qian washed his face very seriously. He pursed his lips slightly and gently washed the blood off his fingers. The gurgling stream washed the blood off his face and hands until there was not a trace of dirt left. Yi Qian looked up and smiled. It's very clean. It smells like green grass. In the faint morning light, her face was like a pearl with water droplets on it. It was bright and clear. Her dark eyes looked at him with a smile. The coldness in her expression had quietly faded, leaving only gentleness for him. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan felt that her gentle smile was branded in the depths of his heart. Xia Jinyuan, did you slack off during training? You're too fair standing in the middle of the V8 team. Your face and hands are so fair. If I didn't know better, I would really think that you were slacking off. With his head lowered, Yi Qian teased him with a smile. Under the washing of the green grass pulp, his strong hands became even fairer. His fingers were delicate and slender. They were even prettier than a pianist's hands. Xia Jinyuan smiled and replied calmly, "This problem has been bothering me for a few years. When I first entered the military academy, I even thought about going to the hospital to get my skin tanned." Yi Qian, who was secretly praising him, did not notice the change in the owner of these hands. Because of her seriousness and concentration, Xia Jinyuan's eyes became darker and darker. You want to become darker when you want to become fairer? How hateful. Letting go of his clean hands, Yi Qian scooped up some water and splashed it on her face. Xia Jinyuan, who was squatting beside her, stood up and shouted in a deep voice, "Yi Qian." Yi Qian smiled and looked up. "I can." Chapter 950. No matter how fast she reacted, it was too late now. Xia Jinyuan, who was already mentally prepared, smiled and stretched out his long arms to hug her waist. His laughter was low and deep beside her ear. It was soft, sexy, and hoarse. "You want to run away now? It's too late, my little fox." "Xia Jinyuan, you're going crazy again." Yi Qian, whose legs were lifted into the air, struggled. The more he struggled, the tighter the arms around his waist became. It made it hard for him to breathe. "Put me down. It's uncomfortable for you to hold me like this." Was it uncomfortable to hug her like this? Then change to a more comfortable position. His arms were very strong. He lifted her up gently, allowing her legs to spread across his strong waist. His hands held her buttocks firmly, as if he was holding a child. "How is it? Do you feel comfortable now?" Indeed, it wasn't as comfortable as when he hugged her waist, but this made her even more embarrassed. "I want to kiss you, can I?" Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened as he took a step forward and asked, "Can I kiss you right here? I really want to kiss you. I can't control myself at all." "May I? May I?" The autumn morning sun peeked out of the clouds, passed through the thin mist, and gently fell on his elegant brows, making Xia Jinyuan's gentleness even clearer in Yi Qian's eyes and heart. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qian bit his lip and said helplessly, "How many more times do you need to ask?" "Ask until you agree." He hugged Yi Qian firmly. The smile at the corner of his mouth was graceful, and there was a hint of laziness that made Yi Qian's heart beat faster. "What if I don't agree?" "Ask until you agree." Yi Qian was exasperated. He stared at him with his clear eyes. "You're being shameless. Idiot, I've always been such a scoundrel. Did you just realize?" Laughter seemed to come from his chest. Xia Jinyuan stepped out of the stream and walked to the flat grassland. "Next, I'm going to do something that I didn't finish yesterday morning." As he spoke, Yi Qian fell into the misty grass. His gaze darkened bit by bit under the faint morning light, causing Yi Qian's heart to race and even his fine eyelashes to tremble slightly. "Xia Jinyuan, be careful." His voice was trembling. As he turned around, Yi Qian was completely flustered. "I've always been very careful, but there are times when I lose control." The young major lowered his head and lowered his tall and imposing body. His hot and dangerous aura made Yiqian hurriedly use her uninjured hand to support his chest. Even though her voice was trembling slightly, she still asked, "How far do you want to go? Let's see how far I can control myself." "Be good, move your hand away. I'm afraid I'll hurt you." The sunlight shone through the mist. His dark eyes seemed to be shining brightly, burning both himself and Yiqian. His slender hand grasped Yiqian's hands that were pressed against his chest. Slowly, gently, and forcefully, he removed them bit by bit. "Trust me, I'll control myself. I won't do anything that you can't handle at your age." He put her hands to the side and pressed them against the grass. The last thing Yiqian saw with her eyes closed was his handsome face. His pitch-black pupils reflected the face of a woman with watery eyes. Chapter 951. That was her. That was her own face. Her eyes were like autumn waves, and her face was like the rosy clouds of the morning sun. Everything was silent. It was as if all sounds had been blocked out. She couldn't hear the gurgling of the running water or the chirping of the morning birds. All she could hear was her own heartbeat. It was so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. "Relax, relax, be good, relax a little. I'm nervous too. It's our first time kissing in the wild. I'm nervous too." Xia Jinyuan didn't kiss her immediately. His slender hand held Yiqian's slender fingers and intertwined his fingers with hers so that she could hold on tightly to his hand. One by one, he kissed her lightly, starting from her forehead. Originally, Yiqian was also very nervous. When she heard Xia Jinyuan say that he was also very nervous, she couldn't help but smile. It turned out that she was not the only one who was nervous. It turned out that he was also very nervous. Xia Jinyuan, who carefully avoided her injured arm, didn't kiss her with his eyes closed. When he raised his head slightly, he saw Yiqian smiling. She seemed to like seeing him nervous. As long as she liked it, it was fine. He was nervous too. His deep voice was like red wine, intoxicating and intimate. Just now, it was a battle between the two of us. Only the two of us fought side by side. There were no other comrades supporting us. It was just the two of us fighting. His kiss landed on Yiqian's earlobe. He even nibbled on it gently. "Also, I found a girl who wasn't afraid of my hands being stained with blood. She even told me what kind of love our love would be." His voice was very warm. It was so warm that one would gradually relax from their nervousness. It was very gentle and warm. One could slowly let down one's guard. Yiqian opened her eyes slightly. She saw his handsome face magnified in her eyes. He was so close to her. She also saw the joy in his eyes. Xia Jinyuan liked Yiqian. There was no doubt about that. "Hold my hand. Don't be afraid. Believe me. Believe that I won't lose control and do anything to hurt you. Close your eyes and enjoy our victory. The way we enjoy our love." As he lowered his body, the long grass rustled. Through the gaps in the grass, she could see that he had placed Yiqian under his body and was kissing her passionately. His love would not grow in the dark and struggle in a cold corner. The love he wanted was to be righteous like this. It was just that open and aboveboard. In winter, he could be his neighbor with snowy mountains. In summer, he could be his companion with the sea. In autumn, he could dance with the yellow sand, and in spring, he could spend time with the jungle. This was his love. There was no such thing as premature death, and there was no such thing as fear. She could wash the blood off his body, and he could do the same for her. They wouldn't ask why they were so dirty or why there was so much blood. They could understand each other and encourage each other. They wouldn't hide things because they were afraid, and they wouldn't run away because they wanted to hide things. Xia Jinyuan and Yiqian's love would grow in the sunshine and eventually become a towering tree that bore many fruits. Yiqian had already closed her eyes and accepted his kiss. She could see her reflection in his dark eyes. She could clearly see the expression on her face. There was no resistance, no panic. In his deep voice and gentle kiss, her heart had already accepted him. Accepted, the man who made her feel safe. Her heart that had been tightly closed for 2 lifetimes opened little by little. One day, she would completely accept him. Chapter 952. With the sky as the cover and the ground as the hut, Xia Jinyuan finally finished the bad thing he didn't manage to do last night. Without any resistance, Yi Qian followed her heart and accepted his passion. But this time, she could clearly feel how fast Xia Jinyuan's kissing skills had improved. Just a second ago, she was still thinking about reminding him not to laugh, but in the next second, she was kissed until she felt dizzy and her whole body went limp on the grass. The long grass was pushed down piece by piece, and the rustling sound told the world how intense the actions of the lovers who were in intimate contact would be. Occasionally, there would be a low moan that would make people blush in the midst of the gurgling stream, and those soft moans were as sweet as honey. Does it feel good? I can hear your voice. It's much softer than before. The diligent and studious Xia Jinyuan was used to asking questions shamelessly. When the sound of the grass rustling stopped, Xia Jinyuan ended the charming and gentle kiss perfectly. He let Yi Qian lie on top of him and opened his arms to hug her tightly, pressing their bodies together intimately. The restlessness didn't stop, but he controlled it. His chest rose and fell, and even the breath he breathed out was hot to the touch. Yi Jian had already carefully avoided the most obvious part of his agitation. Her upper body was close to his chest, and she quietly opened her legs and placed them on both sides of his waist. She was afraid that if she was careless, she would accidentally make herself flustered and cause him to draw in a breath of cold air. She was so careful and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Suddenly, when she heard him ask her this question, Yi Qian's eyelids trembled slightly, and she simply closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. She was asleep and didn't hear him. Bastard. He always liked to ask questions that made her feel embarrassed to answer. How was she supposed to answer him? She didn't want to answer. Her head was resting on Xia Jinyuan's shoulder, and her small movements couldn't escape his gaze. We kissed until your lips are red and swollen. Are you still shy? Then I'll have to answer my own question. It must be very comfortable. When I hear your voice, I also feel very comfortable, so much so that my body's reaction is a little big. You're so shocked that you don't even dare to lie under me. Xia Jinyuan, whose lower body was still tense and restless, quickly adjusted the rhythm of his breathing. He used his strong self-control to suppress the restlessness. Every word he said was to divert his attention so that the restlessness would subside as soon as possible. You must be tired. Now you can lay your legs down and everything will return to normal. Everything had returned to normal. It wouldn't touch her lower abdomen again. Yi Qian didn't move. She was already asleep. He really fell asleep? Little fox, don't you know that it's best to take advantage of someone while they're sleeping? Xia Jinyuan's thin lips moved slightly with a hint of mockery. He admired Yi Qian and his eyes trembled slightly. The prince will kiss the sleeping beauty awake. Let me be the prince too. Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian opened his eyes and glared at him. Now, please shut up. I need some peace and quiet. Can you be a little more normal? She was a little embarrassed and angry. I won't say anything. Shut up immediately. Xia Jinyuan, who knew when to submit to circumstances, held back his laughter. He quickly patted her back and said, Don't be angry, don't be angry. Next time I ask you, should I ask for your opinion first? I'm a studious person. I only allow myself to improve and not retreat. Sometimes, I really can't help but want to ask you. I'm just afraid that if I get nervous, I'll hit or bite you. Chapter 953. Little Fox, I'm nervous too. This is my first time interacting with a girl, so I'm not as relaxed as you are. However, I'm a man, and men have to take the initiative. I have to take the initiative. So, even if I'm nervous, I have to take the initiative. This is called accumulating practical experience. It's like fighting a war. There's no chance of winning if you only talk about it every day. Only by doing it can you accumulate experience, win every battle, and build confidence. Yi Qian, who had her eyes closed, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said that he was nervous, but she was the one who was nervous. You finally smiled. I was really scared when you scared me just now. It's good that you smiled. Let me catch my breath and calm down. Xia Jinyuan pretended to be shocked and looked at Yi Qian as if he needed to be comforted. He hoped that she would comfort him. He was really shameless. The phone vibrated against his pants. Xia Jinyuan didn't even need to blink. Xia Jinyuan's eyes were cold. The shameless Xia Jinyuan instantly entered the state of a soldier. His handsome face was piercingly cold, and there was no trace of gentleness from before. Yi Jian's movements were also quick. She immediately got off his body and looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was picking up the phone calmly, with her eyes full of emotions. The military called. The target in southern province was eliminated. They were to immediately meet up with G3 to rescue K7. K7 has been confirmed to be captured. Q King, the military hopes that as many of your comrades left the country at that time, you will return to the country. The Major General's cold voice sounded from the phone. The operation in southern province was perfect. The military gave Yi Qian a high evaluation of her ability. Tell her that even if she's just a student now, the military has recorded all her military achievements. We're just waiting for the day she puts on her uniform and serves the country. Yi Qian had been glued to his phone the entire time. She heard the Major General's words clearly. With a cold expression, she didn't care about whether she had any military achievements. She only cared about how dangerous Xia Jinyuan's mission was this time. I'll meet up with G3 immediately and head to the border. He didn't say much, but his short words were filled with a piercingly cold aura. The target in the southern province has been dealt with. Identity has not been exposed. Operation Storm Commander Q King is requesting backup. The Major General admired his resolute and fearless subordinate very much. He nodded and said, "Helicopter support, Southern Province Air Force Base. I'll give you 4 hours. The plane will land at the base in 4 hours. With the help of the helicopter, they would be able to rush back to the battlefield to rescue K7. 4 hours." Yi Qian roughly calculated the time. Although it was tight, he could still make it. Their time together began to count down. If they didn't have 4 hours, they would only have an hour and a half at most. The rescue of K7 is imminent. The military can provide you with convenience in the country, but once you're overseas, all contact information will be destroyed. Q King, K7 who entered ST is very likely to have sacrificed himself. It will be very difficult for you to find out his specific direction. ST mercenary group has always welcomed women. The Major's voice gradually trailed off. Xia Jinyuan's expression instantly turned cold. 1 minute later, he rejected without hesitation. "Sir, I reject the military's suggestion this time. Rescuing K7 is our team's task. I don't want anyone else to get involved. You know how high the danger level is. We sent a total of 8 people, and now only 7 have returned. No one can guarantee that there won't be any accidents during the rescue and..." Chapter 954. Xia Jinyuan's gaze fell on the figure walking towards the car, and his voice became even colder. Also, Yi Qian has never been in danger alone. Although she is excellent in all aspects, she is still a student. I object to the military's suggestion this time. The military thinks that sending her abroad is not just to rescue K7, they also hope that she can provide. I don't agree. End of report. Without waiting for the Major General to finish speaking, Xia Jinyuan said, "End of report." Very forcefully, he ended the conversation. The Major General on the other end of the phone choked. He wanted to curse, but he couldn't. They had to discuss it. Q King, the military will not make a decision that is disadvantageous to your operation. Yi Qian has worked with you many times, and as a female soldier, she is the most suitable person to infiltrate the ST mercenary group. Why do you? Xia Jinyuan would gladly accept Yi Qian's participation in an operation like the one in Pakistan, but this time, he refused without any discussion. The ST mercenary group is notorious around the world. Female captives who have fallen into their hands have never walked out in one piece. Major General, it is precisely because Yi Qian is a female that I don't agree. The ST mercenary group was a mercenary group that only worked for money. They were cruel, heartless, bloodthirsty, and tortured captives. Falling into the hands of such a mercenary group would depend on how many lives K7 could survive. Even male soldiers had to survive a few times, but female soldiers would always end up much worse than male soldiers. Not only would they be tortured, but they would also be humiliated. With such a mercenary group, Major General, I don't know why the military would make such a suggestion. Every word in the last sentence was mixed with hostility. He used a completely doubtful attitude to deny the military's decision. Luckily, Xia Jinyuan had good self-control. If he had a more explosive temper, he would probably directly say, "Did water get into your brain?" After he finished this sentence, he said, "End of report." Then he unilaterally ended the conversation. Letting Yi Qian go to the ST mercenary group alone to scout the way? How could he agree? In Pakistan, at least the other party was a group of people who had faith and would never humiliate a female captive. As for the ST mercenary group, as long as one knew a little about them, the color of their faces would change. After hanging up, Xia Jinyuan thought for a while and turned off his phone. Since the military had said that it was a suggestion, it was a suggestion. It was clear that they had discussed it carefully. They were only telling him to sound him out. Perhaps they wanted him to ask Little Fox. Xia Jinyuan could not help but shudder when he thought of Yi Qian's fearless attitude. If the Little Fox knew about this, she would definitely agree. She agreed, but he really didn't. After turning off his phone, Xia Jinyuan walked to the front of the car with a carefree expression. He patted Yi Qian's shoulder like a comrade and praised him with a smile. The military is very satisfied. They've recorded all your achievements. You now have 3 military merits. Well done, Little Fox. Once you graduate from the military academy, you won't be promoted to major, right? According to the military rank regulations of China, students who graduated from junior college or university would generally be given the rank of second lieutenant after they were assigned to a post in the military. Those who graduated from undergraduate studies would be given the rank of first lieutenant. Some would first be given the rank of second lieutenant, and after an internship period, they would be given the rank of first lieutenant. Those who graduated from graduate studies would be given the rank of captain. It was extremely rare for someone like Yi Qian, who did not even go to military academy, to have military merits directly. Her identity was special and could not be defined as an ordinary citizen. If they wanted to convert military merits into a substantial reward, Yi Qian would not accept it. Uncle Zhen and Uncle Chen would not agree to it either. In order to retain an outstanding talent like Yi Qian, the military had miraculously reached a consensus without any discussion to record military merits. Chapter 955. Since it was recorded as military merit, according to the implementation of the 7th article of the Chinese military regulations, after Yi Jian graduated, her 3 military merits were already outstanding enough. So, it wasn't impossible. However, for Yi Jian, military ranks were a little far away from her. What she was thinking about now had nothing to do with herself. It was all about the major in front of her who could still talk and laugh with her. Don't worry about me. Think about your matter first. K7 was captured, your identities are unknown, and you have to be careful of being hunted down. Captain Xia, I hope you can come back alive even if you're injured. Rescues were often more dangerous than breakthroughs. They knew this, and so did Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and pulled Yi Qian into his arms. Although she spoke frankly, her words were filled with concern. He quickly kissed her slightly swollen lips. No, I can't lose my life so easily. I'm still waiting for Little Fox to hold my hand and attend your high school graduation ceremony after you graduate from high school. I still have to wait for my Little Fox to go to university, so we can be together. His voice was still high-spirited before, but in the end, he lowered his voice and whispered into her ear with a flirtatious expression. Yi Jian, who had finally calmed down from the passionate kiss, suddenly felt like a ball of scorching hot air was blowing against her face because of his words. It was so hot that even her fair earlobes were flushed red. He actually said, something about using condoms together. Xia Jinyuan, you're too indecent. Yi Qian lifted her leg. This time, she didn't hold back and directly stomped on his foot. I'm only 17 years old. You're indecent too. Was he really that indecent? Why did he feel that it was normal? 17 years old. Yes, a little young. A high school girl was underage. It was a little inappropriate for him to suddenly be so blunt. However, Xia Jinyuan endured the pain in his foot and maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. He said elegantly, "Your actual age is 17, so according to the nominal age, you're 18 years old. Also, little fox, your maturity always makes me overlook your actual age. Your mental age is definitely 20 years old." Although it was painful, seeing the bashful look on her face made it painful again. It was worth it, because he had been holding a gun for a long time. His rough and slender fingers were gently caressing her cheeks. He looked at her with a deep gaze and said in a low and sexy voice, "I'm not being indecent. It's all very normal. You're not 13 or 14 years old at the age where you don't know anything. When you're 17 years old, you should know what you should know. I hope that I'll be the one to tell you these intimate things. I'll tell you openly, and I hope that you can accept it with a healthy mindset, because sex will become an indispensable thing in our lives in the future. I'm telling you now not because I'm not being serious. I just want you to know and understand. Don't you think it's more appropriate for me to tell you, little fox?" Yi Qian was speechless. What he said, she had no way to refute it. When it came to reasoning, Major Xia was extremely talented. Even if she had lived 2 lifetimes, she was still not his match. In terms of shamelessness, he wasn't as good as him. She was not as thick-skinned as him. When it came to reasoning, there was no one better at talking than him. Thinking about it carefully, Yi Qian was a little dumbfounded. She realized that in terms of life, she was no match for Xia Jinyuan. Chapter 956. Think about it carefully and see if what I said makes sense. Letting go of her hand, Xia Jinyuan opened the door and got into the car first. As he bent over, the young and scheming major, who had lured the innocent fox into his trap step by step, curved his lips into a meaningful smile. He had to let the little fox get used to it and know in advance. 17 years old was not young. How could she not know what she should know? Wait until she was in her 20s to understand? That would be a little too late. When they were in their 20s, success would come naturally. He did not want the two of them to experience any unpleasantness during normal physical interactions to enhance intimacy. He liked her and only wanted her to be happy from the bottom of his heart. Doing anything with him, such as kissing, caressing, or making love, was very pleasurable. All he wanted was for her to be happy. Yi Qian silently hit her head. She had lived for 2 lifetimes. And Major Xia in the 90s was more open-minded. In her previous life, she had made one mistake and then another. She had lived a useless life. In this life, she had finally won back the life that belonged to her. How did she meet Xia Jinyuan? She did not know how to deal with it at all. Looking at her secretly hitting her head with a vexed and conflicted expression, Xia Jinyuan started the car and the smile on his face deepened. It was good to be a little reckless when you were young. When you were a little reckless, you would become thick-skinned. Once you were thick-skinned, you would be able to do anything as a matter of course and not feel guilty at all. After Yi Qian got into the car, the major stepped on the accelerator and instantly accelerated to 240 miles per hour. The whole car drove out of the mountain road like a race car and headed straight for the city center. After getting into the car, Yi Qian was still feeling uneasy. Condoms and whatnot. How could he say it so easily? The car drove very fast. As soon as she sat in the front passenger seat, she saw the shadows of trees on both sides of the car pass by from the corner of her eyes. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled several kilometers. Yi Qian, who had been slightly pursing her lips, looked at the man driving. That serious side profile. It was as if nothing had happened just now. There was still a gap. No, she had to calm herself down. What had happened was in the past. Why should she keep thinking about it? He was simply making himself uncomfortable. Xia Jinyuan, who was able to control his emotions, had already thought about the important matter. Since he had made a big fuss, he had to get down to business as soon as possible. He said in a serious tone, "Although the mercenaries lured to the southern province have all been dealt with, we can't rule out the possibility that there will be more mercenaries outside. You should stay in school for the next few days. It's best if you don't go outside." Yi Qian, who was also quickly calming himself down, replied with a slightly cold expression, "None of the 8 people we sent out survived. It's normal for them to come looking for us. But I'm safer than all of you. Captain Xia, you don't have to worry about me. Don't worry about me, don't get distracted because of me, don't worry about me, don't get hurt because of me. I don't need you to worry about me either. Just focus on recuperating in school. Xia Jinyuan understood her unspoken words. He stared coldly at Xia Jinyuan in front of him, and his heart softened. They were like-minded lovers. They understood each other more and respected each other more. This kind of love was unique to Xia Jinyuan. You don't have to think about anything other than your studies in school. Just like me, you don't have to think about anything other than how to destroy the enemy on the battlefield. You take good care of yourself in school, and I'll take good care of myself on the front line. We have to be well, understand? When they were waiting for a red light, Xia Jinyuan held Yi Qian's hand. He gently rubbed the back of her hand with his thumb and looked at her with an incredibly gentle gaze. We have to take good care of ourselves. Chapter 957. Take good care of yourself and don't let him worry. I'll only be at ease if you're well. Yi Qian smiled and nodded. I will. You will too. Yi Jian hesitated for a moment before she lifted her right hand and held his right hand. She didn't dare to look at Xia Jinyuan anymore. She stared straight ahead. She didn't dare to look at Xia Jinyuan anymore. She wasn't used to taking the initiative. She always felt like she was doing something naughty. Every time she took the initiative, she had to be mentally prepared. She took a step towards Xia Jinyuan with embarrassment and shyness. She took the initiative, but Xia Jinyuan's gaze deepened. Yi Qian shifted uncomfortably and said dryly, Drive? Drive. Why are you looking at me? Little fox, even if I want to drive, I need to be able to drive. Xia Jinyuan looked down at his right hand that she was holding tightly. He was in a good mood and smiled. For the time being, I can't shift gears and drive with one hand. Yi Qian immediately let go of his hand as if he had been electrocuted. How awkward! Since when did I hold his right hand so tightly? At this moment, she didn't look at the front, but turned her head sideways and looked out of the car window, leaving the back of her head for Xia Jinyuan, who was laughing in a low voice. He met a bold yet shy little fox. No matter how he looked at her, she was adorable. Her cuteness had a magical power that made him reluctant to part with her. Sometimes, he even felt that just listening to her voice could dissipate the fatigue of the day. Yi Qian listened to his deep chuckle and thought about her behavior just now. She couldn't help but raise her hand to her forehead. Why did she keep acting so childishly in front of him? He even kissed her neck by the stream. What was there to be embarrassed about? Neck? Yi Qian quickly touched her neck. It wasn't red from the kiss, was it? Her skin was a little sore from the kiss just now. She touched her neck to see if there were any red marks. Xia Jinyuan, who knew what was going on, smiled and said, 2 red marks, symmetrical on the left and the right. The size is even and the shape is not bad. You did it on purpose, Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian glared at him and immediately let go of her ponytail. Then she parted her hair to cover both sides of her neck. That should be enough. Just now, it was indeed a bit intense. How did she let him kiss her neck? She even left a kiss mark on him. She didn't know when it would disappear. What if her classmates found out, especially if Jiasin found out? How was she going to explain it? Xia Jinyuan did it on purpose. Why would he do that on purpose? Unable to control himself, by the time he realized it, there was already one. 1 strawberry will cause misunderstandings. Why don't we just leave 2 strawberries? With strawberries, people won't misunderstand. Xia Jinyuan's explanation sounded quite reasonable. His smiling eyes occasionally slid across Yi Qian's face. His eyes were so bright that they seemed to sparkle. Yi Qian was already thinking about how to make him leave a kiss mark on her. When she looked up, she saw the sparkle in his deep eyes, which were like stars, shining on her body. Yi Qian's fingertips trembled and she felt her face heat up. The temperature in the car seemed to have risen by a lot. Her back was sweating slightly, leaving his mark on her body. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Leaving his mark, leaving his scent. It was as if he really wanted to melt her into his bones. Chapter 958. Xia Jinyuan, who had become restless after thinking about it for a while, took the initiative to put down the car window and let the cool morning breeze calm down his boiling blood. He did not want to be like a young man who was easily restless and restless. Yi Jian, whose back was sweating, also put down the car window at the same time. The two car windows were put down at the same time. After a few seconds of silence in the car, they looked at each other and smiled slowly from the corners of their eyes. They didn't speak anymore. One drove steadily and quickly, while the other sat quietly and occasionally made eye contact. Just looking at each other in silence was more than 1,000 words. G3 came out of the provincial hospital and drove the car he drove from the hotel yesterday to the rendezvous point as fast as he could. They had to reach the base in 4 hours and leave southern province by helicopter. The mission to return to China was over, and the next step was to rescue their comrade, K7. The last rendezvous point was at the entrance of the highway. Xia Jinyuan arrived 1.5 hours later. Before the car stopped, G3 opened the door and jumped into the car. There are still 3 hours left. If we take the highway, we will reach the base in 2 hours. He then looked at Yi Qian and saw the white gauze on her arm. G3 raised his eyebrows. More honor. Good luck, Yi Qian. Good luck, G3. Yi Qian turned around and smiled at him. I will wait for your safe return. The car stopped. Yi Qian took the car keys from G3 and said to Xia Jinyuan with pursed lips, "There is still about a month before the maple leaves turn golden. I hope you will come back by then, put on your military uniform, and take me to see the mountain full of yellow maple leaves." G3's car was also borrowed from Hozi, and Yi Qian would drive it back to Hozi. It won't be long, it will be soon. It's still early. You can go back to the 23rd floor to rest after breakfast, or go to the library. You don't have to rush back to school. Xia Jinyuan opened the car door and hugged her gently. He reminded her again, I am going on a long journey. You wait for me. We have to be safe. Yi Qian raised his hands and placed them on Wei Xiaobao's shoulders. His voice was clear and calm as he said, You're on a long journey, I'll wait for you. My only wish is that everything will be fine and that I'll wait for your return. This time, Xia Jinyuan did not even give him a military salute. Without any hesitation, he opened the car door and got into the car, leaving only the shadow of his car for Yi Qian to see. In the car, G3 turned around and saw Yi Qian standing by the roadside. He saw her salute their car slowly, like a comrade in the brigade, silently sending off a comrade who was on a mission. G3 silently raised his hand and saluted Yi Qian from afar. He waited until Yi Qian was out of sight before he retracted his hand and said to Xia Jinyuan, who had a serious expression on his face and was focused on driving, Q King, you've met such a good girl. When she grows up, you should find a chance to marry her. There are too many single people in the brigade. You should take the lead and let us all join in the fun. Who knows, maybe one day we can all get married. The comrades in the Snowfield Brigade did not dare to say who they wanted to marry. They only dared to say who they wanted to marry. However, the point was that they all hated marrying and could not get married even if they wanted to. No one dared to marry them. For example, J5 and K7, who were so well-to-do, whenever they were free, they would yell and shout every day that they wanted to marry themselves off. However, after yelling for a few years, there was no response. As for the other comrades, they were all well-to-do and had good family backgrounds. No one dared to marry themselves off. The danger of their profession made them very cautious when it came to choosing love. Chapter 959. G3's teasing made Xia Jinyuan raise his eyebrows slightly. He tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel and said calmly, G3, don't think that I don't know about you. Let's go back to China together. I'll go back to the provincial capital, and you'll go to Hongkou City. But didn't you meet your teacher after walking on the mountain roads for a few days and nights? I did. I sneaked into her room to take a look and killed 2 rats before coming out. G3 admitted openly. When Xia Jinyuan asked him to go to Hongkou City, he vaguely guessed what he meant. Since his comrades had given him a chance, how could he let them down? Everyone in the team acted like monks. It wasn't that they didn't like girls, but because of the special nature of their profession, they didn't dare to pursue them. Xia Jinyuan's initiative really taught them a lesson. If they didn't pursue the girl they liked, Were they supposed to wait for the girl they liked to put on a wedding dress and marry another man? That was too cruel. You only killed 2 rats and didn't do anything else? You didn't even have physical contact? When Xia Jinyuan saw G3's stiff face from the rearview mirror, he smiled knowingly. He had the intention but didn't have the guts to do it. He had to continue working hard. He had to be like him. He didn't regret his actions and fell head first until he got the girl. When it came to the topic of girlfriends, it had always been a sore spot for his comrades. G3 closed his eyes to rest and didn't want to ask for more trouble from Xia Jinyuan. When Yi Qian got out of the car, he clearly saw a fresh little red mark on her neck. It was bright red. It was obvious that it was planted not long ago. No wonder he was so proud of himself. He even kissed her neck. The all-round soldier king was at the forefront in all aspects. He even had to be at the forefront when it came to girlfriends. Yi Qian was too honest. He had to get J5 to teach her a lesson. How could he always give in to Q King? He had to at least consider his single comrades. After G3 thought about Q King with jealousy, he thought about the girl he liked. After a while, he sighed faintly in the car. K7, I wonder if you regret not going to see a girl properly? Using such a topic to mention his comrade, he seemed to feel that his comrade was right beside him and had not been captured. Xia Jinyuan chuckled and said, No, but I'm sure he'll find a way to fall in love with a girl when he comes back. I think it'll be difficult for K7 to find a girlfriend. He's a clean freak, and he's a soldier. I can't imagine how he'll kiss his girlfriend. K7's obsession with cleanliness was so serious that his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade protested. Once, J5's water bottle ran out, so he took K7's water bottle and poured it into his own. The mouth of the bottle wasn't even a finger's distance away. K7 poured all the water to J5. In the end, he said something that made J5 want to vomit blood. The water with your smell is dirty. J5 flew into a rage and yelled, Why the fuck would I drink water with your saliva on it? I don't even think it's dirty. That's your problem. What does it have to do with me? K7 replied casually like a fairy. J5 was so angry that he pounded the ground several times. Complaining about the smell of water? I don't have bad breath. K7's obsession with cleanliness was a headache. During training, battles, exercises, and long-term training, there would be times when they didn't have enough water and needed to share some with their comrades. However, K7 would never share. He would rather die of thirst than share water with his comrades. Chapter 960. K7's obsession with cleanliness made G3 and Xia Jinyuan fall silent. After a while, Xia Jinyuan said in a low voice, Do you think this kid will die of thirst? After he said that, the car was silent for a while before G3 sighed and said, It's possible, so we have to speed up. From what I know about him, he doesn't drink water, sleep on the same bed, or eat in the same bowl with others. Damn it. I didn't think anything would happen to him before, but now that he's in trouble, why do I feel like his obsession with cleanliness is going to kill him? Punches and kicks, underwater kicks, snakes, insects, rats and ants, electric shocks, injections of all kinds of drugs, such as cardiac stimulants, capsaicin, and so on. They weren't worried that K7 couldn't handle it, but they were worried that K7 would die because of his obsession with cleanliness. Dying of thirst. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Both of them were thinking silently in their hearts until the G3's phone, which was used to maintain contact with the military, rang. The screen showed that there was no incoming call. Before G3 could say anything, Major General Lu's voice came from the phone. Have you met up with Q King yet? Why did he sound like he was questioning them? What did Q King do to make Major General Lu question him? As a Special Forces soldier, G3's senses were also very sharp. He could tell that something was wrong with one sentence. He looked at Xia Jinyuan and said in a low voice, Sir, Q King is driving. You drive, I have something to tell him. After drinking 3 bowls of cold water, he finally suppressed the anger in his heart. After thinking about it from another perspective, Major General Lu decided not to pursue Xia Jinyuan's disobedience. G3 covered the phone's microphone, leaned back, and asked softly, Q King, what bad things did you do? You made Major General Lu call me to question me. Nothing, I just hung up on Major General Liu. Xia Jinyuan, who had been driving on the left, gradually moved to the right lane. Now that Yi Qian wasn't with him, he had no choice but to answer Major General Liu's call. We're on the highway and need to find a temporary parking spot. Please give us some time. G3 gave Q King, who dared to hang up on the Major General, a thumbs up as he reported their current situation with a serious expression. The Major General grunted and said, "Keep in touch. If you dare to hang up on me again, you'll be punished by military law." Fortunately, he was slow and did not hang up. G3, who was rejoicing, was prepared to throw this hot potato out at any time. He really didn't have the guts like Q King to hang up on the Major General. Xia Jinyuan parked the car at the temporary parking spot and took the phone from G3. "I'm Q King. Brat, you've got guts? You even dare to hang up on me." The Major General was still breathing fire from his nose, but his voice was relatively gentle. Xia Jinyuan was a proud man. If you really went against him, the more you pushed, the more he would twist you. A tiger had to be pacified. Now, he had to pacify Tiger Xia's fur. The Major General lowered his voice again and advised, "I know what you're worried about, but you have to believe in Yi Qian. We all believe in her. Why don't you believe in your own comrade? Yi Qian isn't just anyone. She's your comrade. K7 isn't just anyone either. He's Yi Qian's comrade. Now that K7 is in trouble, Yi Qian won't just stand by and watch. We also hope that she can join us. Why does your brigade need female soldiers? You know the reason. Female soldiers have characteristics that male soldiers don't. She can lower the vigilance of the ST mercenary group and achieve unexpected results. Also, Yi Qian is steady and courageous. The possibility of her being disturbed is very low. With her participating in the rescue, the military has more confidence in your safe return." Chapter 961. Q King, the Snowfield Brigade is the embodiment of our country's blood, sweat, and tears. You are the country's sharp knife. If there is even a small cut on the knife, our heart will ache. War makes women go away is no longer the truth. Sometimes, female soldiers are more powerful than our male soldiers. Actually, the Major General could have just called Yi Qian to join the operation. The reason why he tried to reason with Xia Jinyuan was so that Xia Jinyuan and the others could accept Yi Qian. They shouldn't think that Yi Qian couldn't do it. That was what the Major General thought, but Xia Jinyuan didn't think that way at all. His thoughts were simple. The ST mercenary group was too cruel to the female captives. He could accept Yi Qian's injuries. As a soldier, it was normal for his body to be injured. He could also accept being captured because his military skills were not up to standard. But he definitely couldn't accept the psychological damage. Xia Jinyuan's eyes were filled with coldness. He waited for the Major General to finish his words before he said calmly, "Major General, I beg the military ministry to give us a chance to redeem ourselves. I swear on my military uniform that I will try my best to rescue my comrades." "I say, you stinking brat, why are you so stubborn?" The Major General slammed the table in his office and stood up. He gritted his teeth and said, "A soldier's duty is to obey orders. You've forgotten all about it." Xia Jinyuan put one hand on the steering wheel and said casually, "Major General, it's not that I don't want to obey orders. Yi Qian is not a soldier. She doesn't need to obey orders." He raised his hand to look at the time and said, "We are still some distance away from the base. We can't waste any more time. I can't chat with you anymore. Don't you dare hang up on me again." In the face of such a stubborn subordinate, the Major General felt that his hair was about to turn white. What the hell? Based on his understanding of Q King, it was impossible for him to refuse such an order that was beneficial to his comrades. Why did he refuse so strongly today? K7 was sent in. For safety reasons, they couldn't send in any more members of the Snowfield Brigade. More importantly, Yi Qian needed to get a list of names from the ST mercenary group. No matter what, Yi Qian must participate in this operation. Fine, since I can't do anything to him, I can only ask Commander-in-Chief Xia to step in. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not object to Yi Qian joining the operation. "Let G3 drive, wait for our call." This time, Major General did not give Xia Jinyuan a chance to hang up and hung up the phone first. The G3 was already waiting by the driver's seat. As soon as Xia Jinyuan moved the phone away from his ear, he immediately opened the door and said, "I'll drive. You can rest in the back. How dare you hang up on a Major General? When I get back, I'll write the word, 'convinced,' on a piece of red paper and nominate it for you. I'm not interested in your 'convinced' word. If my little fox writes the word, 'convinced,' I'll put it in a waterproof bag and put it next to my chest to look at every day." Xia Jinyuan pushed open the car door and got out. He seemed to be smiling, but the expression between his brows made G3's heart sink. What did Major General say to make Q King so cold? Hearing this, he immediately mocked back, "You're so useless. Why don't you get a red string and hang the word, 'convinced,' around your neck? That's a good idea. I can even add a bullet case and wear my little fox's authentic calligraphy every day." G3 heaved a sigh of relief. The omnipotent king's skin was already as thick as a brick. No one could win against him in an argument. He then asked casually, changing the topic, "Major General is looking for you. Why did he look for me first?" Chapter 962. I turned off my phone. Xia Jinyuan said calmly. He took out his phone from his pocket and turned it on. G3, who was about to start the car, almost lost his grip on the steering wheel. "Q King, our entire team respects you. You're too strong." Only Q King could have done something as tough as hanging up on the Major General and turning off his phone. Faced with his comrade's praise, the tough Major replied calmly, "Thanks for letting me win." "Thanks for letting me win? We can't have a proper chat." G3 shut up completely and drove the car back onto the highway. The imported Mercedes-Benz performance was pretty good. He stepped on the accelerator and the car sped off. The scenery on both sides of the road flashed by rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they were a few kilometers away from the distant southern province. Xia Jinyuan wasn't in the mood to talk. His fingers unconsciously rubbed his phone. His deep eyes were locked in front of him. He seemed to have something on his mind. It's only 7 in the morning. Little Fox wouldn't have gone to the platoon for training, right? Before getting into the car, he specifically reminded her to rest well, go to the hotel or the library, not to return to school early, and not to rush to the platoon for training. He was afraid that the military wouldn't be able to help him, so he had to change Little Fox's mind. Little Fox wanted to carry out her mission, and the two seniors beside her hoped that she would be able to accomplish something and train at any time. What else did she have to do? She didn't have to do anything, she agreed to everything. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan was silently praying that Yi Qian would either return to the hotel or go to the library. That way, the military wouldn't be able to find him within the day. Their car drove on the highway for at least half an hour. Yi Qian stood on the side of the road until the sun was dazzling. He moved his body slightly and looked at the maple trees on the side of the road. They should be able to return when the maple leaves turn yellow. After standing there for at least 5 minutes, Yi Jian carried her school bag and the bag with her school uniform and walked to the side of the G3 car. She opened the door and started the car. After making a right turn, she turned around and headed in the direction of Caesar Hotel. It was still very early. If she didn't want to go back to school, she might as well go to the training ground. She would drive back and ask Z if she could borrow his car for a day and return it before 6. Ho Z happened to be in a room on the 23rd floor of the Caesar Hotel. She didn't look well and seemed a little gloomy. Last night, he didn't manage to find Xia Yiwei. When he rushed to the riverside coffee shop where they used to meet, he found out that Xia Yiwei had changed her mind at the last minute. She wasn't in the southern province and had taken a plane back to Beijing, with a man accompanying her. When he received the call from the lobby manager, he happened to be packing his clothes. He was about to kill his way to Beijing to snatch the person. He said to the lobby manager, "You can return it whenever you want. Let her use it without worry. Oil card. Prepare an oil card for her. Keep it in reserve." Xia Jinyuan had done him a huge favor, so he had to take extra care of his girlfriend. He would need Xia Jinyuan's help in the future. Ho Zi quickly borrowed the car, saving Yi Qian a lot of time. When they arrived at the location where Xia Jinyuan had sent her that night, Yi Qian handed the car to the sentry and entered the underground training ground. Lu Tuan and Political Commissar Yen were having a meeting with several instructors. Yi Qian didn't disturb them. Instead, he went to his locker and took out the camouflage uniform from the training ground. He changed into it to hide the injury on his arm and quickly went back to training. After the meeting, Lu Tuan came out and heard that Yi Qian was here. He smiled at Political Commissar Yen and said, "She hasn't trained for more than 10 days. Do you want to see if she's rusty?" Chapter 963. I believe that little Yi won't be out of practice. She hasn't been here for more than 10 days and she's still thinking about it. Political Commissar Yen didn't stop and went straight to Yi Qian's training. She's a natural soldier and can fight. She won't be out of practice, she won't be out of practice. The blowers blew loudly, and the off-road vehicles and sedans sped across the large training ground. The tires screeched as they rubbed against the ground, and the smell of rubber and gasoline filled everyone's nostrils. They didn't find the smell unpleasant, and each and every one of them was focused on wiping away their sweat and training hard. The Great Dragon Country of the late 1990s was no longer the early 1990s where they had to swallow their pride after being wronged overseas. The Great Dragon Country had been dormant all this time, waiting for the 21st century to come and roar again. The reason why China's military power could roar and rise was not only because of the weapons secretly developed by the various bases, but also because of this group of secretly trained, respectable and cute soldiers. Yi Qian drove a jeep this time. She didn't slow down and directly swooped down from a high slope. Then she went over a high platform and rushed past rows of iron nails. She turned the steering wheel tightly and went through a 180-degree turn. Yi Qian was on an S-shaped training path. When she fought with the mercenaries in the hospital, she said that she was a Chinese soldier. The mercenary obviously didn't believe her and even denied that she was a Chinese soldier with a disdainful attitude. He said that Chinese soldiers weren't that powerful. That's right, they didn't think that Chinese soldiers were that powerful. They weren't even as good as the mercenaries. What did this mean? It meant that in their eyes, our country was a weak country. A weak country that couldn't cultivate outstanding soldiers. No wonder they were so arrogant and came all the way here. It was because they looked down on us and took it for granted that our country was a weak country and couldn't do anything to them. Couldn't do anything? It wasn't that our country couldn't do anything to them. It was that we were secretly accumulating military power. One day, we would shock the whole world and let the whole world know what the rise of a great country meant. We have excellent, advanced, and unsurpassable weapons. We also have a group of brave, fearless, and heroic soldiers. The rise of a great country and the awakening of the great dragon. Let's see who still dares to be arrogant. The car passed by in a flash. Regiment Commander Lu sat in the car and looked at the figure that passed by him. He said to Political Commissar Yen, "This girl will finish her apprenticeship in December. It's a pity that we're not an armored unit. Otherwise, we could take her to drive an armored car or a tank. That way, she wouldn't have to wait until she gets into the military academy to go on missions. Haste makes waste. Everything has to be done slowly." Political Commissar Yen was not as anxious as platoon leader Lu. Instead, he hoped that Yi Qian could take each step steadily and lay a solid foundation. A series of gunshots came from the front. It was Yi Qian walking in an S-shaped path. At the same time, he fired at the live targets that were lying in ambush along the S-shaped path. Empty cartridges were fired continuously. Every time a shot was fired, a DDD sound would be heard. Only when a bullet was fired and the shot hit a live target, the sound would be heard. Yi Qian fired a series of shots, and the sound continued to be heard. Needless to say, all of them hit the mark. The car went down the S-shaped path. The brakes were steady and the car stopped precisely at the designated spot. 2 hours of training had made her sweat profusely and her blood boil. She had arrived at the training base at 10 in the morning. It was now 12 in the afternoon. The long-awaited training had ignited all of Yi Qian's passion. If she hadn't seen the final parking spot, she probably wouldn't have let go of the steering wheel. Chapter 964. Lu Tuan and Political Commissar Yen walked over and saw that Yi Qian was still sitting in the car. Not only did she not get out, but her hands were still touching the car. She was reluctant to get out. This made Lu Tuan laugh out loud. He opened the car door and said loudly, "Girl, why are you still not getting out? It's time for dinner. Get out and eat. Rest for a while before you practice again." She was not unfamiliar with it at all. She was very familiar with it. Come. Eat some cabbage and potatoes with us. Don't be so reluctant to get out. You're giving my soldiers a hard time. At least let the male soldiers catch their breaths. She drove the jeep at high speed and took an S-shaped curve. She held the steering wheel with one hand and shot at live targets with the other. She fired a series of blank bullets that made everyone's blood boil. Yi Qian jumped out of the car and said embarrassedly, "I overdid it. I'm not in a hurry to eat. I'll go check on my results first." "Not bad. All your shots hit the forehead, throat, and heart." Political Commissar Yen smiled and looked at Yi Qian. He observed her for a while and asked, "Girl, you're so hard-working. What happened?" Political Commissar Yen was observant. He could tell that something was wrong with Yi Qian. Yi Qian did not know what was wrong with her that Political Commissar Yen noticed. She smiled and said, "When did you get a pair of discerning eyes? You usually start eating when it's time. You're never later than the male soldiers. Today is different. Why do I need to use my discerning eyes? I can tell just by looking at you." Political Commissar Yen narrowed his eyes slightly. After carefully observing Yi Jian's expression, he could not help but frown slightly. "You look a bit angry and thoughtful. What happened, girl?" When Lu Tuan heard this, he also looked at her carefully. There was indeed an angry look in her eyes. "Did you meet someone who needs to be taught a lesson again? Tell me what's on your mind. Don't keep it to yourself." "I didn't meet any difficulties. I'm just angry. It's fine as long as it goes smoothly." Putting aside the matter with Xia Jinyuan and the others, Yi Qian was still upset that the mercenaries thought that the Chinese soldiers were not strong. "How dare you look down on the soldiers of our country?" She didn't want to talk about it. Political Commissar Yen and Regiment Commander Lu looked at each other. There was no hurry. It was not a bad idea to ask later. That's good. That's good." Political Commissar Yen gently patted Yi Qian's shoulder and adjusted his collar. He smiled and sighed. "Little Yi, we all want to see you in military uniform as soon as possible. Why don't you skip a grade and directly enter the 3rd year of high school?" When he was in the army, he often told the soldiers that if they had time, they should study more and increase their knowledge. But when she came to Yi Qian, it was the opposite. He felt that studying in school was a waste of time, and that it would be better for her to join the army early. Just now, you were criticizing me for being too impatient and saying that I had to take things slowly. Now that it's your turn, you're asking Yi Qian to quit his studies and join the army." Regiment Commander Lu glanced at the political commissar who said, "Only the officials can do whatever they want, but not the common people." He said to Yi Qian sternly, "Don't listen to his nonsense. We have to study. Not only do we have to study good books." Political Commissar Yen has been busy recently. His brain is probably a little rusty. He's lying through his teeth. Don't pay attention to him. He was usually lectured by the political commissar. Now that he finally had a chance to lecture the political commissar, how could Regiment Commander Lu let go of such a good opportunity? He seized the opportunity to say all the things that he usually couldn't say. People who do ideological work have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. You're not allowed to read minds. You're misleading people.